McClunky.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Bothan Network Invitational at CardsHQ in Atlanta. We are about to bring you the first round of Swiss in the second pool for the 6K event. I'm Tower number 9 and joined here by Pasquale. Pasquale, how are you doing?
I'm great. Excited for the second pool to begin. I think we're probably going to see a lot of the players who played in that 3v3 yesterday, which had a lot of strong players. So excited to see if they bring the same deck or change it up now that they're not in a team environment.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see how this one goes. And it looks like the players are kind of milling around the area. I suspect they are going to be moving to their seats here, and we will soon have our match for the first round of this Swiss.
Yeah, there was what I like to call the great scramble has occurred. Now, definitely looks
Yeah.
like they're looking for tables.
People moving to their seats.
That's right. It was kind of mulling about, and then there's a clear determination to find a table you can see on everyone's face when the round starts.
All right, and what is it that we're going to see here?
Well, if it's like Milan, it'll be a Django mirror apparently, because there's so many in the top tables over there. And you had mentioned before the last stream closed just how many there were, which is pretty crazy that there was, what was the exact number? Trying to find it. I just had it. A large chunk of the top 80, supposedly 67 of the top 80 people heading into some of the final rounds of Milan were on Django, split between Tarkentown and some on the 30 HP base. That report was actually from McClunky's very own Padawan Unlimited, who is at Milan this weekend instead of playing in this event.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see how that shakes out in the meta. Now, I will say that in our own broadcasts, we have seen a fair few Django matches, but Django has been losing more than he's been winning, at least in the ones that we've had on stream. I think we've had 4 Django matches, and that was 3 Django losses and only 1 win, if I recall correctly.
Yep, Django was taken down by the classic kryptonite of that color combo, which is the blue villain control Piet deck, and then the Cad Bane, similar kind of game plan against it, but had some really off the cuff choices that paid off pretty majorly for George the Hulk there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we will be getting underway shortly with our own matchup here. Not entirely sure what's going on, but players are getting set up, and should be interesting to see how things progress. Here we go.
Ooh,
Looks
Han
like
Red.
Sam, aka NoobTube, Han 1 red 30 HP, not playing Tarkin now, and his opponent here bringing out the deck box. Let's see what will take on Han Red. It's going to be
Another
looks
red.
like another 30 HP. Ooh, Grand Admiral Thrawn from Jump to Light Speed, also red, also 30 HP. So this Grand Admiral Thrawn leader is very interesting. He allows you to double your when defeated effects. Once per turn, you can exhaust him when you use a when defeated effect and resolve that effect again. That can be a very powerful ability in the right circumstances.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of the aggression when defeated from jump to light speed are heavy indirect damage. So getting to double up on that's really powerful. The Onyx Squadron Brute, your turn one play can heal 6 from the base because it restores 3 when defeated.
Yeah.
And I really like the idea of taking Han aggression into this event because we know that Ping plus Target Town is very powerful but struggles into 5 HP units. And thanks to Cassian Andor in the red package there, the aggression package, Han's able to run a boatload of 3-5 units from DJ to the Cassian himself,
DJ, Cassian, liberated slaves, a lot of options
slaves.
there.
Yep. And even Tech as a 2/5 is another 5 HP unit that the deck has multiple instances to remove. So I think NoobTube was anticipating a Django round one, so he's off to a little bit of a surprise here, having to take on Thrawn aggression.
Yeah, now thinking about Thrawn aggression, what cards is that probably going to be playing for when defeated? So we have Onyx Squadron Brute, which you already mentioned, Inferno 4, another when defeated effect there, Ruthless Raider, a real classic. Val is actually quite good with this version of Thrawn.
Yeah,
We
there's
could
that aggressive droid bomber, the
Yeah,
3 cost
the
4 2,
um
I believe.
the one that does 3 indirect when defeated. That
Yep.
one's quite strong. We could see Chimera, which has a when defeated ability of its own and can also activate ones on other units. There's a good chance we'll see the Director Krennic unit, which doesn't have a when defeated effect himself, but discounts other units of yours that do.
Yep, the
We could
First
even
Order
see,
Stormtrooper probably, I would assume, is in here.
yeah, pretty basic one. We could even see on the high end, he might even be running Annihilator, a very powerful when played and when defeated effect, but not sure if this deck's planning to go all the way up to 11 resources.
Yeah, we'll see if it can get there. But yeah, Chimera is definitely a big power play for the deck, getting to use a when defeated on plate, and also has its own when defeated. Fleet Interdictor could be a Sentinel we see played from the deck as well. Yeah, some really cool stuff. We'll see what Mr. Thorn is packing here in this our first look at Thrawn from Jump to Lightspeed.
Yeah, the looks like we are getting underway here, maybe.
And someone in chat
Players.
pointed out the little was that the 2-1
Oh yeah,
series
2/1, 2 damage
officer?
to base when defeated. Yep.
Yeah, that's a good shout as a tournament play. Deal 4 to the base when defeated. Yeah, some
I'm not
really
sure if
aggressive lines here.
I'm not sure if Thorn is going to be playing this, but there is the Starwing Scout, which is a 3-cost 4/1 in space, and while you have the initiative, it draws 2 cards when defeated. Drawing 4 would be pretty wild, but the fact that that one's dependent on initiative does render it a bit more conditional, a bit more vulnerable than some others.
Yeah, that was a really quick mulligan from Mr. Thorn. Took a look at those and said, "Not today, Satan." And NoobTube has resource. Looks like he's going to keep his opening hand here. So Han, pretty easy to find tournament play when you can play a 3 resource card on your first turn. Ideally, I think
Yeah.
he's looking for that Krennic on turn 1, probably the strongest card it can play with that 2/2 shielded and ability to discount future
Yeah,
cards.
a lot of starter options though, Krennic, either of those 2-cost ships. Looks like we have a Chimera in the hand. Might be holding on to that one for later in the game.
Is that a foil given to your anger I saw?
I'm not sure what that was, and I
I
think
think it
we do
is.
see the Droidica Security in hand, which is an interesting unit. I've seen a fair few Thrawn players playing it because the Droidica Security's exploit can be used to activate when defeated effects at the right time.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's an interesting in that resource row. I think you put it down, but given to your anger, really interesting choice. If you're unfamiliar, it's from Twilight, Shadow of the Galaxy. Deal 1 damage to enemy unit, and then the next action they have to take is to attack into a unit if able. So, an interesting way to protect your base while triggering your when defeated.
Yeah, and it would actually be a way to, clear out if Mr. Thorn had kept that card in hand. We could see that, potentially clearing L3 here, as the 1 damage would remove the shield, and then it would be forced to attack into Krennic and die. But instead, we're going to see a power of the dark side, while Sam brings out the Falcon and puts some more pressure on Thorn's base.
Yeah, this Han version typically plays very much like the color itself, very aggressively, often using Han's ability every turn to play a resource above if it can. Playing things like K2SO early, things of that nature, at least previous sets, might not be the best choice with no glory, only results in the game now. But yeah, you're typically really pushing the tempo, getting out early Poe Damerons and things like that. But we'll see if he's able to do just that. Okay, plays a tech for 3. We're seeing a Count Dooku unit in Mr. Thorn's hand. Another exploit ability to trigger when defeated on his own. And just like I mentioned, he drew into a no glory only result. So thankfully didn't go for a K2SO. That could have been pretty brutal heading into this turn. Max was missed. Said, so glad competitive SWU is back. Does life get better than Saturday morning SWU with Tower commentating? Probably not. It's probably how
Well,
it's how
thank
I was
you.
spending my Saturdays when I wasn't on the broadcast with you. So you know,
All right, we got Krennic swinging in here. It's gonna just be looks like it's just gonna be some extra damage to the base. Now, Tech is on the field.
yep. Tech on board means with Han's ability you can get DJ'd, so you have to be
Yeah.
afraid of that.
Okay, DJ from Smuggle is now being threatened.
Yep.
Does Thorn have an adequate response? There is a no glory only results in hand, but it wouldn't
Ooh,
work here because he would lose the resource. However, Noob Tube hits him with Spark of Rebellion.
I
No glory
wonder.
only results removed, and we could
Yeah.
see. Now wait a minute. I thought he had
R-
5 resources.
yeah, but Director Krennic discounts
Oh,
the
of course.
Raider.
Yeah, the Raider has a when defeated effect. Very interesting.
Wait, the Han is not on. It is on 6 now. I'm crazy. Yeah. All right, so he flips the Han.
He was on yeah. So Han was on 5, but one of them was exhausted to the Falcon.
Right. I think I missed the exhaust. I
So
was
yeah.
confused
So
there.
he had to do this to flip, and he also would have had to do it to play DJ, even though he was on 5. Raider being waylaid here now. A
Yeah,
lot of damage
interesting.
to Thorn's base early on in this game, and Thorn is not making much stick here. So
Yeah,
Sam might be able to just kind of aggro him out.
yeah. This Han aggression, even more so than a Han cunning, kind of does its best to ignore units and really push the damage because of these aggression units that you have in your deck. You're just able to play them early and push tons of damage. So he really needs to get like an Onyx Brood on the field right now, some form of heal because yeah, it's already up to 17.
Yeah, and the CR90, we could see maybe a CR90 relief runner. That unit has a relevant when defeated for healing, and also has restore. Not sure if Mr. Thorn is running it, but it would be useful here. I think he's just taking damage too fast though.
Yeah, not deploying Thrawn is now saying, "Do you have DJ? You can stop my deploy."
Only
So
13 HP, and he just took 4 more damage, so now there's only 9 HP left.
yeah, we see the DJ in the row too. If he doesn't deploy Thrawn, he's not going to be able to. Okay, he
Does
does.
manage to deploy Thrawn before DJ potentially comes out here, but I'm not sure he's going to need more than just Thrawn. However, with Han Solo taking 2 damage from an initial swing from Director Krennic, an attack from Thrawn would at least clear out Han. We could then potentially also see Mr. Thorn bring out that Ruthless Raider and use it to remove the Falcon, which would leave NoobTube with only tech on the board. However, NoobTube hasn't spent his resources yet and could develop potentially multiple more threats.
Yeah, for sure. Without the healing that Thrawn typically can find, it doesn't seem like he's got in his hand. This one could be over very quickly here. The prize strike really pushing the tempo here.
Oh,
Five
wow.
damage
Yeah.
from the tech.
Looks like there is only 4 HP left for Mr. Thorn's base.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate that this Falcon attack looks to be inevitable. The Raider could stop it, but with 4 HP left, yeah, it's gonna be tough. Okay, so he pays 6, exploits 1 for the Dooku. Dooku then triggers able to just kill the Falcon, and then Thrawn trades into Han.
Well, I mean, he kills Han without trading. Thrawn's still on the board, but
Sure.
Ezra Bridger comes out here for NoobTube, and it's not looking great for Thorn. I mean, maybe he can bring out that Droidicus security to shore up his defenses here, but any attack buff wins the game here. And yeah, in
Yeah.
chat, it's GG. He has hot shot, and yeah, I think it's over.
Also curious as to why he went for the Dooku. The Raider accomplishes the same thing, and you get to keep your Krennic.
Yeah,
Not
I
that it
don't.
fully
He
mattered,
may
but
have he may have
yeah.
just wanted to have a powerful unit in the ground arena, as that Dooku would then be able to attack into tech and clear it next turn. But looks like NoobTube is not going to give Mr. Thorn the chance to even do that, as this hotshot DL44 closes the game, and we're going to be moving on to not a stellar performance for Thrawn. Seemed like Mr. Thorn was just kind of overwhelmed by the speed of the Han aggression deck.
Yeah, he had a really solid opening with the Krennic, the early Raider, but didn't have any restore or healing from the Onyx Squadron Brute. I wonder if he's siding anything additional. Doesn't look like it. Puts away the side deck without having anything he thinks can answer this Han deck. So really kind of surprising there. There's nothing he thinks could make the deck better. I wonder if he just feels like he didn't draw the cards he needed after Krennic, and he's gonna roll with that. Meanwhile, NoobTube definitely bringing in a few cards here. Looks like some waylays, an extra waylay coming in or two, which is a pretty good shout. Answers a lot of those early units you get to play if he opens Krennic again. Raider for 5, as we saw, got bounced. He wants to do that again because he can't play it readied like Django can.
Well, now we're going to be seeing whether the sideboard can make a difference here for Mr. Thorn. It is possible that some of those healing cards we were discussing might be sideboard options that you only bring in against more aggressive opponents, like that CR90.
Yeah, but as we saw,
Refund.
I don't know if you saw what I was mentioning. I think he didn't side deck anything. He looked through his side deck and put it away.
Oh, dang! Yeah, I missed that. Thank you for highlighting that, Pasquale.
Yeah, as far as I could tell, he didn't think anything could improve the matchup. So
Looks
I'm
like they've
not sure what
switched
was in
which
there.
sides the arenas are on.
Yeah, it's the bad luck was the left side of the table, I guess. So
Yeah, maybe even if his sideboard can't help him, switching sides may put him more in the groove. Who knows?
yeah, but Krennic again, very powerful opener here for Mr. Thorn. So we'll see if there's a better second turn to capitalize off the discount.
These 2-cost 2/2 shielded units have been quite popular. Crafty Smuggler originally, and then L3, and now Director Krennic, all seeing substantial competitive play.
Yep, we see that droid bomber I'd mentioned earlier, the 4-2 aggressive stat line, and the Krennic trade shields with the L3.
Yeah, I think Sam made his L3 attack the base, whereas
Yep.
Mr. Thorn decided he would rather trade shields. Now, NoobTube brought out an Ezra Bridger. Oh, spicy, spicy play here. So we
Yep.
have Count Dooku with an exploiting both of the units, and that's going to allow him to take out both enemy units, and then we get a double resolution of the when defeated effect on that droid gunship or missile platform or whatever. So that is going to be 6 damage to the base. Man, I think NoobTube cannot be happy about seeing that Dooku on the field. Like,
Yeah, super early deploy for a 6/6, basically deal 6 to units and 6 to the base. So it's 12 kind of incidental damage done by that Dooku exploit. Really massive. We're seeing an Anakin come down and then a Spark of Rebellion. Interesting to see Anakin in this deck as an option for turn 1. That I would assume if you're playing Anakin and you're also playing Force Throw. So that's kind of an interesting avenue for NoobTube to take with Han aggression, leaning into
yeah,
similar lines as Quinlan.
yeah, I think Anakin, he does have that piloting, but one of the main ways in which he's used is simply to one of the main ways he's used is simply to be a 2-cost 2/3 force to enable force throw early on in the game. Now, Mr. Thorn swings with that Count Dooku Fallen Jedi, who does have Overwhelm. So he not only clears out Anakin, removing the force throw threat, but he also does 3 damage to the base.
Yep, and with a 6 attack unit already in play, that means Han is only going to be able to swing once, because Dooku's likely going to trade next turn into that Han Solo. Oh, to take yeah, Han is now realizing I might have to play control here, and instead of going to base like he initially wanted, decides to take out the Dooku and play a Poe.
Oh, Dameron, powerful card, but in a unfortunate position here if Mr. Thorn has oh, but it doesn't look like he has it. This is,
That
a risky spot to be in against a potential Power of the Dark Side or Merciless Contest, but I'm not seeing one in Mr. Thorn's hand.
Yeah, I thought I saw No Glory, but I think he might have resourced it. Kind of regretting that now. And we did see the Force Throw pickup and um, a Han Solo a pilot from Jump to Lightspeed for NoobTube. So a decent ambush option if a threat is presented, being held onto. Seems yep, right into the leader here. 1 hit KO here for Grand
Zuhair
Admiral
in
Thrawn.
chat clarifies that No Glory was the card that was removed by Spark of Rebellion earlier.
Ah, okay, yeah, I
Um,
didn't see the choice.
Thorn, yeah, so Thorn's Grand Admiral Thrawn immediately defeated by Poe Dameron, only for Mr. Thorn to play out the Ruthless Raider and send that damage to clear out Poe, as well as some damage on the base. Noob Tube then brings out Tech.
Yep, Tech powerful in this position because NoobTube does not have many cards in his hand, but now his entire resource row is an option. So that is a must kill for Mr. Thorn here.
Has he drawn into a removal option? He didn't have one for Poe, and it looks like he might not have one for Tech either. Not sure. There
Yeah, I'm
is a
seeing a
super laser blast, but
Droidica
I don't
security. It
know.
looks like the best option here.
Yeah. Not a great counter, but the Raider does swing in for more damage. So NoobTube is way behind on base HP with only 15 HP left on his base, while Mr. Thorn still has 28. And Mr. Thorn has a stronger board, but let's see whether Tech can start accumulating some advantage here with all those cards in the resource row now available to be used.
Yeah, that turn 3 Dooku just completely put this game on its head here for NoobTube. Ahsoka
Absolutely.
coming in and discarding. I think that's a second count Dooku. No, okay. There's a super laser blast actually getting discarded. Oh, nice. Onyx
Ooh.
Squadron Brute hits the table.
Force throw on the force throw finds the Droidica security, and Droidica security actually costs 6. So then we're gonna see a doubled Ruthless Raider when defeated ability, 4 damage to NoobTube's base and 4 damage to Tech, and that means that Tech is now in a position to be killed by Krennic. Or Krennic might just push damage to base. No, but it is going to be removing Tech. Mr. Thorne
Yeah.
does not want NoobTube to have that massive card advantage of being able to use the whole resource row via smuggle.
Oh, and yeah.
But there's another Tech.
Like a cockroach, Tech appears again. You hate to see it if you're Mr. Thorne, but he's pushed so much damage thanks to these double triggers.
9 HP left. Oh, and a smuggled force throw. Takes out
Wow.
another one of those droid missile platforms, and NoobTube wondering which of these units to hit. It's going to be the Onyx Squadron Brute, and Thrawn doubles the when defeated to fully heal the base, but ends up having to take initiative with no plays after having the cards taken from hand.
Yeah, definitely Mr. Thorne playing a little fast there. Should have realized like this is a heavy discard strategy. I probably should play my droid unit instead of kind of attacking with a unit that's pretty safe in space right now. But hits the relief ship like you were mentioning earlier. Relief runner, I believe, right? You said? Yeah,
Yeah, it's
C9 CR90 relief
CR90
runner.
Relief Runner, I think it's called.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. There's the card highlight. CR90 Relief Runner, 6 cost, 4/6 Rebel Vehicle Capital Ship with Restore 2, and when defeated, heal up to 3 damage from a unit or base. I've actually seen this as a card that is quite effective for a Piet deck. Piet Blue, I think, really likes this as it is a capital ship and can provide some much needed healing against aggressive gameplay. But in this game, it's going to get waylaid, and then we see a surprise strike pushing some damage to Mr. Thorne's base.
Yeah, we know Thrawn is looking for planetary bombardment as a potential finisher, so sticking that capital ship's going to be super important. But Waylay from the resource row, Tech putting in the work here, and we see he's playing the 9 cost droid army card. What is that one called? I can never remember. Battle Droid
Oh,
Legion, I
yeah.
think.
Yeah, so this is a funny one with
Yeah, Battle Droid Legion. That's the name of it.
yeah, this is a pretty funny one with the when defeated ability because it gives you 3 battle droids.
Yeah, so you get
And
6. It's pretty hilarious. Sheesh. Now a 5 cost DJ hits, stealing a resource, putting the Thrawn player a little bit behind. But if
yeah,
there's
I do
no,
think the HP totals favor Mr. Thorne, but the board is starting to really favor NoobTube here.
yep.
Has NoobTube turned
However,
the corner?
yeah, we'll see. I mean, this kind of 6 damage swing in life total that the capital ship can get here is going to be pretty big. If he I don't know did the Dooku get discarded? If he has a Dooku in his hand, which I think he did, it's going to be a pretty good turn for him here. Because he could play the Dooku, sack the ship, kill something, and then heal 6. So he can heal 8 this turn with the restore. So
That ship is also really chipping away at NoobTube's life total. Only 5 HP left here for NoobTube.
yep, exactly. And this Dooku could be a huge play here.
These restore units can often be extremely efficient in a race because not only do you do the damage to their base, you also heal your own base. Now, if you're like playing pure aggro against someone doing pure control, the restore isn't very relevant. But
Yep, here comes the Dooku, like I mentioned,
yep,
sacking that capital ship off,
going
paying
to get a
6.
doubled heal there on the base, I think for 6 total. And Dooku's ability used to remove Ahsoka, it looks like.
Yeah, he has another damage to deal if he wanted to, I think. Or it all has to be dealt to one. I think it might have to be dealt to one
You
unit.
can do damage to multiple units, but only by sacrificing multiple units with exploit, as I understand it,
Yeah,
for this version of Dooku.
yeah, it's not quite Palpatine from Spark of Rebellion.
Well, if NoobTube doesn't have an answer to Dooku, it's game over. But
Oh
he
god,
does
that's
smuggle out a
sheesh.
waylay.
The second time he's done that with Tech. Tech putting in so much work here.
Tech is really the main thing keeping NoobTube afloat in this match, I feel.
100%.
And his
And
board is now way stronger than Mr. Thorne's, not even close. Can Mr. Thorne develop something that is going to be able to get in there and do the last 5 damage he needs to win?
16 on Thrawn's base here. I think all 2 waylays expended. I think he was asking how many waylays. That Sabine's masterpiece can hit for 4 thanks to its ability because he's got aggression. It can also exhaust a resource. That's going to be annoying. We'll see what he plays here. He's playing a lot. Malevolence comes out to blank the Sabine's masterpiece.
Yeah,
Getting it
-3
-4.
power and can't attack. And if NoobTube doesn't find an answer to Malevolence, this could be it, because one swing from Malevolence will end the game. And with Sabine's masterpiece unable to attack, NoobTube does not have enough power on the board to crash into Malevolence. I guess in theory he might be able to find lethal, but that also seems somewhat unlikely at this point.
Yeah, he's got what? 3, 6, 8 on base, 16 total. He would need a bunch of pumps. With no cunning available typically in this version of the deck, it's kind of unlikely to put that much damage on because the Sabine can't attack, Sabine's masterpiece.
Yeah, he'd need to find 8 damage through some combination of pumps or units that come into play ready or similar, and that seems improbable to me.
Yeah, the tech might help with that, but it's might be too expensive in the end. We see a Falcon in the row that can come in for 5 readied. But I think that Malevolent sticking might be the difference. There might have to be a claim here.
Yeah, so if NoobTube doesn't have an answer to this Malevolence, he has to take the initiative right now and hope to draw into something. Because if he can't answer it, the game I mean it attacks once and ends the game. So even though he has a much better board, he may not be able to actually make use of it, which is kind of a funny dynamic that happens sometimes with the initiative system in this game. I think it can lead to some very interesting scenarios.
Yep. And finding that waylay kind of puts us back to where we were, but gives him maybe another avenue to find a pump to end the game. Yeah, he claims. Claims, and then no other plays on Mr. Thorne's side, so a pass. And he didn't draw an answer. Unless he's got a pump or an exhaust in the resource row. It's his only choice here.
Yeah, doesn't find it. Mr. Thorne is able to go ahead and swing.
He
That's the
had
game.
the event to discard too. That's his only event in hand, I believe. The rest were units, which Ahsoka could have exhausted the ship with. So
Yeah, I think it was the super laser blast that we saw earlier, maybe. Discarded to Ahsoka Tano, and because it was a non-unit card, it did not exhaust Malevolence, and that one swing ended it. Very interesting game because NoobTube did almost entirely stabilize and brought out a much stronger board, but just like couldn't quite find enough damage to deal with that Malevolence in time.
yep.
I think it was a literal off by 1 scenario, because there was potentially 3 damage from the A-wing, and there was actually a Millennium Falcon in the row. But the Malevolence is, I believe, a 7/7, and so 6 damage wouldn't cut it.
Yeah, for sure. I'm seeing on the melee here some familiar faces from Pool 1. So I guess players were able to play in both pools if they chose. So that'll be interesting to see if people choose to run it back with the same deck. Maybe they bubbled out of the Pool 1 top cut and are trying it again with the same deck or switching it up. So as these players get
Yeah,
ready,
very
be interesting to
interesting
see how the day
situation.
plays out. I wasn't sure if that was an option for players to play both days.
Yeah, but who will win? You know, we're moving into our 3rd game of this round. Now, these players have been moving at a pretty good pace, and they have ample time to play that 3rd game. Still have 30 minutes left, but let's
Yep.
see what happens.
Yeah, it seems like was that a mulligan here from both players?
I'm not entirely sure if it's a mulligan or if they're just taking their time to shuffle. You know, often people don't sideboard between games 2 and 3 if they already feel like they're in their configuration, though not entirely sure if that's going on here or not.
I think Mr. Thorne might have mulligan. I'm not sure about Sam, but we'll see if they're content now. Planetary bombardment is being resourced for. I see. I think that's a Krennic again. That's exactly what you want to open with if you're Mr. Thorne. 3 games in a row.
Okay. Falcon here. Falcon's a lot of damage.
Yep, can start pushing that really fast if Mr. Thorne doesn't draw into a Power of the Dark Side here. And like, it's like I willed it into existence right off the
Yeah,
top as a
there we
Power of the
go.
Dark Side.
Now that you know, very few units get to start swinging for immediate damage on base on turn 1, but the classic synergy between set 1 Han and the Millennium Falcon is very real. However, didn't end up able to swing for long thanks to that Power of the Dark Side.
Yep, and Sabine's Masterpiece hits the board, but with no other aspects, it won't get any of its bonuses. No other units are in play just yet, so we'll see if NoobTube wants to hit for 3 or potentially play a unit to maybe get a bonus.
Yeah.
We'll see. How greedy is he going to be?
Three to base from Sabine's Masterpiece, but with no other units on the board, none of its on attack triggers fire. Or no other units on the board for NoobTube, that is.
Yep. So he played it safe, took the damage, didn't wait for the extra bonus, and smuggles in attack, which we saw create massive problems for Mr. Thorne before.
No plays here for Mr. Thorne.
Yeah, I did notice his hand was pretty expensive, and decided not to kind of play the Droidica security and sack the Krennic there with exploit. I think he has a no glory only result, which could be an answer to tech. He might need to do it.
That's kind of what I was curious about, Pasquale. If you're Mr. Thorne, do you just immediately play no glory to kill tech at the start of this turn?
I feel like if that's your only answer, you kind of have to, because you can't let Han DJ you, delay your, kind of do what happened in game 1, really delay and put you back, because you are a little bit of a later game deck.
Yeah, it's not like hype, but I think you have to do it. No, he's going to go for the relief runner instead.
Wow. Okay, he's rolling the dice saying, I don't think you have DJ.
Tech into base for 2. Krennic into base for 2.
No, Krennic into tech. Okay, softening it up a little bit.
Yeah, good point.
Softens
Resource
that up.
made.
Yeah, Han's going to deploy. Han's kind of fishing also for the tech technically by putting the top card into the resource row. So if he doesn't have it, he's got one more chance to get it, but he's got the DJ already.
Yeah, interesting situation. Mr. Thorne could have prevented this, but did not. Now getting a resource stolen, and it will be defeated. So a potential major setback for Mr. Thorne. Now, on the other hand...
Oh, and a waylay to make it worse.
Oh. Yeah, waylay on that relief runner is really bad for really bad for Mr. Thorne. Wow, and he gets hit by a forced throw. This is looking incredibly bad here. I do think that now. Wait, what happened there? Oh, it was a forced throw, but there was no force unit. So
yeah, Mr. Thorne assumed he was killing Krennic, but it was just one cost discard. But yeah, as the prophecy was foretold by the two of us, that tech too much value needed to be dealt with, and now it looks like this game is a little bit out of reach here, thanks to that waylay especially.
Yeah, it is worth noting against a double yellow Han, he would have been able to smuggle out DJ anyway potentially by just doing the like 5-6-7. But against a Han red, he's reliant on tech DJ combo to be able to bring DJ onto the field like this.
Yeah, it would have cost 9 otherwise. So tech really putting in a lot of work here. Again, just like it has kind of every game, really stalling out game 2, and now in games 1 and 3, seemingly kind of almost out of reach here. It feels like.
Tech is an exceptionally strong card.
Yeah. Yep. The Smuggle King. Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in for Mr. Thrawn. You can't even deploy your leader. You're a full turn behind here, staring down this massive board that could represent lethal if there's a surprise strike in the row here. Even
Yeah,
though,
power of the dark side. The other problem is, the resource theft means that even if Mr. Thorne has a super laser blast, I don't think he'll get there in time.
yeah, definitely not. Not on. He's only on 5, and the rest of these units are about to punch base for quite a bit of damage. At 19 already, 5 more on base. A Val, that's cute. Probably won't be enough here. No Sentinel. NoobTube's searching the resource row, seeing if there's maybe a Falcon to play ready, a pump, I think I saw a blaster as well. Cassian, that comes in ready too. That's good enough. So there's 8 damage. He's got 2 more from a pump, so he can't end it this turn, but he can put him within 2 HP, I believe. Or 1 HP, 29. Yeah, rough. Yeah, Highlander Slay. Yep, not playing No Glory really shifted this game. Yep.
Yeah, I think that was the turn where it sort of slipped away rather.
Yeah, 100% just wasn't the smartest, you know. You kind of dare your opponent to have the big answer, but with a deck
Yeah,
like
maybe he was
Han, they
going,
often do.
if he has it, he has it. But I don't know. I think it would have been a lot safer to clear DJ there or clear tech there to prevent DJ from coming out. Didn't go for it, got punished very hard, and it is going to be a win for NoobTube.
Yeah, 100%. You know, there are moments to dare them to have it, but a card like DJ, that's that's one I'm not even tough enough to dare them to have it. I just assume they have it and play around it.
Yeah, interesting thoughts there, and we are going to see a win for the less conventional Han red. I think that might be the color combination I've seen with Han the least. It's red or blue, probably.
Yep. Yeah, like I said, I think this might be a good call for the sheer amount of 3/5s. You get 12 of them, or rather 5 HP units, including tech, for that turn 1 play. So it's definitely matched well into a lot of the Tarkin Town we're going to see. So might have been a good call, going the aggression round instead of command is the other option. That typically kind of plays roulette with U-wing, but your Han's not really attacking too often into Django anyway. So yeah, but it was interesting lines. We saw Thrawn take a game. Saw some really cool plays with that Dooku. There's something there for sure. Uh, just need to respect tech a little bit more, I think, moving forward. Taking a look at the melee, we see Tim running it back on the Django Tarkentown, hoping for a, better round 7 hands this time, I think. Hopefully he pulls out the wins to get all the way this time. You see some heavy hitters in the event for Pool 2. Alex Blandon, who has won 3 planetary qualifiers with Han Cunning. Interested to see if he's still playing it and what that list looked like. We also have Ophir, or better known as Wu, on YouTube in this event. Really experienced Kira player. Would love to see him take Kira Green. This is one of his favorites that he plays at locals all the time. Some really incredible players in this pool too. A lot of them played in the 3v3 event yesterday, so they didn't want to play 3v3 right into Swiss, so they took the night off and are here today in this 6K.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if Han can continue winning with a range of different aspects. In set 3, I think you were saying this yesterday, Pasquale, that Han had 1 PQs with every aspect combination, not every base combination, but every aspect combination. So Han yellow and Han green were bigger, but there were also some Han red and Han blue wins.
For sure there were. I think if you want to ask some questions, feel free. We have NoobTube here on the Han aggression. A big win here coming against a Grand Admiral Thrawn aggression. Not sure if you were expecting to see that round 1.
Yeah, it was. I had tested that deck a little, and I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be fun," but I didn't have anything for that game too. But it was a fun match. We were both pretty chill. We both played yesterday. We didn't do too well, so today we're having a little more fun.
Yeah, I see. I noticed neither of you side decked. He didn't seem to have too much stuff.
I sided in a third surprise strike and a third waylay game too.
Right.
And I took 2 commandeers out, and then I put them back in because of the healing capital ship.
Yeah, the relief runner. Yeah, we saw that Dooku play really turn the tide there in that second game. So Han aggression. I was mentioning it seems like a pretty good choice potentially in the Django because of all the 5 HP units. Is that a reason you're running it, or is this a deck you always played?
I've been playing this since set 2. I've played it. It was post Boba ban. I felt like it really had a lot of game. I'm less high on it now because of the amount of space. I built it originally off of a Rebel Resource. Shout out to him. His Gen Con list. I took the Sabine list. I said, what if I made this hunter like faster? So I did that. But now it's kind of turned in because of the DJ tech back in set 3. A lot of just 3/5s. So I've got DJ, Cassian, Ahsoka, and Tech's obviously a 5 toughness. But just a lot of like, it's also got, I have a lot of discard. You saw the sparks, the force throws. So it was kind of a Quinlan inspired, and I just wanted to mix of both because I'm pretty experienced with Han Red.
Sure. Yeah, we saw the Anakin as well. I assume that's just a turn 1 player, turn on the force throw if you want.
Yeah, it can. I had Han pilots, the new pilot, in the list, and I sided them out. But it's just kind of just flexibility. Anakin's really good as a flex. He can turn on force throw turn 1. I've got Ahsoka, Ezra. But I've kind of realized that now Han will never hit 7. So I don't have any 7 drops in the list. I just have.
Interesting.
I have just Poe Dameron and Zori and 1 Big Falcon. That's my top end.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So really staying low to the ground, trying to go fast. With the Han pilot you mentioned you were playing, are you playing the new Falcon as well in any numbers, or just the old, just piece of junk?
Just piece of junk. Originally I had it in when I had more pilots, but then I was like, my teammate convinced me to put the Han pilots in and kind of drop. I don't have Kira in the list at all.
Okay.
She doesn't feel as good, but I originally started with that. But the Han pilots is just another flexible slot. I kind of wish there was more pilots, but pilots just feel bad into Waylay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now,
a lot of them are vulnerable. I mean, Luke and Chewie, of course, have built-in protections, but not really options in these colors.
Plus, I'm also really comfortable with this deck because I've been playing it so long. I feel like a lot of people are down on scanning officer, so I kind of was making that bet today. Yesterday, I played Sabine ECO for my team and in the pool, and I ran into 2 amazing Sabine yellow players, and I lost to one, Ryan Rebel Resource, and so it was just such a tough pool. And I guess I got a good game 1 matchup of Blessed and took the win.
Nice. Hey, congrats on the win, and good luck in the rest of the event.
Thanks very much.
thanks for joining us.
No problem.
All right. Well, that was a solid Han Solo performance using a base that you don't always see, the 30 HP red. We still have some time before our next round of Swiss gets underway, so I think we are going to take a quick break. I am at Tower number 9, joined here by Pasquale for McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Bothan Invitational taking place here in Atlanta at CardsHQ.
Welcome back to the Bontham Invitational at CardsHQ, the battle in BIATL. 6K, it's Pool 2 today. Round 1 has just finished up. So they're getting their last reports in, and then we're going to get some pairings. Hopefully get some exciting, spicy lists on the stream. I know there's a couple of cool ones that did take a round 1 win. We'll see if we can get one of them on stream. Or we'll just hopefully see some more high caliber plays that we've been seeing over the last, day and change here.
Yeah, should be interesting to see what we get.
Yeah,
Anything
for
you
sure.
especially want to see here, Pasquale?
Well, knowing that we had a major Von Reg in Pool 1, I think 6, 5, 1, and 1 probably make the top cut. I'd love to see if another person was kind of brave enough to attempt that feat and see if we get another one of those. Potentially Kazuda would be cool.
Could be interesting. I think this set has a lot to explore.
Yeah, for sure. Or, like I said, at the end of the day, there's a lot of very strong players in this pool. Alex Blandon, Ophir, also known as Wu, Guy has won some events as well. A lot of PQ winners in this pool too that could easily be featured on stream as well.
Looks like the players are sort of milling around as I guess the last results from round 1 are coming in and being processed, and we should have round 2 of this second pool with you guys shortly.
Yep, for sure. I'm also surprised that we haven't really seen any of the Boba Fett pilot leader because there was kind of this feel like murmuring amongst the community that it actually had a decent matchup into Django because of all the incidental damage and getting around shields in a lot of ways. But we didn't see a single one crack into the top tables and get on stream here.
I've seen a lot of people playing it, but I don't know if they haven't had the results they were hoping for or what, because as you say, it hasn't shown up on stream thus far.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely didn't see any towards the top of day 1. Towards especially at the end of the event there, but hoping maybe that we might get surprised. Highlander Slay says set 1 or set 3? Set 4, Boba. And I think if you're talking about the Palp players, probably Spark Rebelling, knowing Miles Rod in the chat's asking. He is a die-hard Palpatine player from Spark Rebellion. But yeah, I don't know if we have any palps in the event at all, actually, over 2 days. I don't know if we have any.
I don't know if people think Palpatine's going to be able to get there against potential DJ hits.
Yeah, it is definitely, as we saw, even with Thrawn, a 6 deploy sometimes doesn't even get on the field. So 8 is pushing it sometimes. Maybe we'll get lucky and have a Captain Rex droid manufactory squeak out a win in round 1, and then we're able to throw that on stream. See if Unity of Purpose can make an appearance at CardsHQ.
Yeah, Unity of Purpose would be nice to see. Although let's be real, there's a very direct plan with that build. It's not necessarily the highest variety gameplay you'll ever find.
It's true. It would just be different colors on stream, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it would be funny though. It's
Yeah,
funny too, Unity of Purpose wasn't a card that people considered very good at first. Like, it just wasn't really like I think some people I remember seeing like a tier list video somebody had made. I forget who exactly it was, but they had it as like D tier or whatever. And Unity of Purpose has actually turned out to be so good that there's basically like a deck archetype that is entirely about playing it now. And is that archetype super competitive? Honestly, I don't think so. But it's not a joke either.
Yeah, any kind of double green, I think, leader that deploys early, even if it's Padme, I think has the scary ability to kind of swarm with a bunch of one drops and play this unity of purpose and win the game. Similarly, Vader can create so many tokens. Could the Vader pilot from Jump to Lightspeed could also run the card in a double green build.
By the way, I have here the top 8 after the first heat by leaders.
Oh,
We
nice.
had Quinlan ECL. We had, I believe, a double yellow Han 30 HP. We had Cad Bane Colossus with George Hudson. We had 2 Django Fett Tarkin Towns. We had a Cad Bane, and this one was using Navarro City, which is a 30 HP green base. Then we had a Von Reg, I believe a Von Reg yellow 30 HP and a Sabine ECL. So that's actually quite a diverse top 8. You know, I think we had 2 Djangos, both with Tarkin Town, 2 Cads, one with 30 HP green, one with Colossus, and then everything else was a one of.
Wow. Still surprising considering the results that we're hearing out of Milan to have that kind of diversity. Von Reg, Grumpy Elephant on their signature, Quinlan, ECL, Quinlan Tarkentown. Really cool stuff here.
Yeah, you know, one way or another, it really seems to me that one way or another, it really does seem to me that the meta we're seeing in Milan is not the meta that we're seeing here at the Bothan Invitational. So I don't know. I don't know what exactly is going on, but you know, we have 2 very different reads on what people should be playing in this set, and you know, one of them must be wrong. So interesting to see how things develop.
Yeah, and even early last set, Europe was very much in the Bossk blue, double green blue control meta early on, and then they kind of morphed into what the US was playing with a lot of Quinlans and Hans and stuff. So interesting to see if they also develop their meta and it becomes more diverse, or is Django going to reign supreme over there, and maybe the
Yeah.
US will get spared and have a
Yeah,
little bit
no,
more
I mean,
diversity.
we could also see maybe they're ahead of us. You know, maybe the top EU
Sure.
players have cooked up Django decks that are more able to deal with some of these counters, and people are in the US are going to end up copying them. We'll have to see how it goes. Personally, um, I hope I hope we're the ones who are right in terms of this early meta at least, because having a huge percentage of the field be Django doesn't sound so good. But I do think there are some decks that can really challenge him. So we'll see how that develops.
Yeah, and if anything, has kind of showed us a little bit is also comfort is king with Grumpy Elephant taking Quinlan UCL. Played that all throughout set 3. We saw our Han Aggression say that he's been playing that deck for a long time as well, so he took that. So if there's a deck you're comfortable with and you can make some slight adjustments, you can make it work because you're going to know the lines better than maybe people who are new to Django and just picked it up because it got a bunch of strong cards.
Yeah, I hear that.
All right, players are seated on camera. I guess we're waiting to see who wants to be on stream. Lucky us. Who's gonna appear at the table?
Yeah, this should be interesting to see just what matchup we get.
Does that mean we're getting an Anakin? That's an interesting mat. Scary mat. Okay. Echo base. You love to see it. Something different. The suspense. Is it Obi-Wan, maybe? What else is gonna use Echo base? Han, Obi-Wan? Kira. All right, Kira Echo base. And Piet yellow. Okay. I'm interested in this. Triple Dark Raid out Radiant 7. Sounds pretty good to me.
Ooh. Yeah, one thing you can definitely do with this combination also is triple dark raid into the resupply carrier, which
Sure.
that is a nice way to throw some damage on the opponent's base and ramp, and then get your resupply carrier back and potentially ramp with it again, because its ramp is based on putting the top card of your deck into play as a resource, and then once it bounces back to hand, you can do that again and really accelerate your path towards those powerful endgame units.
Yeah, 100%. And I was secretly hoping this is spicy and actually an invisible hand deck with a bunch of droids. Give me all the
Oh
vulture
yeah.
droids. Give me them all.
I haven't built an invisible hand deck yet, but it is definitely a thing that I have seen people messing around with.
Yep. At the very least, I'm sure we'll see an invincible, crazy stats for a 5 cost in Piet with a decent ability as well, because it can deploy on the same turn. So we'll have to see if that invincible makes an appearance for a 6/6 for 5 that can bounce a unit that costs 3 or less. Interesting to see that Kira has gone back to a 30 HP base towards the end of set 3. ECL definitely reigned supreme with Kira, winning multiple PQs and eventually, I think, overcoming the 30 HP base in terms of sheer number of top 8s, because Kira 30 HP was more popular at the start of the set and then morphed kind of away from it. But so far, Kyle Kraft has decided 30 HP is the way to go heading into this supposed Django meta.
Yeah, it's I think there are some interesting dynamics with some of these things in terms of like when you want to have one, when you want to have the other. I think that the 30 HP base, um, I mean, I think 30 HP is quite handy to have against more aggressive builds, and it may be that Django is in that category.
100%. It's, the trade-off of basically you're losing like the Gideon Hasks and things that are really good with ECL for a little bit more of a control-y options and going a little bit longer. So interesting to see how Kira's going to fare against kind of another kind of soft control deck playing these big capital ships early.
Yeah. Hard to say what exactly will happen, but hopefully we'll have some exciting gameplay for you here.
Yep. Ethan seems to be happy with their hand here. They're immediately resourcing the first card. And looks like they're going to make a choice for number 2 as well. See a Lux Bonteri in Ethan's hand. Really strong 2-drop into a lot of strategies right now that are playing Triple Dark Raid, potentially even pilots, because it can ready or exhaust a unit when you play something cheaper than the printed cost on the card.
Yeah, it works against quite a lot of major threats.
Yep. Also worth noting, it's a Separatist, so if this Piet build is playing Invincible, that it can be discounted to 4 thanks to Piet.
Yeah, could be interesting.
All right. We have a 1/4 Poggle up against Dr. Pershing 05. So we're going to get tokens versus card draw in this, I assume, into this second turn of the game here. Oh, nice. We have the Droid Commando coming in as a 4/3 if you control a Separatist ambush. So it gets to put 4 damage into Pershing, and Poggle gets to exhaust itself to create that droid token, meaning that unless there's another unit, there we go, there's the other unit. So Pershing doesn't have to kill itself to draw a card, can actually ping the shield off of the client here. Kyle debating, I guess? Or Ethan thinking about something. Unsure. He's tapped out, so I'm curious as to what he's debating here. Does he? Okay,
That
we are
Droid
going to draw.
Commando is a very good card in my opinion.
Oh, it's excellent in these types of shells with Poggles and Luxes, and where you kind of have these really strong Separatists for turn 1. So, all right, he chooses to keep the shield on the client and to actually just take a single draw off of Pershing.
Okay.
That was the holdup, I guess, deciding what to do there. Maybe he felt like the Pershing was going to die anyway. Better to keep the shield.
I could see it.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, really fast start. If there's an invincible here, it can come down this turn, which would be huge. And exactly that for
Dang.
4. Wow.
Yeah, so Invincible has some very interesting text on it. Basically, the way this thing works is if you control a unique Separatist card, it costs 1 less to play. Now, normally, you might play this with a Separatist leader, and that's the 1 cost reduction. But in this case, Poggle the Lesser is providing that discount, with Admiral Piet's ability providing another discount when playing a capital ship.
Yep. I heard you like discounts. We got discounts on discounts in this board state here. So really, really menacing 6/6 on 4 resources for Piet.
Could be nasty.
Yep. And then
And it
next turn,
also
if Piet
means when
deploys, he gets to bounce a unit too.
that's exactly right. I think this was originally sort of conceived of as a card for Admiral Trench, where you can potentially repeatedly deploy him and bounce stuff at the same time. But seems to be a real threat here for Piet as well. Separatist
Yep.
Piet, kind of an interesting build.
Yeah, and with the resupply is an interesting counter to this because Kira now has the ability to potentially deploy next turn, kind of halving the HP of everything on board, or doing it right now. Okay. This kind of means an overwhelming barrage from Kyle could kind of clear the board after this Kira attack here. Yeah, overwhelming barrage wipes the entire board with the 6. Would be, so is it 7? Yeah, Kira has grit, so 5. Sheesh.
That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, if he's had, sometimes they have to have it, but it definitely looks a little telegraphed here that that's what Kira is hoping to do. We'll see if
Kira
that
is
plays
a
out.
very scary leader when paired with Overwhelming Barrage. Overwhelming Barrage already a really good card, and Kira's ability to get in there and do some damage on that flip, soften up the other side, and then have a 4-power leader with which to fire off the barrage. Pretty nasty.
Yeah, and what was
Not
nice there that even the Piet could have cleared the rest of the board with 4 attack from the overwhelming barrage, but decides, I guess, doesn't have it, or decides they're going to save it for maybe some juicier targets.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Power of the Dark Side comes in to clear the sole invincible left on the board. So, all in all, that was a pretty clean answer of a very menacing board.
Yeah, Ethan had built up quite a powerful setup, but Kira was able to break through it. Now Kira was defeated. Let's see what happens as Piet is on the field to buff up those capital ships.
Interesting, he flips to claim. That was
Huh.
very. He assumed there was a double power of the dark side coming, which is why he went to defeat the Piet, but instead it was the Onyx Squadron Brute that appeared. But I'm not even sure if deploying was worth it if he didn't have anything to play for.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
not so sure there.
yeah. He has all of his resources, so he could have played something up to 7 and had nothing to do. Really unfortunate for Ethan there that he kind of is running dry here.
Uh, we'll see. We'll see how it goes for him.
Okay. Hardican's assault cruiser comes in to defeat the Onyx Squadron Brute and take it as a resource. So that pushes Piet up to, what is that, 7 resources now? Yep, 7 resources. So they're both at 7. This is normally a Vader turn for Kira if they have it. Could also be a Maul to one-shot the Piet. But that Artican's assault cruiser does hit for quite a bit, so not something you want to leave. Oh, and Iden Versio being the only big turn play, not really what you want to see if you're Kyle. 5-4 shielded are good stats, but doesn't really shore up either arena.
Yeah, I mean, it's Iden is a good value play, but this, I don't know. I mean, we're a little late in the game. You know, it's a unit that I think can be really effective in the mid game, either played as a pilot upgrade or played as a unit with that shielded. It can be nasty off ECL, but here it seems like we're not really at the point in the game where it's ideal, though Iden does manage to fire off a strong barrage and clear out that Arquitens cruiser.
Yeah, I guess that was the play. I mean, it's a safe shielded unit for Barrage, and now it threatens
Yeah.
to kill Piet. So all in all, could have been worse.
I think it's off by 1 on Piet. Oh, but Frozen and Carbonite comes out for Iden.
No, it's a 5-5 attack, so it would be 7. But Frozen Carbonite is a solid answer to that.
No, she's a 4/3.
Oh, I'm thinking she's only played in my mind in Gar Saxon, so she's got
Yeah.
5 attack.
In Gar Saxton, she's got that 5th point
Yeah,
attack.
that's true. That's true. 4-3. You're right. You're right.
At least as long as the shields are up.
Yeah, exactly.
Um. Okay, so is it correct that Ethan's base has not taken any damage thus far? That seems to be what that tracker is saying.
Yep, that's true. Someone said, yeah, is the Onyx Squadron mandatory? That's what
Okay, so
chat's
if we look
asking.
at the
It is
Onyx
mandatory.
Squadron
He
brute,
does need to heal too, technically. It is a mandatory trigger.
yeah. So that was unfortunately missed, I believe. But
Yeah. Easily fixed if we can get that over to the table.
yeah,
Um,
but should have healed 2. I believe it was taken out by that Arquiten's assault cruiser.
yep, it's currently in the resource row of Ethan, so
Uh, all right, so Iden is frozen in carbonite, and the client and Piet are the only usable units on the board, though it is worth noting that if we do see another overwhelming barrage from Kyle, it could be fired from Iden. She
yep, and
is
we
still
and
on the board.
Ethan does have Devastator in hand, which can be played this turn.
Ooh, I have a
So
feeling that is going to be that's going to be a play he'd be very happy to make.
yeah, for sure. Yep. Iden doing her best Han Solo cosplay right now, just hanging out. I think the judge has reached over to the table and they're looking for the Onyx Squadron Brute, but it's in the resource row. Yeah, he heals too. Okay, great. Thank you, chat. That is now fixed. I didn't say anything because I thought it might have been you may
Yeah,
heal too, but it
I
is
thought it might be a you may, in which case it would just be like, oh, you neglected to use it. But
yeah.
this game has different rules about mandatory triggers than Flesh and Blood, which I'm happy about. In Fab, even if something is a mandatory trigger, you can just miss it, and your opponent is not responsible for correcting you on it.
Ah.
And there have been major controversies about this in that game's community, with situations where people saw their opponent had missed something and just didn't say anything on purpose and let them miss it, and like knew that it was there, but like it's to their advantage to not report it. So there you go.
Oh, for sure.
Not the way I most like it.
Yeah, it's like there's all in the new token pack by GameGenic, you can mark things as sentinels, but kind of advantageous to let your opponent forget, right? And have them try and attack into your base, and you have this conditional sentinel, stuff like that. But the tokens are
Mm.
there so that everyone can be reminded of exactly what the states look like.
Yeah, you really would ideally want to have a pretty clear board state.
Yep. Yeah, thank you, Claire. They did fix it. So yes, the Onyx Squadron Brute has now resolved and healed the 2, even if it was a turn or 2 after the fact, but it's fine.
One of those things, people make mistakes sometimes.
Yep. And now Ethan's sitting at kind of an awkward 9 resources in colors that don't have an Avenger. So we'll see what they can do here, if anything. I know they have at least 1 Devastator, but without the discount, yeah, he has to fully claim with 9 open resources and nothing to play.
Ouch.
Yeah, I can see his hand now. It's double Devastator, double Overwhelming Barrage. So needed a
Wow.
unit on board. Really top heavy. Unfortunate. Okay, the first Devastator comes down, but is now very vulnerable to like a Power of the Dark Side or a Merciless Contest because there's nothing to block those effects. Oh, no glory, only results. And a bounty was put on by the client, so an additional heal of 5 just came through.
That is a lot of healing.
Yeah.
Although,
that's
wait a minute. Wait. If the client bountied that, no glory only results heals Ethan's base, because Kyle takes control of the unit and then defeats it. So the bounty is actually resolved by the opponent in that scenario.
a rut-row. Do we need
That
to
should be that should
do
be
we need
pointed
it?
out.
I think we
Yeah,
need
that
to
should be pointed out. That's
Claire.
like an extremely major mistake.
Yeah, so the 5 damage should be put back on Kyle's base, and Ethan's base should be back at 30.
Yeah, pretty crazy scenario.
The
But
bounty is not an upgrade, so it's given to the unit. So it's different than it would if it was given as an upgrade, I believe. So I think Tower is correct.
yeah, my understanding of this interaction is that if you use no glory only results on a unit that has a bounty, your opponent is the one resolving the bounty because it's a unit that you control at the time that it's defeated.
Yep. It would be different if it was a bounty upgrade played because you always
No,
control.
I think it works on bounty upgrades too, though. I could
Does
be
it?
wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there's a weird thing about who owns and controls the upgrade, but at least with bounties printed on the
So
card, yeah.
the ownership of upgrades is the same. So if you use no glory only results on a unit that has Pilot Luke green on it, your opponent still gets it because they're the one who owns the upgrade.
Right.
But in this situation, I believe Ethan's base should actually be healed by that. And I learned this by making this mistake myself.
Yep, and that is exactly what's happening.
Yeah, very odd scenario.
Yeah, kind of a costly play here. A swing of 7 by healing Ethan for 2 and putting the 5 back on Kyle's base. Ethan could have caught a big break here because they've honestly missed 2 huge turns. Had to claim on 7 open resources and 9 open resources. So that might buy them the time they need to keep putting out these huge units.
Could be very interesting.
Yeah, you could. I think I could tell by Kyle's hand gestures. He's quite upset that he was unaware about how that was interacting there.
No, I mean it's especially rough in this exact scenario because he could have avoided this by just not using the client. He essentially gave his
100%.
opponent that bonus.
Yep.
And doesn't feel great. But like I said, I've made that mistake before myself. That's just it is unfortunately the way it goes sometimes.
Yep. There was a lot of pointing at the client by Kyle, so he's clearly annoyed with the unit that he did that. So Unfortunate. But back into the game here with what was that 11 resources for Piet? Sheesh. All right, Droid Commando dry, so no ambush because he does not control a Separatist unit. Snoke hits the board.
Supreme Leader Snoke.
I think there was an overwhelming barrage in the future for Piet, but unfortunate that it's no longer going to do much. Thanks to the -2/-2 that Snoke gives all units on the opponent's side, non-leader units.
Yeah, Snoke is a powerful card, although a little he's better against some things than others. Let's say that.
Yeah. Yeah, but that is a mighty nice Judge promo version of that card for sure. Really like that border a lot. And we're seeing the client trade into Droid Commando, potentially setting up some sort of removal merciless contest for Power of the
Kira's
Dark Side.
ability used here to damage Snoke, but also give him a shield.
Yep, and that's going to protect it from the overwhelming barrage that could have killed it, boosting the assault ship up to back up to the 7 attack it has. But no longer the case. Both units are shielded, so they are safe from overwhelming barrage. Even if
Yeah,
that,
not optimal here for
Nope.
Ethan. These Piet decks. And Snoke is frozen in Carbonite too. Now his debuff still applies, but he's stuck there. What I was saying though is that these Piet decks do have removal, but it's damage-based removal. So they have typically you'll see Overwhelming Barrage and then perhaps also Turbo Laser Salvo, but both of those work based on doing direct damage, which means that shields are actually very effective against them.
yep.
Now, the Piet blue decks do often incorporate, they might themselves play No Glory only results, Power of the Dark Side, things like that, which shields aren't very effective against. But without that blue aspect, Ethan's options for removal aren't necessarily as useful against shields.
Yep, and we're seeing a prestige version of what is that? Do you know?
Uh,
Is that
the
Corvus?
one that's
No, it
in
couldn't be.
play.
Yeah, I don't know what that is because of the
Yeah, I
art on it.
don't.
Is that
Yeah, what is
Invincible?
that?
No. What the
I
heck?
think Claire might have to fill us in on that one. I
Chimera?
am yeah, there's someone says Chimera, someone says Invincible. I am not up on what the
I think that's. I don't know because Chimera's blue, so Piet wouldn't be playing that in these colors.
yeah, it wouldn't be Chimera. Someone says Invincible 100%.
Isn't Invincible like red? Am I crazy? What? I'm thinking of Shadowcaster.
Claire
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
confirms it
that's
is
Invincible.
Invincible. It is
Yeah, that's
Invincible.
okay. Yeah, I'm thinking of Shadowcaster. Yeah, that's Invincible. Okay.
Okay, so then Admiral Piet, the unit was deployed by Ethan only to be ambushed by Vader, I believe.
Yeah, a fitting end for Piet here.
Yeah.
Taken out by Darth Vader. All right.
And then Vader also finds an Inferno 4 when played, and Kyle is filtering the deck. Now, with Snoke, I think Snoke is still on the field. So Ethan's units do have -2/-2. And that
Yeah,
means this
he's
Invincible is not quite as powerful as it would be otherwise. Only a 4/4 instead of a 6/6, I believe.
Yep, and Vader took no damage in return because of that. Snoke and Iden are kind of on top of each other because Kyle seemingly doesn't have an answer to either of these frozen carbonates, so they're just kind of sitting there. But yeah, the Piet was a 0-2, so
Right. Yeah.
unfortunate
No
here.
damage inflicted. No damage inflicted by Piet there. Thanks for watching out. But yeah.
Yep, he needs to. There's got like you were mentioning, it's really hard for this deck to actually answer Snoke, especially with a shield. I'm not sure if he's playing anything to actually get rid of him so easily. Would be a waylay or something just to get him off the board, but then he could be replayed with the ability to attack.
Weird situation.
Yeah, he's really slowed down here by this -2/-2. Can hit for 4, but bring him up to 16. It's not, especially with the Onyx Brood on the field. It feels like inevitable that Invincible is going to get traded by the 2 weenie space units, but we'll see what surprises this Piet has. Maybe he's got something.
Yeah, and
Into
now his base is still untouched, but Kyle is building up a powerful board here.
Yeah, looking at the resource row makes me think he's got Bazines, so maybe he's debating on checking out Kyle's hand for a second. We know he's got those overwhelming barrages in his hand, but again, 6 isn't enough to even kill Vader. Can ping the shields off of things, but we're at this point he's got to at least get the shields off. So maybe you just overwhelming barrage eventually. All right, resupply carrier played with Piet's ability. And the Brute got shielded by Cure for 2 damage and then puts 2 damage into Invincible, leaving it with 2 HP because of Snoke. So, yeah, Highlighter Slice maybe saying just play double OB on your Invincible. And honestly, that might be the best play here.
Double OB, yeah, it could work.
Yeah, next turn. Yeah, exactly. He's putting it here just to kind of get some shields and do
Like it
some
sounds
stuff.
goofy, but that could be a strong play.
Yeah. If he isn't thinking about, I have no way to get through these shields, he's kind of got to do it. Bring the shield off, Snoke. Okay.
What is the this
He's
is like
yeah,
his
assigning
damage
damage.
pattern?
Yeah.
Okay, so he doesn't care about removing Iden's shield, but he knocks off Snoke's shield because he probably does want to clear Snoke in order to hopefully remove the debuff that is currently highly constraining his side of the board.
Yeah, and if he OBs off the rip and there's no answer, that the Invincible now can kill Snoke and then get kind of a buff before it attacks potentially. So that could be a huge play here.
Yeah, I mean it would be a big buff because not only would you clear Snoke, so you would get the +2/+2 from the barrage, and you would no longer have the -2/-2 from Snoke. So it would be like getting +4/+4. Plus you'd have some damage left over to throw on Vader, I guess.
Yep, and hitting the base will be for 8 at that point, and then you have a couple more coming from resupply carrier. It could be a huge turn if there's no answer to this. Oh, never mind.
Well,
Kyle's first OB of the game comes
there
at
was an answer.
crucial.
OB on Kyle's side this time.
Yep. Yeah, huge play here for Ethan. Piet. Looks like a Devastator is about to hit the board, killing Vader. Or he's killing Snoke. Okay, he said, I'll take 7 to the base. I haven't taken anything yet. I'd rather deal with Snoke.
Okay.
I respect it. But considering he has that no good to be dead, he could have sequenced that. I guess he was afraid of Kira actually giving Snoke another shield for 2 damage. Said, I can't let that happen. And another. I think that's the third no glory only results for Kira.
Yeah.
Now shielding Darth Vader for 2
one of those
damage.
backfire a little, but still a very powerful removal card.
Yeah, we need where's the Men in Black pen, right? We need to wipe that from everyone's minds now.
Neuralizer.
That's right. We don't need to talk about that. Just like Bruno, it never happened. But anyway, here we are in each player with tons of resources. There's the no good to me dead on Vader. I think we're at the point where this is kind of heavily favoring Kira because of all of the removal. But it's going to be a slow burn to get to the end here.
Yeah, and yet being able to throw down just repeat capital ships can be a pretty powerful end game.
Yeah, and now the Avenger finally comes out and it's going to get a shield. Um, that's pretty brutal, especially when we haven't seen any waylays or anything. So I'm not sure if Ethan's even playing any bounce removal. It seems to be just the damage-based stuff. Yeah, the base he is counting down, which is technically against the rules. A lot of players do it. It is somewhat confusing when one person's counting up, one person's counting down. Hopefully for next game they are on the same page. But as long as it's clear to both players, it's at the end of the day okay. But it definitely needs to be made apparent to both players.
Player said he has a letter from FFG apparently, and both
Yeah,
players agreed to it.
I would assume he just has to get the opponent's approval, and as long as they're both on the same page as to what his base is doing, it's technically within the rules.
Yeah, I'm interested what a letter from FFG would be in this case.
I want to see the stamp, like the presidential shield. So show me the official letterhead from Tyler himself. I want to see it. Iden
Okay.
deployed as a pilot on the Onyx Squadron Brute now. So
Yeah, removed the Iden that was frozen carbonite, new Iden on the board, buffing up that Onyx Squadron Brute and giving it a shield. Miles Rod asks, you're normally counting up damage, right? Yes, that is correct. By default, you count up damage in this game, and then if you have restore or healing effects, damage tokens are removed from the base.
Yep.
And that's also why in this game you cannot overheal.
So sneak attack Artican's assault cruiser and meets a perilous position. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like he sneak attacked it, didn't resolve ambush. Goal there was probably to get more damage onto the base. Perilous position counters that.
Yeah, he couldn't have done anything anyway. They're both shielded, so was
Now, I am
hoping
seeing a
for
big
base.
problem potentially for these players, and that is that this has been an extremely long game.
Yeah,
We have used more than half the time in the round, and they haven't finished game one. So if I were Ethan, I would be strongly considering scooping for time.
Yep. Yeah. This only favors Kyle at this point because it looks like he's inevitably going to win this game and then just has to not lose the next game and can win 1-0.
Yeah, I don't know that there's much merit to this. Like, oh, I'm going to bring out small units, and I don't know. I mean, there could be an awesome comeback or something, but at this point, I think Ethan's odds are very low. And if he wants to win this match, he's going to need to win 2 more games, which seems extremely dubious at this phase.
Yeah. And with everything being shielded, I mean, you have to understand what your deck's trying to do, right? And it's pretty clear he's only playing damage base removal and not a lot of bounce. So he's got no chance at removing all of these things in one go, not being in vigilance. So no access to super laser blast or nebula ignition if you even wanted to attempt that. Doesn't really work on the shields anyway, but there's nothing here that can help him. And now with
Kyle
Dooku,
easily counters Ethan's plays here with first the super laser tech defeated by a devastating gunship, and then he plays Lux Bonteri, and the Count Dooku comes out and counters that. Hyfunko says to that point he has so much time invested now he has to stay in and try and turn this. No, I think that
no.
is what they call the sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah, yeah,
I
exactly.
think there's a point now. To be fair, he died pretty fast, so, but I think, like, when the writing's on the wall, it might have been better not to play that last turn, and maybe the time that you gain from that gives you the crucial turn that you need to be able to finish game 2 or game 3. Now, I will say double losses have been removed, and that does mean that Ethan could potentially get the win in game 2. And even if they can't finish game 3, a draw is better than a loss. So we'll see where things go there.
Yeah, for sure. I'm someone who maybe scoops too soon, but I still think I'd rather save the time if I feel like it's going to drag out. If I was him, I would have scooped when the Avenger got the shield, to be honest with you. So that would have been a couple turns ago. That's just how I function, especially against a deck like Kira, knowing it's going to be a little slower anyway. But we'll see what's in the side deck. I'm seeing some Outlaw Coronas, Commandeers. Interesting choices. I think there's what is that other? This is a Relentless. The green one's also good. I think he's playing Salvage, really strong against Kira. So there's definitely some answers. And knowing what was in my side deck, if I knew I was playing a bunch of Salvages and Relentless, I would have definitely scooped way sooner to get into a game where I can bring back all of my units that are kind of taken out by Power of the Dark Side and things like that.
Yeah, let's see how we go here.
Yeah, Salvage is a card I'm really high on in these types of grindy control decks. Interested to see if Kira has chosen to side deck any of those. That's a zero cost event if from Jump to Lightspeed that you get to play a vehicle from your discard pile and do 1 damage to it. So it's a really nice
I was
way.
using that in a pre-release earlier. And it can be quite effective. Now, I think there is a question about playing that versus Palpatine's Return, and it does look like Kyle is playing Palpatine's Return.
Yeah, I would assume he has that as well. But sometimes the being able to just kind of play it for 0 is nice in the early game. The 1 damage is irrelevant, especially with things like Devastating Gunship that has grit. It can feed into that a little bit.
Yeah,
so
whereas
interested to see if
Palpatine's
he's got
Return is a
both.
bit specialized for the bigger units.
Yeah, so interested to see if maybe he's playing both in Kira. It definitely works a little bit better in Kira with all the extra force units as well. Yeah, can confirm. It doesn't look like Kira is playing Salvage, but is playing Palpatine's Return, so opted for that instead. So we'll see if that comes into effect into this next game here.
Let's see here.
20 minutes, though. Ethan's got to be thinking about the clock. Something somewhat exciting. I just heard that on stream at Milan in round 9, meaning ideally they're doing pretty well, is a Luke Echo Base. Chasing that showcase, Luke Echo Base on stream. That's exciting.
To me sounds like somebody's going to get that showcase because if you're on stream in round 9, I'm pretty sure you made the top 64.
Yep, good for them. Congrats. Hopefully they go and actually can crack and don't bubble out at 65th or something silly. But that's exciting over there. Yeah, I've been there. I finished 17th at a couple PQs. No promo. Feels bad. All right. Players have drawn in here. Kira Echo Base against Piet. I think that's Chopper Base. Ethan seems content. And Kyle is taking a mulligan. Looks like a resource of OB and Invincible for Ethan. Holding on to Double Devastator. Maybe not. Okay, keeping the Invincible, resourcing Bazine instead. But holding on to Double Devastator on turn 1 seems like a choice.
He's going for that end game, I guess.
He said, we're going all the way in these 20 minutes. I'm going to be able to get to 8 and flip my Piet and play it cheaper. This is it's only round 2, so it's early on. They're both 1-0. So yeah, technically both can make day 2. They just have to keep winning, but it's still early days for pool 2. Chat was asking what's going on with the tables.
Yeah, is the format that each pool will advance 8 players and then there's a cut to top 16 essentially?
Yes, there is a top 16 tomorrow, and I believe it's the top 8, which you had read off earlier from Pool 1, and Pool 2 gets its own separate top 8, and then a bracket will be formed that way.
Cool.
Or maybe not even a bracket, maybe just, I would assume a bracket, single elimination bracket tomorrow. But yeah, okay, so we have Super Laser Tech with a perishing on turn 1 means Kira gets to draw and ramp while this super laser attack on Piet's side just has to sit there for a minute and can't even crash into the perishing for a ramp. So see if Piet has a way to deal with that super laser attack to get its own ramp off here.
Super laser tech going for the base. Glory
Oh
only result
man!
stealing the super laser tech. Brutal.
Wow.
Extremely undesirable situation there for Ethan. It's like the old traitorous on super laser tech, but it doesn't need as many steps.
Yep, that's a nasty response there. Kira's now able to come out.
Flipping.
Yep, and what was that? The
I believe it
assault
was the
frigate?
assault frigate.
Yeah, assault frigate in space, which is raid 1. So
MC-30 assault frigate is a 5-cost 5/5. It has overwhelm and raid 1, but it is going to take some damage there from Kira. Why does Kira have 5 damage on her? Pasquale, what? Oh, Dr. Pershing was used on
Yep.
on Kira there. That makes sense because that's going to empower the grit and make a potential barrage in the future even stronger.
Yeah,
Okay.
super powerful to deal that. There was no way to get around the SLT dying with that no glory, but I would have personally put the 2 damage into perishing. It is something that must be damaged in some way.
If you're
So,
heading
yeah.
for a long game, letting Pershing stay up is going to give your opponent a lot of card advantage.
Yep, exactly. And knowing that Ethan kept double Devastator, he was really hoping to go long, but this Kira is going to put out a lot of damage.
Yeah, he was hoping to go long. I'm not sure if he'll be able to get there. I think that's an invincible again.
Yep, Invincible played for 5 with Piet's ability, but still not contesting the ground arena with a big Kira, 6 attack Kira on the board, and 7 resources open for Kyle. That no glory was Kira's way of saying, I've got DJ at home. Pretty crazy, honestly.
Barrage, ouch. And
Barrage
with that
for
damage on
8.
Kira empowering grit, that's going to be a barrage for 8.
Yep. Can wipe Invincible, but cannot finish off. Is it both?
That doesn't isn't Invincible 6/6? Did I miss something?
Yeah. No, that one of them should be alive. Right. Frigate's a 5. 5 had 2 damage on it. Am I
Yeah.
crazy?
I thought he was off by 1 there because I thought there were 9
Yeah.
HP and 8 damage. Maybe I
Yeah.
missed something.
No, there was only 2 damage on Assault Frigate, and Invincible's a 6/6, and Kira only did 8. So for some reason, Ethan decided he didn't need the Assault Frigate anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Was there another Pershing trigger to put Kira up to
No,
9?
because it flipped into a 4/4 perishing, made it a 5/4, and then did a 6/4. So there's no time for that either. It was definitely a
Yeah.
a
Okay,
mistake
so
from Ethan.
that's a substantial that is a substantial error. Not sure what led to it, but we'll see how things develop. I do think Ethan's in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, Miles mentioning Ethan emotionally conceded, and honestly, that's probably what happened. Just a bit of frustration, assuming the worst, but
Arguably a large number of games, like arguably even a majority of games are emotional concessions one way or another. That's
yeah,
true
pretty
also in
bad.
lots of sports and stuff as well. But
Yeah, and there's really nothing great to discard because of the Palpatine's return. So you take any big unit, it just comes back. He's got all this removal. This looks really bad for Ethan right now. Like, I guess
looks
you
like
could take
Ethan's
the
in
no
trouble.
glory, but yeah, Ethan is definitely in trouble, to say the
And then to make
least.
matters even worse for Ethan, the clock is not doing him any favors. I see him kind of shaking his head there.
Yep. Yeah, he realizes with Palpatine's return, there's almost nothing good to take. It's either you take the no glory or that's really it. Everything else just comes back one way or another. It gets played from hand or played from the discard pile. All right, he chooses the Palp's return. That's fine.
Okay.
But now, yeah, all that stuff just gets played from hand. So
Looking very bad for Ethan here.
yeah, especially because he had to pay 4 to do that. That was a smuggled Bazine, not even 2. So really, really rough.
The thing about Piet also is Piet has a strong endgame, but this Kira's endgame is actually stronger than Ethan's is. Because like the Kira deck is an actual control deck. The Piet deck is like some crazy super ramp deck. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. And you can even see here, right? Kyle's been in control basically since turn 3 and has only put 7 damage. He's just making sure Piet keeps nothing on the board. He's not even trying to end this quickly because he knows what position he's in.
That
Feels
no
a little
glory
bad as
only
Ethan,
result
but
on the
yeah.
super laser technician was just brutal.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see Ethan Kyle's is in no rush. He won game 1, is in command here, and just needs to kind of hang out until this ends because I don't really see a way for Ethan to win this, given what we just saw from that Bazine in Kyle's hand, Devastator, and
Yeah.
everything. Pick a card. Ethan knows that it's coming. And he just keeps drawing. That Pershing's been around since turn 1. Attacks for 1. the slowest attack for 1 I've ever seen in my life. Knowing it was silly. Knowing it was a silly move.
A symbolic point of damage on the base.
Yeah, I could almost hear Ethan laughing through the stream that he knows like we're just messing around here. This game's over.
No glory only results. Clears the Aquaten's assault cruiser.
Yeah, for
Or
what it's
assault
worth,
frigate or whatever.
I think Kyle missed the heal again on the brute that got resource, but it doesn't really
I don't think it's probably worth interrupting him here. I mean, this game is extremely over in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, not literally over, but I don't know what Ethan's comeback plan is here.
Yeah, Kyle's got a fistful of cards and all the resources he could need to end this. So we'll see. But Devastator, what is he playing? Devastator for 9? Okay. He's going to get Devastated right back, or Power the Dark Side, I think, is still in Kyle's hand, so he could just kill this Bazine and Power the Dark Side and save some resources and swarm the board. And I think that's what's going to happen.
Then Mom Pike taking out the Bazine Natal there.
Yep, and I think now we're going to see a Power the Dark Side.
Yeah, Devastator got the Reinforcement Walker off the board, gets cleared easily with Power of the Dark Side.
But Kyle still needs units. Like the Pershing's been around, but it's not attacking, so he still needs to put some form of damage on the board. At this point, it's like playing with your food a little bit. Puts the shield on Lom Pike. And we have an Iden. Okay. Yeah. So a little bit of damage. 17 left on Ethan's base because he is counting down, not up. So 8 represented on board can bring him to 9. But again, Kyle just playing this one step at a time.
Slow and steady.
Yeah, exactly. Making no mistakes here, except for after that blunder with the client. He said, you know what? We're not doing that again. Fool me once, Kyle. I see a turbo laser salvo. Again, damage base removal against Kira shields. Just not going to cut it.
Okay. Hey, there's that salvage you were talking about, bringing out a Devastator.
Yep.
The only problem is the units he most wants to kill are shielded here.
So he's got to kill the Pershing. Overkill. That's so funny.
10 damage to the 1 HP Pershing. Yep. Kyle counters Devastator with a Devastator of his own.
Okay, finally, Kyle has put a big boy on the field, and it's getting a shield. So I think next turn we're swinging for game here. But that perishing did work. I think that's the most cards I've ever seen drawn from a Dr. Pershing.
Yeah, it was quite a lot. Kyle still has a lot of cards in hand, and he is extremely far ahead on board. Ethan is not playing blue, so doesn't have super laser blast unless it's out of aspect. I think this one's pretty over.
Yeah, yep. There's nothing in the side. He's not playing evacuate. There's nothing he can do here to get out of this one. So for a double Avenger just for kicks, flashed. Yeah, I think Kyle's like, what are we doing here? Ethan staring at his hand. He's got the frozen carbonite, so technically he's actually not dead to the 8 damage in the ground arena. Salvage again for just because.
He brings out his Devastator, but it is all these units are shielded. It doesn't even really do anything. I mean, I guess it puts up a Sentinel.
Yeah, but it does 1 damage to it technically, so the overwhelm from the Devastator does 1 damage.
Yeah, I
so
guess
it's actually game either way. Yeah,
But
it's game either way.
He has a power of the dark side. Okay, there's the handshake.
Yeah,
Very
whatever.
Very tough situation for Ethan.
Yeah, he was struggling and playing it out, just no concessions. I respect not conceding either game, playing it out to the end, but at some point better
I
to
think
kind of get a lap and have a drink of water or something, I think.
I definitely respect that for the last round. I do think there's some strategy, and maybe you want to scoop for time early. But it looks like it was a tough matchup for Piet against that Kira build.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the damage-based removal, as we were mentioning, once Kira is able to kind of play a little below curve and start shielding their units, there's really nothing that Piet build could have done with the lack of evacuates and waylays and things like that. So really interesting deck, but unfortunately ran into maybe something he was hoping not to play against. Maybe he's built that deck to combat Django specifically, and Kira ate it for lunch, really.
Yeah. Well, interesting situation. Kira still a threat with a very strong victory against the Piet Yellow there. Very powerful endgame.
Yep. Yeah, super. We saw multiple Devastators and Avenger, and some new cards like Salvage come out, but just wasn't enough for the Piet Yellow in the end. Looked pretty good early in the first game, and then a corner was turned, shields were given out, and that's kind of all she wrote. Just was almost a formality to get the 2-0. But
yeah, interesting situation.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see what happens the next round. I know we have some spicy decks that are 2-0. So hopefully we get another interesting matchup for the next round.
All right. Well, we have that was a longer round. We have a bit less than 5 minutes before round 2 is going to end here.
Yep, and
should be some time for pairings and any overtime matches to finish up, but shouldn't be too long before we're bringing you guys round 3.
Yeah, I believe we're waiting on 2 matches to finish up here. So the round is winding down for sure. Yep. I will say one of them is a Lando deck that is still playing. So if you're familiar with the new Lando Calrissian buying time leader, that deck plays a lot of shielded sentinels. So no surprise there. It's taking a little longer
Yeah, the
to
name buying time might be quite apt in terms of the long time that can take to resolve the game.
Yeah. The coolest play that can do, in my opinion, is when you play Redemption on 9 with a ground unit. Lando can shield the Redemption and then deal 8 damage to it to heal 8 from the base and take nothing and just destroy the shield. So really powerful interaction that basically for 9 leaves you with a 6/9 Sentinel in space and heals your base for 8. So super cool. But definitely buys a lot of time.
Very interesting. Yeah, what do you think about yeah, what do you think about the new Lando leader?
I think similar to like Fennec in Shadows of the Galaxy, people really wrote her off pretty quickly because of the weak stats, and Lando got written off because of the late deploy. But action cheating abilities in this game are quite powerful, even on a 7 deploy leader. So the fact that Lando can give you these shields on your Sentinels, but also on 7, unlike Obi-Wan, has actually the ability to shield, provide a Sentinel in space or in ground, give you some really cool flexibility in where you need that kind of extra defense if you have a space unit out for the piloting. So I think it's quite strong. My issue with it is it just plays very slow. So I did test versions of it out. It's just not my style of deck, even though I do think it's very viable currently because of all of the triple dark raid decks.
Yeah, I think there's an interesting
Yeah.
comparison there with I think there's an interesting comparison there with the classic Spark of Rebellion Luke Skywalker as well.
Yeah. Luke just having to take 2 actions to do the shield is actually just a lot worse of an ability. Also restricting to heroism units creates some interesting lines that Lando can get around being able to shield anything as long as you have a unit in either arena, including the one that's being played. So it's actually really flexible. More than meets the eye because you think, oh, I need to have one in each space, but we got a lot of cheap stuff in light jump to lightspeed, be it the bunker defender that's a 2/1 1 cost sentinel on the ground that's conditional if you control a vehicle, so you can play that for 2 and then shield a big unit. It's
Yeah.
really kind of interesting the way that it uses things like Mon Mothma and these really inexpensive ground units to shield your big space units. So I think it plays
Yeah,
really well, just slow.
I think in some ways it's more flexible and effective or whatever compared to the Luke Skywalker version of the ability where it's constrained to only shielding units that just came into play.
Yep, and round 3 has been paired up. The great shuffle has begun, and it looks like the Cure deck is sticking around here. Um, so that's yeah, we'll get Kyle back on stream here playing against Cad Bane, I believe. I think a Cad Green is his opponent in this round, with all of the chargers on the table. I don't know. That's a lot of electronics for a Star Wars event. McClunky Gaming. Zach, yes. The Zach Lunky special has arrived on stream. CAD Command, what does he play? Navarro City, I believe, has made it. There it is. Zach Lunky has arrived. Zach won a planetary qualifier with CAD Green and has chosen to take it to the 6K. Had a really impressive run in the 3v3. I don't know. Do we know how that finished up? Which it was a KTOD
I don't know if
McClunky
I don't
finals.
actually even know if that finals has been played. So
Is
there
it?
was they played the first final. So the problem was it's double limbs.
Right.
So the McClunky team was undefeated. They played against KTOD, and I think it ended up like it was 1-1, and then the third match went to time. The KTOD player won on time, but that means they have to play another one. And I think they moved that one to today, but I don't actually know if it's been played yet or if it's going to be played in the evening or what.
Yeah, Claire just confirmed in chat they're going to do it after Swiss for Pool 2. So 7 tonight will be the conclusion of the epic 3v3, which saw K2D get knocked to the lower bracket, but then make a run all the way to the finals, where they were able to beat McClunky and then force a deciding final,
Yeah, so
epic
there's
grand
the
final. Yeah.
double finals or whatever.
Yeah. They run it back. So super cool stuff. So Zach, I think, is part of that 3v3 team, so he will be he has a long day ahead of him, no matter how well he does in Swiss today. The camera has been knocked a little bit, so we're a little off center here.
Camera's skewed to the side a bit here. Hopefully that'll get fixed.
There we go.
We are looking at Kyle Kraft, as you mentioned, Pasquale, Kira 30 HP versus Cad Bane 30 HP. The McClunky Gaming Cad Green, and I believe Zach is the originator of that build. So let's see if he can pilot his build to success here.
Yep. We'll have to see. I do think Kira's again, this is, the classic vigilance against cunning, and I do think that the vigilance removal is a bit better despite all the pinging that Cad can do. So I would favor Kira slightly into this. We'll have to see. Maybe Zach is playing a bit more of the bounce removal, which would give, obviously we saw Piet didn't have. So that's going to be interesting to see if the same color combination maybe is making a couple different choices to have a better game here. And we do see, and now there are 2 of them in Zach's hand. So can be extremely powerful, but opting to mulligan didn't like the rest of the combo pieces. Something interesting that a lot of Cad Bane players were playing last set but might be too slow now is a lot of them have moved away from playing Jabba the Hutt, despite getting a new trick in Commandeer that they're all playing to search out. A lot of players have moved away from that 4-cost Spark of Rebellion unit. And I do not believe Zach is running it, but interesting that a lot of them have chosen to move away despite playing some more tricks that Jabba can find, play them for 1 cheaper. Really good synergy there, but the meta might be too fast for the turn 4 kind of quote-unquote do nothing, but get a big guy out.
Let's see how this goes.
Yeah. So we're seeing McClunky, Reinforcement Walker, Mercenary Gunship, and some other, it looks like maybe a 4-LOM I'm spying. And I cannot make out that last card, but there's a Zuckuss that was potentially a resource. I think he's got the 4-LOM Zuckuss in hand. Pretty powerful interaction if it can go off. And a Crafty Smuggler. Pinging the Pershing. I do not think Kyle's going to get off as many draws against Cad Bane as he did against Biet, that's for sure.
Doesn't seem too likely, but it's not Tarkentown. Tarkentown could clear him out very fast.
Yeah, for sure.
I suspect Zach recognizes this threat though, and the other thing is Zach's deck has a large number of ambush options, and ambush is really effective against 0 power units like Dr. Pershing.
Yep. And that's a Power of the Dark Side clearing that Crafty, but leaving the Pershing open to, like you mentioned, potentially a Cloud Rider or something.
Merc Gunship on the field. That is an Underworld unit, so it is going to fire off Cad Bane's ability. Dr. Pershing does get a draw there. Now, this Merc Gunship is a little risky in that, if I think we saw a 4-LOM in Zach's hand, but if he plays it, it's going to open him to having that Merc Gunship stolen.
Yep. Yeah, I've definitely made that call before, and sometimes it can kind of just blank around a little bit. You steal it, they steal it back, and you take 3 damage. But I'd rather that than them play a 4-LOM. So, but we are seeing the 4-LOM being played, and now it's a question of how much does Kyle want to buy a ship?
He does not want it.
He said, "I'm good."
Now, what is that?
That's an Iden, Hyperspace Foil Iden. Yep, 4/3 shielded.
This could prove very unfortunate for Kyle because I believe I'm not 100%, but I believe there's a Zuckuss in hand.
Yep, that
So
Zuckuss gonna get
with
ambush.
yeah, and and the Zuckuss also has Saboteur, so Zuckuss can be played and just straight kill Iden. Um, yeah, and there we go.
Yep,
Iden wiped
saving the
out.
ping.
Now the shield would be easily dealt with even without Saboteur by Cad's ping. So not necessarily that important that this has Saboteur. It would have to be either an ambush unit with Underworld or an ambush unit with Saboteur. Zuckuss is both in this case, so a little redundancy there.
Yep.
Now Zuckuss also buffs Forlom, so that Forlom might do some more damage. We could still see that Merc gunship get stolen though.
Yeah, what's really fascinating here is if Kira deploys, it actually heals the Zuckuss by 1. Um,
What
a little
card?
irrelevant now
Oh,
because Forlom can't trade into the Kira, but that would have been really interesting if Kira deployed, got killed by Forlom, but actually healed Zuckuss by 1.
there's an ironic scenario. The buff from Zuckuss took Forlom into range of that Fell the Dragon.
True, yeah.
So then Fell the Dragon took out Forlom, but that left the mercenary gunship under Zach's control, and Zach swings on in for 3 damage to base. First base damage we've seen this game.
Yep.
I'm not sure. Well, I don't know. Forlom is a more valuable unit than the gunship. But
Yeah, and it
stealing the
hits for
Merc gunship
5.
doesn't cost a card. Yeah, I don't know. It's
I
interesting.
think, like I said, healing the Zuckuss and then losing your leader anyway by flipping Kira or something is it's kind of holding your Kira hostage, so you kind of have to just kill it. Um, but it's also interesting. There are people who just don't read cards, and maybe he's just unaware because nobody really plays it that he can actually buy the Merc gunship. If he's depends on
He
how
could.
versed he is. If he plays limited or whatever, if he doesn't, maybe he doesn't. He's unaware of of what the card even does. He just sees a 3/2 in space.
No glory, only results. Zuckuss off the board.
Yep, but
Once again, the
Kira
Merc
tapped
gunship
out.
not stolen, swinging away.
Yep, Kira's basically tapped out here though. So, but again, Cad flipping just kind of dies to Kira, so they're kind
Cad flips, Kira flips. Looks like there's a Zach has an answer ready to go though. It's an
of
overwhelming
ooh,
barrage from Cad, taking out Kira, and
very
also going to
nice.
give some bonus stats here to Cad. So that's going to be 6 total damage from this swing. Zach in a pretty favorable position at this phase in the game.
Yep.
He's
Yeah,
the
he's
only one with
moving.
units on the board, and he's done 12 damage to his opponent. Kira's been
Yep.
defeated.
We are moving into a really big Darth Vader turn though that can easily swing the tide.
Yeah,
So
Vader
we'll
could
see.
easily kill Cad here, bring out other units in support, not even take that much damage in return. I think that's what we're gonna see here. Yeah, there's Vader, and that's the Judge promo Vader, I believe. Or is that the it's
Convention
not Judge
pack.
promo, it's the convention pack. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful card, honestly. If you were able to get a hold of one, really nice. And we'll see what he's able to pull out. Okay, super laser tech. You are more than happy to have that on the field against Cad Bane, honestly.
Yeah. Can it easily absorb Cad's ping? But I think
Yikes.
Vader, as well as that super laser tech, immediately get captured by
Yep.
Cad Bane the unit. And this is a rare situation where you might actually want to rescue your Vader when that Cad attacks, even though it gives the opponent some cards. I don't know. What do you think about that, Pasquale?
I think if I'm Kira, I have enough removal that I'm really hoping for a Perilous Vision to buy me time to find it, or having another Fell the Dragon, or No Glory. I don't want to give, considering I'm at 15 halfway dead, I don't really want to give them more cards.
Yeah, so you just go for whatever removal you
Yeah,
can get to rescue your guys on a more ordinary timeline.
yeah, Pike Sentinel to buy time, something along those lines. Then I take the draw, obviously, but I don't know if I want to give him more options considering the position I'm in.
Yeah.
But we know most of the damage has been done by the mercenary gunship we had mentioned could have just been bought many turns ago. But that should be dead. Okay, yeah, Merc gunship is finally dealt with. But overwhelming barrage gonna put in the work. Yikes! Now it's a 9 attack Cad Bane, and Kira is fully tapped out.
This is not not at all looking good for Kyle. The
Nope.
Zach has had strong answers to his plays. Kyle has not been able to even keep stuff on the board. And now one more swing from Bane could close this game. Kyle's got to hope that he's found some kind of removal option to clear this Cad Bane and get his units back. But I think I see another Cad Bane in Zach's hand.
Oof, that's rough if so. There's Avenger,
Avenger.
which
Okay,
can
that's pretty
also be
good.
captured, though. It's not
Yeah, it's true.
withstanding.
Let's see how Zach replies. Yep. Exactly like you said, Cad
Yeah.
Bane does it again, capturing that Avenger. I believe initiative was taken by Kyle.
Yep.
Does Zach have another play? No. So the question is, does Kyle have another piece of removal?
I see an overwhelming barrage, which is enough.
Yeah, that's true. Overwhelming barrage on Vader would be enough damage. This could be the start of a comeback for Kyle. Let's see what he can do.
Yep, we're turning the corner. You'd love to be able to get that reinforcement marker out of your hand as well and heal 3, but you've got to play that OB if that's your only option first. Or Devastator, that works too. That is a
Oh
brick.
man,
Look at
now
the space arena.
yeah, Zach's board is now empty and Kyle's board is extremely strong. This is one of the downsides of wow, there is another Cad Bane.
Wow, and he's got a claim. He's got a claim here.
Initiative taken, but that overwhelming barrage can clear this Cad. We've seen all 3 Cad Banes, but this is the problem with capture. Your opponent gets the card back. So it creates this unfortunate scenario where as long as Kyle can keep finding something, anything to get rid of Cad, he gets whatever card back that Cad was capturing. And it means that Zach is not making permanent gains on this board right now.
Yeah, what's really interesting is I think he drew into a maul. So even though he gets this stuff back, he still can't push damage yet because this maul's gonna clear Vader and present lethal again. So he's gotta claim again. He can't hit for 12. He can't hit for 12 yet. Okay, he's gonna go for 4 Lom instead.
Oh, I see what he's doing. So he is putting a large amount of damage on Vader so that Maul will hit Vader much harder.
Yep.
So like right now, Maul can ambush and deal almost lethal via overwhelm, but it's not
Yep.
actually lethal. It's off by 1.
Yep. But still very smart play here to do that first. It's a shame he couldn't get it.
If Kyle had put that Cad Bane ping damage on Vader, this would be game over.
Yep.
As it
Yep.
stands, he's on 1 HP.
Yep, I'm sure Zach was hoping for a misplay, but Kyle recognized what was afoot here, and now has to claim. Or okay, vigilance works too. Okay, that's enough. Buy some time, and now it can swing for 12 with that Devastator.
I think Kyle may have done it. I think he's turned the corner here.
Yep, really impressive work, holding the line at 24 HP, staring down a bunch of Underworld units, and Cad Bane capturing Darth Vader and Super Laser Technician was able to turn this corner, and now is in a really favorable position with these 2 capital ships on the board. Fielding Avenger for good measure. Recognizing just how effective those shields were against the same color combination last game. I don't see a way out. He drew into another maul, but now there's nothing in the ground arena. And that Avenger just kills it for free. I believe he did pay 6 for Vigilance, Highlander Slay. He hadn't played any units, so...
Vigilance for 6 is...
I believe he has 3, 6, 9... 12. Now he has 13. So he played Overwhelming Barrage as for 5, and then Vigilance for 6. He had enough last
Vigilance
round.
is one of very few cards in this game that is good enough to be regularly played out of aspect.
Yeah, for sure. It's obviously crazy powerful for 4, but like Cunning, pretty good for 6 too.
Now, what's happening here? I think Kyle's looking through the discard pile there, maybe seeing what options Zach has already used and what might be remaining.
Yeah, I think you're only worried about like an evacuate or something strange, but he doesn't have it, so this probably is game over here, thanks to the Avenger being able to clear the CAD with by attacking the base. Presenting 18 damage, and Zach scoops it up.
Yeah. Nice comeback there from Kyle. Sad to see a McClunky Gaming teammate lose that round, but I think Kyle played it very well. It looked like he was in a very bad spot, but because that capture is only temporary removal, even though CAD hit all 3 CAD banes, Kyle was able to find the answers and push through.
Yep. Yeah, it looked like it was going to be enough, but Kyle had just enough answers before the late game really set in for the vigilance villainy units to come down, like Avenger and then the command Devastator as well. So
Yeah, very interesting. Let's see whether or not he'll be able to stop Zach again as we move into game 2, and there is going to be some sideboarding going on.
change of heart would be interesting here. I'm not sure Zach's running it because most people have kind of swapped over to Commandeer because it's a little bit cheaper, similar effect. But I expect some Palpatine's Return or Salvage. And he's staring at triple Devastator, double Relentless in the side deck, baiting on how much of those he wants. I think he might need all of them, honestly. Relentless from set 1, Spark of Rebellion, seems pretty strong against the amount of events that Kyle's running. I like the little use of the Gamegenic deck box as a shield while you're side decking. It always kind of cracks me up when players do that, but I've developed the habit now. It's a little have a little D&D master vibe going on here while you side deck. For those that weren't here earlier, I'd mentioned in round 9 in Milan, there's a Luke ECL or Luke Command on stream. They are 1-1. He's up against a Han Aggression, which we saw earlier as well in our round 1. So Han Aggression making a splash at sectors as well. And they are in their final game, the final round of Swiss at the first ever sector qualifier in Star Wars Unlimited over in Milan, Italy. Super exciting weekend for us here at Star Wars Unlimited. Are you someone who enjoys the showcases and the higher end hyperspace whale cards, Tower?
I think the hyperspace. I'm mixed. So I think some showcases look really good. I think a lot kind of depends on the specific art of the card in question.
Sure.
So like some cards, I think that the normal art is better. Some cards, I think the showcase art is better. I generally am not a huge fan of foil treatments, but I think the non-foil hyperspaces and the non-foil prestiges can look very good.
Yeah, I agree. I play with normal foils because nobody wants them, and I like to take in refugees like that. So give me all the normal foils because they are the black sheep of the game. But I do agree that the hyperspace non-foil versions look absolutely incredible on almost all of the cards. Excited to see if we continue. I assume we will because it seems really successful. Carbonite boosters for next set, Legend of the Force. I assume we'll get a lot of iconic Force prestige users, or maybe Siths, things like that. That's the the murmur around town, and I think those will look really great in.
Could be quite cool. Could be quite cool.
Yeah, excited for that. See what artwork FFG is cooking up, because I think they've really stepped it up with the promos unveiled for the Galactics and the prestige treatments. And I know that was a big point for a lot of players that they didn't love a lot of the artwork, but I think a lot of the new stuff looks really incredible. All right, I think we had 2 mulligans, so players are now stuck with these 6 cards. And I'm seeing a lot of turn 1 plays for Cad Green, so he's probably thrilled. A Bazine, we have resupplies, Sit on a Thano, looking like exactly what you want if you're Cad Green. Over on Kira, there's a Client and a Vigilance, an Inferno 4, I believe. Not sure if he's got that Perishing he seems to always draw for that turn 1. There it is, Inferno 4. Gonna scry 2 here. Look at the top card of his deck.
It's not Pershing, but it's still something decent. Now, Bazine Natal coming out for Zach. I don't know.
Yeah,
Do you even remove any of this stuff?
Client takedown and a no glory. I don't think so. I think he was hunting for a resupply, and I don't think you want to give them a chance to draw another card. Yeah,
Yeah, and
he
it looks
said
like
you
Zach
could
is
keep it.
gonna leave that there.
Yep, you're looking for
Now-
ramp if you're doing that on turn 1.
Oh yeah, and I was about to ask whether Zach forgot his Cad Bane trigger, but he did not. The damage just hadn't been added yet, and we're gonna move on to round 2 with Kyle having a damaged Inferno 4 and Zach just having Bazine. Neither player off to a really explosive start, but we'll see how things progress.
Yep, and Kyle did not get the ramp, and we are probably going to see a resupply fired off so that Zach can deploy earlier than normal for Cad. There's a Client.
Bazine swings on in to clear the Client's shield.
Yep.
And we did see I believe the resupply for Zach, but not for Kyle.
Yeah, he didn't get it. And I don't think it was in his next 2 cards either. So had Zach wanted to take one of those cards, he was safe to do so. But definitely made the right call by not doing it. Hindsight is 2020, as they say. And Forlom, classic 4 resource play, and such a menace for so many decks. Takedown immediately fired off by Kyle. 2 more damage into the base. And we're heading into the now deploy turns for both leaders thanks to that resupply.
Yeah.
And a dry
does-
Zuckuss
Okay.
wipes the Inferno 4 and lets Kyle craft his next 2 cards.
Yeah, a little filtering going on for Kyle. Let's see where he sends these. Looks like they're both. Oh no, he's just temporarily putting them on top of the deck while he consults his hand.
Yep.
Sees what options he may or may not already have and what he may want to add.
Oh, okay. While this decision's being made, in the next breath we do have a full leader account actually, which is really interesting. No glory fired off to kill this Zuckuss. Wow. So I think the field's pretty diverse. We have over 120 players today, I think, or close to, and only 30 Jengos in the event. So that's a little bit of a sigh of relief, I think. 25 of them playing Tarkentown. But for those wondering, in our event, about 25% of the field are Django, which might be less than what people assumed going into this.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here.
Yep,
Now-
and leaders are traded off here. Kira flips, and Cad says, we'll just handshake them both back to the leader zone.
I think Kyle's fine with this situation though. He has kind of a end game focused list.
Yeah, exactly. But, to Zach's credit, he recognized that and sided in 5 of his own capital ships. So bringing in 3 Devastators and 2 Relentless, and we are seeing the Devastator in his hand. So we'll see if that's enough to help out here, because he was definitely missing that space top end in game 1.
Yeah, so Django is the most represented leader at this event for Pool 2. We have 25 Djangos, and we do, or I'm sorry, we have 30 Djangos, but because they're split across different bases,
Yep.
followed by 18 Sabines, and then 12 Quinlans, and then many other leaders, smaller numbers of representatives.
Yep. And 14 of the 18 Sabines are ECL, so 4 of other flavors. I'm sure Rebel Resource repping Cunning if he's still playing. And honestly, convincing me that that's the version to play right now with his interview yesterday.
Yeah, he was a big fan of his build into Django, and that seems like a relevant matchup to be targeting at this time.
Yeah, and Chad has confirmed Luke beat the Han in round 9. I would almost guarantee that a top 64 now. Really exciting over there in Milan, the fact that we have a
Yeah,
Luke
dude, it
Skywalker
sounds like
from
we're gonna have a
set
Luke
1.
showcase winner.
Yeah, very exciting. Can't wait to see the eBay price of that.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling it could be quite high depending on how the prize wall works.
Yeah, these collectors are no joke, but we love to see the passion. The Power of the Dark Side fired off of the Bosk, so a little bit of a resource advantage for Kyle now. But can he capitalize with the 5 open? Because Zach is claiming initiative. Does he have a Lom Pike he's eyeing? And he does. All right, so a little bit of board presence now for Kira finally. Piotrello was asking any Django decks in day 2 for us. We did make that announcement. We are at 30 Djangos in our pool 2. It's technically not day 2. It's the second day of play here, but it's only 2 days total between the entire event, technically, just split between 2 pools of about 120 players. So there was 30 Django players today.
30 is a lot, but
Yep.
not.
I expected more, so I'm proud of everyone for thinking outside the box. I'm not gonna lie, I expected closer to 40. So
Yeah.
and Relentless fired off here. Now Kyle can no longer do these 1-for-1s that he's been doing the entire game. He's got to have a cheap removal or a cheap event followed by a Fell the Dragon or something. Otherwise, Zach is eating good. An event. I think he could also have an Avenger. He's at 9 resources, so he needs something big, but doesn't seem to have it. So he's just got to hit for 4. We'll see. Maybe he was waiting for the claim from Zach here.
That could be.
Seven. Nope. Vader. Okay, so he does not have the answer to Relentless in his hand. Now he's gonna fish for a unit. Could be that super laser tech. Might be the only hit he has. Or there's an Inferno 4, maybe. No, super laser tech looks to be what he's eyeing here. Onyx Brute, maybe. Yeah, we will have tomorrow. Will be the top 16 for us, which will be 8 players from Pool 2, which you're currently watching, and the top 8 players from Pool 1, which played over last night and this morning. And he chose the Super Laser Tech. Yeah, today we started early, chat, so I do not anticipate another 8 a.m. start for us. Probably 9 or 10.
Especially early for me.
yeah. Tower has been a trooper today, waking up at 5 a.m. on the West Coast for this. But I assume, we'll have a little bit later start. We'll confirm with that with you all later on what start time is. If Claire doesn't already know, they'll type it in chat. All right, next round's begun. Zach is resourced, and we know he has a Devastator, and we are on 10 resources, so we'll see if that gets fired off at all. And also, the times we were speaking of were in Eastern, so we started at 8 a.m. Eastern today.
Yeah,
so we'll
just I
see.
was in the Pacific time zone.
Yeah. But 8 a.m. on a Saturday is no fun for anyone. Let's be real here. Maul comes in, clears out the Darth Vader. Oh, goes for Lom Pike instead. Okay. And now pings the Vader.
Hmm.
3 open resources for Zach. Doesn't have anything, at least in hand, that he could play for 3.
Yeah. So what do you think the move is now?
I mean, you kind of have to claim unless you're smuggling in something, but there's typically, I mean, you hit for, Relentless goes to base, but,
Swing there, yeah.
and then you're not really doing much of anything because,
Both sides with some powerful units on the field.
yeah, the question now for Kyle is, does he trade into the Maul? And he will because he gets a shield, the pesky Kira ability coming in clutch. I think now Zach has to roll the dice on kind of tapping out into a Devastator because you can't let this Reinforcement Walker draw more cards because I doubt Kyle will heal, but he wants to find the answers for the Relentless. So I think you have to fire off a Devastator here, or the Overwhelming Barrage could work, but yep. All right. So he wipes out that Reinforcement Walker, puts another 2 damage on Vader, but now you're at risk of Avenger or Devastator clearing your board here.
Not looking amazing.
No, I would agree with you there. Zaka is in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't have the kind of small shielded units Cad likes to play to kind of insulate his board. And he burns Overwhelming Barrage on Darth Vader. Relentless blanks it. And now we'll see if he has another one or further removal to deal with that Relentless. But Zach has to take an action here. Mulling over the choices in the hand, we see a Zuckuss, another OB. I think that's another Relentless, a Palpatine's Return. Checking the discard pile for removal options. And he is unfortunately seeing that there is another Power of the Dark Side available for Kyle. I think he's hoping that's not what he has. So he's going to play the Zuckuss, I think, to insulate the Relentless from Power of the Dark Side.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't seem crazy though. Zuckuss isn't exactly the cheapest unit. I mean, ideally you'd be bringing out something like Bazine or Super Laser Technician or something for that role.
Yep, and instead it's no glory. So in essence, lost out on 8 damage there.
Ouch.
Yep, big ouch. Vader though can't clear the Zuckuss, so he's gonna have to go to base here, I would assume, since Zach has already claimed.
Okay,
With,
okay.
yeah, 2 resources open. I would assume not much to be done with those at this point. I assume a lot of the cheaper units have hit the resource row. But we do know that there's another Relentless in Zach's hand that can prevent more of these events from being played. But again, 1 Devastator, 1 Avenger, and that space unit could be handled pretty easily. It's the fascinating dance in this late game here with these colors. Kind of like in the Han Cunning Mirror, whoever plays Han first typically loses the Han unit because your Han dies to their Han and everything's just trading off.
Yeah, there are some funny relationships like that. I remember way back in the starter decks for Spark of Rebellion, there was a similar interaction between the Cunning Luke decks, Han, and the Emperor Palpatine in the Vader Red.
Sure, yeah, yep. Yeah, and Vader in that starter deck had a bunch of ramps, so they could actually be played basically on the same turn.
Yeah, and they both have that. Now, Zach's stuff is seems to be sticking a bit more here.
Yeah, the Relentless is
Kyle still has a
definitely
lot of resources.
yeah, Relentless is proving to be quite annoying for Kyle at this point, seemingly having a lot of removal in his hand, event-based
He might
removal.
even need to find himself needing to burn. Oh man, so Zuckuss. Kyle brings out Vader to ambush Zuckuss, but because Zach used a hotshot deal 44, Vader's actually going to die in this exchange.
Yep, and what's really interesting is the last turn kind of chicken dance they did. Uh, Zach missed out on 8 damage, and Kyle's at 17. He could be at 25 had Zach chosen to attack first with Relentless, but decided to play around Power of the Dark Side and got a little bit punished for it. So um, we'll see if that 8 damage comes into play, but technically Kyle could
No,
be dead
I think
next
it
turn.
will, because
Yeah.
if there were 8 damage on Kyle's base, Zach could just claim here and win with one swing. As it
Yep.
stands, he can certainly do some damage, but it's not going to be lethal.
100%. That's what I mean. We'll see if that 5 damage that he would have needed to win had he attacked comes to bite him and he actually loses the game for it. So right now, though, Zach will be able to put another 6 damage in.
Ooh, look at that hand, though. I think we just saw Zach draw a Syndicate Lackeys, which is an outstanding card to play against Dr. Pershing, though
Yep.
I
It
believe we're going to see the Relentless swing first, in all likelihood.
Yeah, Relentless is pretty safe here. You are at risk of Avenger potentially, so maybe you play the Syndicate Lackeys to kill the Pershing, and then your
Yeah.
Relentless is even more safe. So I think that's the
Okay, yeah,
yeah,
he's going for it. Yep, he's
yeah.
gets
He doesn't
Pershing
want to
off the
get
field. That
Avengered.
does also eliminate that card draw. What is he worried about now? Is it just Devastator?
Yeah, Devastator or Avenger.
Ooh. Dooku hits the field and uses his when played ability to clear the Syndicate Lackeys. Zach still has a lot of resources, still has his Relentless on the field. Looking
Yep.
through his discard pile here, let's see
Yeah,
what he
he
does.
he has a Palp's Return that he could fire off as well.
It is worth noting, though, that Dooku is shielded, so this overwhelming barrage that we're seeing from Zach would not be able to clear him.
He goes for 6 into the base. So now brings him to 24, which is lethal from the
Wait,
next
wait,
Relentless
isn't it?
attack. Oh,
Is it 6?
25.
I thought it was 8.
He goes to 25. Yeah, you're right. Yep. Either way, lethal from the Relentless. But yeah, he goes
And
up to
then boss
25,
on
not
the
23.
field, ambush not resolved. Kyle, there's the handshake. I think Kyle admits defeat in this one, and we're going to game 3. Now,
Wow.
these are slower decks, but the players have played fast. Zach's capital ships that he added from the sideboard proving pretty crucial here in this match against Kyle.
Yep, those Relentlesses were everything, fully turning the tide. Kyle unable to get the true 2-for-1s that you need because it costs so many resources when you're playing these expensive removal tools like No Glory on the result, No Overwhelming Barrage. Didn't find his third Power of the Dark Side when he had the moment to do it. Zach played around it anyway to his credit and wasn't punished in the end for missing out on that damage. But I'm not honestly. I think a lesser experienced player might have been way too tempted to swing into the base for 10 damage with that overwhelming barrage Relentless. But Zach decided to play against it, play around it, and you know was rewarded in the end with a win.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that also, as we've been talking about a little bit today, is plays into the comfort of playing a deck you've been playing for months. Zach unwilling to switch to the new kid in town, Django Tarkentown, with his new tools, um, sticking to Cad Green, and I think you're seeing the reps pay off. Haley TCG, Zach sided in those Relentless from the side he sided in Relentless and Devastators. So a fleet of capital ships were brought in for the second game.
Yeah, bringing in the heavy hitters.
Yep. Yeah, and he kind
Able-
of fanned it out, so we're confirming that for sure. So
Yeah, and I mean that relentless was a big obstacle in my opinion.
yeah, it's kind of what typically happens. The first one's annoying. Eventually, it dies. The second one's game ending, and we saw that play out exactly as is. Under Cat 117, the deck lists are not public just yet. They might be after the event, and they could definitely. The top cut decks probably will be public, but currently we are not sharing the full lists to the public just yet. But a lot of these players are part of content teams that have kind of shared probably close to up to date lists. So you can probably find these on YouTube channels and other sources from McClunky Gaming for Zach's lists specifically, and KTOD if you like those guys are always sharing their lists on their Discord or YouTube channels. All right, looks like a mulligan from Zach. Definitely a very fast mulligan. He did not like that hand. I don't know if Kyle mulliganed. I couldn't tell, or he just had an extra time shuffling here. But Zach definitely was unhappy with those 6 cards. They both mulligan from Claire. Great. All right, so this is it. The 6 cards to decide round 3. Miles, if you like those guys, yeah. To each their own. Some people aren't aware of everyone's content teams.
All right. What have we now?
Liking Cad Green for Liverpool next week, Undercat says. Yeah, it's proving to be quite strong into Django and obviously into Kira. Did okay in game 2. There's the Pershing Kyle's famous for. Found its way after the mulligan into the opening hand and the gunship. Do we think he's going to buy it this time? What do we think? Do we think he's in the mood to buy a beat up mercenary gunship?
In the first game, he did not buy it, even though I sort of felt like it might be good in some cases, and it ended up working out for him. So, might be that's not really his strategy. That super
Yep.
laser tech is a nice get though.
Yeah, super juicy with the Pershing to draw off of the super laser tech, and Zach has his own resupply that he's choosing not to play. He's going to go with super laser tech himself. A little bit slower in this case for Zach than just resupply, but maybe he's going to try and double ramp with both, to be honest. I think Zach's confirming that Kyle used Pershing on the super laser tech. Even though
All
the
right.
resource should be ready, but I guess it's neither here nor there, really.
All right.
All right, here we go. The question is there a way for Super Laser Tech to be finished off this turn, or does Kyle keep the ground arena empty? Except with this 0 attack Pershing.
It's gonna be Forlom knocking Pershing off the board. We were mentioned earlier that ambush units are really good against Pershing, and Zach has an ample supply of ambush units here.
Yep, and still holding on to the resupply, so could be still looking to double ramp, just as Kyle has with his own resupply. Very strong position. Anytime you can hit a super laser technician and a resupply in these villain vigilance kind of shells, it's really powerful. By the time Zach gets to do his own double ramping, it could be too late.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Right now, Zach's board is far in advance of Kyle's, but we have a Kira flip incoming.
Yep. He's probably saving it for the 6 resource turn of Zach, but it will be inevitable that Kira's going to deal some hefty damage to these units.
Yeah, and that Kira flip can really equalize things a lot.
Oh yeah. Zach mulling over what to do. So is Kyle. There's the flip. Okay, he's doing it a little early. Interesting.
Now we do have some viewers in chat discussing the Jank Leader Showcase race, as High Funko calls it. Please don't nerf us says, I'm taking Hondo to Denver. I'm undefeated versus Django. Fine print, do not read. I've played 0 games into Django.
Hey,
And Haley TCG says, I'm taking Hera. I want the top 64 showcase so bad. Hera did get some substantial additional support here in set 4.
yeah, some juicy stuff. And
Haley,
please don't nerf us.
13-5 against Django in testing with Hera. That's like, for a deck that I think a lot of people would consider to be a fun deck or a joke or whatever, 13-5 against the top deck, that's pretty real. Hera Colossus with a locked list. That is spicy.
Wow. Yeah, definitely wouldn't expect that. But please don't nerf us. I will just add ignorance is bliss. So keep playing 0 games against Jenga and you'll never lose. Hera Colossus, very interesting. All right, the players are heading into their next turn here. Zach still on 5 resources because the Super Laser Technician has not been able to leave the field, be defeated. And if Kyle's able to get a no glory only results, he can triple ramp this game. We'll see if he has one. That would be brutal. We saw him do that to Piet and utterly dominate the game.
Let's see what's going to happen here.
Triple. He has a resupply super laser tech. Wow.
Is
And
ramping really hard. Now he's also
Yep.
taking a lot of damage while that ramp gets set up. But Zach's super laser tech is still on the field. At some point, he's going to have a big advantage if it comes to buying this mercenary gunship's loyalty, simply because he'll be able to potentially do it twice in a turn and Zach won't. But I think the game is moving past the point where that mercenary gunship is the most important thing going on.
Yep. Okay.
Sure.
Zach's going to take a
Bazine.
peek with Bazine and see what we've been ramping towards. But the
Ooh.
Palp's return makes Bazine really awkward.
And some of the biggest big units out there.
Yep. You might as well just take the Palp's return and say you can't replay anything, but that's rough. Anytime you see all those big ships with the Palp's return, it's almost useless to take one and let him draw.
Look at that. Relentless Avenger and Devastator all available for Kyle. That is not, Zach is way ahead on board now. He's going to be able to deploy CAD soon and start throwing more damage on there, but this is not what you want to see with that Palp's return, especially.
Nope. But he's going to rip the Devastator, which is acceptable. It can't be Palp's return next turn. So at least he's safe from it for now, but with what is that, 7, 8 resources, and Kyle able to go to 9 this turn, the Avenger could come down.
Might be here. Now that Bazine is we could easily have Bazine die. We could easily have the Super Laser Technician die, which would arguably even be beneficial for Zach. So the Avenger isn't in a position to be immediately super great. But then we could see Palp's return into Devastator potentially next turn, which could then be used to kill CAD once he flips.
Yep. And Kyle did draw into Count Dooku, which might just be the safer play this turn, wiping out something. He could buy the mercenary gunship, like you've been saying, since game 1, and then I think still have enough for the Count Dooku.
Yeah, that's right. Though Zach could buy the gunship back and force Kyle to either himself he's going big. Oh, and it's going to be relentless. Okay.
Oh, I don't like that at all.
I don't know that Zach is really event based, so this event suppression might not be the most relevant thing going on here.
Yeah,
and
but
it also means that he's not disrupting Zach's board at all this turn.
Yeah, and going into the CAD flip turn, he's able to do technically 3 free damage with CAD Bane to it, and then has another 3 he could put into it with the gunship if he wanted to. Pretty easy to clear, to be honest with you. So surprising he decided to tap out into Avenger.
Yeah.
And yeah, the CAD's just able to, I think, might be able to race him now because of that choice.
Yeah. No, I mean it's oh, a hotshot blaster coming out for Bazine here to add some bonus damage. And yeah, I mean, so if Kyle does bring out that Devastator, what does it even do, you know?
Nothing now, yeah. 4 more. He's 1 action away from lethal, I think, with if he's got 1 more pump, uh, the CAD wins next turn.
Yeah, and he still has a few more resources. No, wait, maybe not.
I think he can play the crafty. He's debating if it's worth it. I think now he's worried about Super Laser Blast.
Super
So
Laser Blast would be a very real play at this time. Might
it's the
be the
only
only
play.
things that can get Kyle back in this game, to be honest with you. This looks like
Yep.
a catastrophic scenario.
Yeah,
Did he find it?
100%.
I don't think he did. No,
Yeah,
there's
I'm
the
not
handshake.
sure. Wow.
Kyle ramped like crazy, but Zach was just too fast for him, and a comeback win for Zach from McClunky Gaming.
Yeah, and we didn't even really see. I wonder if he's running Super Laser Blast. Um, like he's siding it. So I don't know if he brought it in. I don't think he never really saw a swarm of units like that. So he might not have even had it in the deck going into game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Supreme Leader Snoke would have been welcome in that scenario, but looks like he
Yep.
kind of might have just no-showed it, and Relentless was not what Kyle needed.
Yeah, I think that was maybe what he was hoping to ultra ramp into. He did side it in. He's showing it now, but it was near the bottom of the deck, unfortunately. But it was just a one of. Snoke would have been the ideal play, but you know, sometimes you skip a bunch of turns with ramp and you come up just like that, being raced down.
Yeah, well done to Zach. A strong win from a McClunky player here on the McClunky stream.
Yeah, super exciting. And we have about 4.5 minutes left in round 3. We do have an Obi-Wan Echo base undefeated. We'll see if they can get that on stream. That's another interesting call into a Django meta because Obi can blank all of the ping damage and at least make Tarkentown somewhat useless. So really cool to see an Obi-Wan doing pretty well.
Yeah, I mean the main caveat is that you might not want to be playing the units that do self-inflicted damage. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and yeah, it comes down to deck construction and you know all of that. But the leader ability is pretty good into this meta. It's just might be a little too slow. So we'll see if he can keep it up. Same thing. Yeah, I know he took out the Rio Durant, so 1 loss on a Rio deck, but also still putting up some decent results into this next round. So we have some spicy things on halfway through pool 2 here. Just about. Okay. Oh, that's fine. Blonde Sabine. Okay. Right. There's another stream going on of the event, so that's why we're I think alternating being with what we get to pull for matches. That's true. Claire just pointed that out. Um, but either way, there are some spicy lists floating about in this event. So you can check out the Blonde Sabine YouTube channel as well. Also streaming this event. Um, they have some other matches going on. I think those are potentially finished up for this round as well, but they have a multicam stream as well.
All right. About 2.5 minutes left. Definitely looks like there's some people still playing. We will see how this one goes.
Yeah, definitely over 3, over 3, probably 4 or 5 matches still finishing up here. So probably gonna run into time here, and that's all right. We are chugging along. For those wondering, there are, we were given a list of entrants. Some interesting leaders that are played today. We had someone running Ahsoka Tano, Nabat Village.
Ooh.
Yep. Captain Rex, Droid Manufactory, has made its way into the event again. Unsure how they're doing. Captain Phasma, 30 HP, so missing out on the ECL there. We have a couple Gar Saxon with one with Nabat Village, one with Cunning 30 HP. Iden Colossus, a couple of Obi-Wans, one green, one yellow. Pretty interesting. A couple of Luke Faithful Friends, maybe testing for those showcases we mentioned. There's a Luke Skywalker Hero of Yavin with ECL, so the new pilot Luke. Some spicy stuff here. Yeah, a couple of Nabat villages in the event. Major Von Reg with Nabat Village. People really testing out the bases that kind of affect your mulligan, give you more information.
Yeah. What are you what would you be most excited to see win looking at that list?
Let's see. Based on what I read off, probably the Obi or Luke greens would be really cool.
Oh yeah.
I think the Command Heroism decks got a lot of really strong units that are just kind of curbed by the whole exhaustion mechanic of Django. But if there's a way to make it work, I think that'd be really cool to see the Chewbacca, new Luke, Poe Dameron, Blue Leader. I mean, Leia Organa is really strong as well. That's fine. I think we're gonna take a quick ad break while the round finishes up.
All right, be right back, guys.
All right. Welcome back to the McClunky gaming stream of the Bond Network Invitational here at Cards HQ. We are in Pool 2, Round 4 of Swiss is just finishing up. So we're eager to get into Round 5 once everything is finalized and the players are paired. Or Round 4, I said. We're eager to get into Round 4, rather. We just finished Round 3.
All right.
But yeah, what picking up where we left off? Do you have any out of the brief list of leaders I mentioned? Anything you'd be rooting for?
Oh, not Django. um, I don't know. I mean, I think it would be so like there are some that are, extreme. Like I don't know. Like there's a Phasma or whatever. It would be sick if Phasma won. I don't think Phasma's gonna win. You know what I mean? Or like one of the Von Reg decks, or something very unusual. Like you mentioned, Ahsoka Nabat Village, which like if that somehow turned out to be really good, that would be awesome. But like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we do have a Von Reg in the top cut for tomorrow. That was confirmed, so that's exciting. There is a possibility that
Yeah.
Crispy could take Von Reg all the way. We'll see if he can be joined by another one, but that has already been confirmed, so that's exciting.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
guess I guess my main hope would just be, whoever wins, I hope it's a one of the McClunky gaming guys.
yeah, exactly. Let's have some crazy good results from McClunky in this pool 2 field because a bunch are here.
Pasquale, do you have like team affiliation?
I don't. I'm a free agent. Um, but I do obviously travel a lot. A lot of other guys here in New York City, we kind of travel together, so nothing super official.
Yeah, so you might have like locals that you know and like, but no like, oh, this guy's my teammate and I'm cheering for him.
Yeah, I think I am originally from Long Island, so I have a soft spot in my heart for all the McClunky guys.
Nice.
And obviously, going to events on the East Coast, I've met a lot of them and have a pretty good relationship with everyone, but nothing official. Just me, myself, and I trying to top as many events as I can, and putting up
I
decent
hear that.
results. Putting up decent results for myself, so I can't be too upset about it. And we see the great migration happening on stream here, so I assume pairings have hit the melee, and we
They
can see
are they're
what.
moving into position, I believe.
Yep, seeing a lot of Bonthand shirts in this pool too. So we'll see what happens. All right, Quinlan Tarkentown has been put out into the world. An ECL? What? Sabine. All right, Sabine ECL against Quinlan Tarkentown. We'll be out of here in 15 minutes. So see what happens.
Yeah, we might get a nice lunch break or something after this one, at least for us, but we'll see.
Yeah, for sure.
Quinlan Tarkentown versus Sabine ECL.
Yep.
What do you think about this matchup, Pasquale?
Um, I think it's probably Sabine favored. I haven't played it a ton, but in my mind's eye, I would give it a slight edge to Sabine. I think it really depends on what pump spells Quinlan can draw, if they can get some timely discards. Ahsoka could prove to be quite annoying. If it's able to discard a unit, and there's no other option, so that exhaust could prove to be pretty big.
Attacking the hand is not always at its most effective against a leader like Sabine, who's very aggressive.
Yeah, but that timely discard exhaust could be quite useful. We'll see if it comes into play.
True, true, true. That new
And
Ahsoka unit, it's funny. The legendary Ahsoka unit from set 3 has actually really been disappointing. I think the swarm sort of meta didn't show up in the way that was expected, so she rarely actually gets to ambush people. But the new Ahsoka has been quite strong.
yeah, new Ahsoka feels more like a legendary, that's for sure. But it was just a rare, so
Yeah, which is
pretty
funny
easily
because she's
accessible.
not, and the other one is.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think Sabine favored, and we'll see if this Quinlan maybe has some spicy text to help out that maybe they've had to play to curb the Django aggression. So we'll see. We see a mulligan here from Cluis from the Bonta Network. And Eli is power shuffling away. I don't think has drawn yet, but is definitely power shuffling. And again, I'm really going to be looking to see any new pilots. If Eli is choosing to play the new Luke from Jump to Lightspeed or Chewbacca, those are some powerful pilot abilities.
Yeah.
Blue leader as well, giving a nice ambush into a potential opposing Green Squadron A-Wing or the very popular Y-Wing that from Jump to Lightspeed we've seen Quinlan use.
Someone says, I just wish the new Sabine unit had the Force trait. Wild that she doesn't. Yeah, that is a little weird. But Haley TCG says, it's okay. Isla isn't a Twi'lek either, so Lamau. Yeah. I do think
Yeah,
I think that one was an error. Although
yeah,
the Twi'lek trait also doesn't do anything yet. I mean,
yeah.
maybe it'll do something at some point. There's
I
kind
know
of an interesting thing where like Twi'lek is a trait, Wookiee is a trait, but like Trandoshan isn't a trait. Like what's going on there? I don't know.
I know.
Maybe
And we just got our first
Twi'lek trait
Fringe
synergy is planned.
synergy, so you never know. We just got Fringe had the new shielded
Yeah.
Sentinel thing. So there could be some Twi'lek coming down the pipeline, but
Yeah, and there is technically there is Wookiee trait synergy. There is Let the Wookiee Win, there's Wookiee Warrior, and there's that Tarful Kashyyyk Chieftain. It didn't really end up seeing a ton of competitive play, but there are a few Wookiee synergy cards, so you know.
yep, and I think Let the Wookiee Win is quite powerful. So we'll see if
Oh
that
yeah.
ever sees play. Being able to ready 6 resources or a Wookiee and give it a bonus, that's a very powerful cheap effect. So I'll have to see. But we are in the game. Sabine begins with a ping, and then a claim pass, I believe, is what happened. Or pass claim rather. Clue is passes, and Sabine says, you know what, I'm fine to go to 3 resources. As someone who plays Sabine, is that something common? Are you just kind of willing to not put
I
any
think
pressure
in that
down?
situation, what it reflects is okay, the opponent is passing in order to set up a Quinlan ping and just kill whatever I'm going to play. So, what I'm going to do is just take the initiative and deny that for now. And now there's more uncertainty as to whether or not they're going to be able to match the cost, depending on what gets played here.
Wow, and
Did that happen
another
2 turns in a row, though?
yeah, yep. Eli pings, Clue is passes, and Sabine claims. We do see the new Luke Skywalker in their hands, so they are running some of the pilot units here. We'll see if that ever sees play.
Very interesting start with Sabine pings and otherwise just some passes.
You know, if that
Now
happens
Sabine
25
takes the
times,
field.
Quinlan loses, so he's got to be careful.
Ooh, there goes Ahsoka Tano, who we were just discussing, and it's
I
gonna
don't
have to
think
be a
there's an
discard from
event.
hand. Yeah,
He's
I
got
don't
to
see
just.
an
It's
event there. Sabine's getting exhausted, I think.
yep.
In chat, someone says Quinlan has 0 answers to Sabine now and will be taking 4 damage from her 100%. But it looks like there is an answer.
Surprise for
This
you,
exhaust is
yeah.
going to deny that attack.
Exactly what I called out at the beginning of this before they drew their cards. This could happen.
Yeah. Now
And
that also does mean all of Quinlan's resources are spent. So we still have 4 resources here for Eli, and he can bring some stuff out. And Quinlan's ability was already used, and there's no resources available anyway. So he has an ample opportunity to get some stuff on the field without fear of it getting pinged away. Looks like it's going to be. Now this is interesting. So he brings out the Green Squadron A-Wing, and then he's going to play Luke. But he can't play Luke as a pilot because that would cost 3. So he plays him as a ground unit for 2. So he brings out 2 cost units with his 4 resources, multiple small units tactic there, and we'll see how it goes as we move on into the 5 resource turn.
yep, definitely not what Quinlan wanted to see
Haley,
was the
you
swarm.
may have thought it was 2 because it costs 2 to play pilot Luke, but it does cost 3 to play him as an upgrade. One of the rare pilots that's actually more expensive as an upgrade than as a unit.
Yep, and we are seeing Ahsoka trade into that Luke ground unit, um, potentially leaving the way for Sabine to get buffed an attack or a fleet lieutenant, but looks like he's just going to go right to base for 3.
Arctic Phoenix PS4 asks, have we seen Boba 4 do well in this tournament at all? So that would be the new indirect damage Boba Fett, any methods necessary. And actually, very few people seem to be playing him here. There are 4 players using Boba Fett, any methods necessary, according to this, which is a
Yep.
bit of a surprise to me because I actually, I have seen many people testing stuff out with him, and I would have expected him to have a lot more players here. But
Yeah, exactly. And it seems, I think it's 3 Cunnings and 1 Tarkentown, 1 double red boba, but haven't made a splash into the top tables just yet. Poe Dameron fired off here without using ECL, and met with a Millennium Falcon to do 3 damage to the base, but a little bit scary here for Cluis. He needs a force throw, I think. Okay, 3 damage from Quinlan, and then the Tarkentown will finish it off. Okay, that's a nice play. But now Quinlan is very vulnerable. A big
let's see what
wrecker
happens.
here could change the tide of this game very quickly because Energy Conversion Lab was not used.
Yeah, ECL is not used. Wrecker could show up, use the discard to kill Ahsoka, ambush Quinlan, and do 6 to base. There's Wrecker. I think that might be exactly what we're seeing here.
Yep, we're gonna see a wipe of Ahsoka and I think run over Quinlan.
Yep. Ahsoka's gone. Quinlan gets ambushed here, so 6 damage gets through to the base via Overwhelm, and Quinlan is defeated. That is a very powerful play, really one of the signature plays of the Sabine Wren ECL build.
Hey, their own Poe now hitting the board.
Interesting play. Poe
I think you
Dameron.
just take initiative if you're
Yeah, I was
Sabine.
just thinking, I think maybe you just take initiative, crash Wrecker into Poe, that defeats their Poe, and you do 1 damage with Overwhelm, and your Sabine's still on the field.
Yeah, or 7 to base is a heck of a turn.
Now, I see some people in chat reporting that they've had some success with Boba 4. Arctic Phoenix says, I've been testing him a lot and he seems really good, even into Django. Surprised not to see it more. And K2SOB says, Boba has done well at our weekly premiere events, winning every week, but people are refusing to bring Han 1 and Django decks, so it's hard for us to assess. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And I do think Boba 4 does struggle into Han a little bit. So we'll see if some of them can make it into the top tables here. But yeah, he's just going 7 to base, ignoring the Poe altogether. We'll see.
Ooh, spicy.
Yeah, 19 damage already on the
I
Quinlan
wonder if
Tarkentown
that means he
base.
has for a cause waiting or something.
But Hotshot Blaster is going to put 10 damage on Sabine's base, also bringing him to 19. 1 surprise strike away from losing this game to Millennium Falcon.
This is really spicy.
I don't think Sabine can win in 1 action. So if there's a surprise strike, Cluis just
Out of
stole this
aspect surprise
game.
strike.
Yeah, that's crazy. Sabine for 3 to the base. Is there a surprise strike? There is.
Oh,
Wow.
man, I was thinking Eli had a pretty good position here, trading Wrecker for Poe and doing the damage to the base. He tried to go for a quick finish, but it was C. Lewis who had the surprising quick finish there with a base attack of his own and that surprise strike to close it out.
Yeah, you had called it. He should have been a little less greedy and killed the Poe for 1 damage to base, played it a little bit slower. I think he was in a commanding position if he had done that. But 10 damage from Poe with a blaster. He's got a gun. Watch out.
Yeah. Yeah, two pumps there with the hotshot blaster and the surprise strike for C. Lewis to do way more damage, I think, than Eli was expecting, and actually take a game 1. We're going to move on to game 2. Let's see how we do.
Yeah, both players reaching immediately for their side decks, probably very prepared for some sort of aggro mirror. What do you think we're going to see from
Zuhair
Eli?
Galaxy in chat chimes in, Boba should not struggle with Han. He's the only one who could capture him and deliver him to Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah, you're not
I'm not
wrong.
sure those lore interactions are always exactly represented in the gameplay.
Yep. Interested to see what we're going to see from Sabine? Maybe some more Bright Hopes. The Eager Escort Fighter is a really interesting card from Jump to Lightspeed. The 4/1 ambush for 3 is one of the few units that can take out the Falcon when it's played.
Let's see here. Geek Cave Official asks, is there any Yoda list around on the tournament?
I think
I'm
Yoda
not
has
seeing a
stayed
Yoda
home.
in this pool.
Yeah, I think Yoda is one of the leaders who saw some fringe play with Twilight Republic, but has been kind of pushed to the wayside, at least to start the Jump to Lightspeed
I
format.
had some fun playing with the combo Yoda, I'll tell you that. With the might have been like the first real combo deck that this game has seen. The like Yoda into You're My Only Hope, into Endless Legions for 0, into a bunch of out of aspect cards in your resources.
Yep, yeah, very powerful when that can go off. And now with the Starhawk, it's potentially even a little bit more consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like Starhawk, if you're playing that, does give you some chance to actually play Endless Legions normally.
Yep, you can play it for 9. So you play Starhawk next turn, you can play Endless Legions straight from your hand. Okay, so Quinlan here. I think we might see the Shadowed Hover Tank again. That 5/3 Sentinel for 4 can easily stop Sabine and force her to completely trade, not attack, or force an early energy conversion lab. Seems to be a popular side deck option for a lot of these decks. Having this aggressive Sentinel with 5 attack on the 4 resource turn seems to be pretty popular right now.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yep, and I don't know if we'll see it, but I think the Quinlan deck is also citing Electromagnetic Pulse, but that would require droids or vehicles on Sabine's side, and there's not a ton of those typically.
In reference to the Yoda build, Haley says, I wanted him to work so badly, but you dance with death too much for it to work. Yeah, I've definitely pulled off some wins with that combo, but I think I agree with you. It's not something I would really want to play in a tournament. See Lewis resources something?
As we start this game here, it's going to be really interesting to see what turn 1 plays. They're both no mulligan, so happy with what they found. We'll see if it pays off. Maybe are we going to see a bunch of passes again, or is Sabine gonna play into that Tarkin Town? Doesn't look like it to start. Starting with a ping.
Yeah. Same tactics that we saw in the previous game.
Yep.
Ping.
This time,
1 damage to each base.
yeah, definitely won't leave that Poe alive this time. I can guarantee you that.
This time it looks like the pass is followed up by a Battlefield Marine, and then we see Quinlan's ability being used with a Crafty Smuggler hitting the field, and then a Tarkin Town to clear out that initial play from Eli.
Yep. Sabine does have the clean answer if they want to use an energy conversion lab. They are holding a Sabine Wren unit from Spark of Rebellion, so that clears the Crafty Smuggler if they want to do with it that way.
I don't know if getting the Crafty Smuggler off the board is that high a priority, to be honest with you. I think I would be, well, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, it's sometimes just a really annoying unit that with the ping plus the 2 damage it can do, it can really trade into units pretty effectively with the leader ability. So not sure if it's worth the energy conversion lab, but still an option here. Also seeing an R2D2 in hand.
People in chat discussing Wedge. Do we have any Wedge decks here today?
I also think Wedge was left at home. Did not see any in the breakdown. There's a full breakdown of even the Milan sector. There was no Wedge there as well. But 145 Django decks. 66 66 Quinlan was the next most played. So
That's pretty wild.
Yeah. Yep. And the least played leader was Gar Saxon with 12.
How can that be the least played leader? That doesn't make any sense.
I think more than a couple percent. And maybe there was some one-ofs, but in terms of anything with
I was going to say there's got to be like somebody like gunning for, oh, maybe I can get the showcase Jabba the Hutt or whatever.
Yeah, Luke's not listed here, so we know there's at least one Luke. But I think anything over maybe 10 decks was Garsax and with 12.
How many
Still really
Sabines do they have?
fascinating. 30. That's it.
Huh.
30
Seems kinda low.
Sabines. Yeah, for sure. 18 Anakins, 30 Sabines, 29 Cads, 40 Boba 4s. So a lot of Boba, but still 145 Jango players.
I think Wedge is kind of cool. Now the thing about Wedge is, to me, he kind of seems like Wedge kind of seems like Kylo in some ways, where he's very, very fast, but he goes down on cards in hand pretty fast too, because he's bringing out those cheaper pilots, and he can kind of get tripped up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Wedge just requires too many cards in your hand, I think, is the main problem. That's the thing that kind of Poe solves, right? Being the pilot himself. And here we are, that armored shadow tank. Exactly what I called out. 5/3 aggressive sentinel.
For what
Making
it's
an
worth,
appearance.
I don't know. I don't think Poe is the greatest ever himself.
No, they both have their weaknesses, but I think the nice thing is he just turns on all the pilot synergies without having to run pilots, which is really nice.
Yeah. I am surprised not to see Poe though, because I think that, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think
He had some stuff going for him, I think. Like the
yeah, it seems really bad in the Django is the problem,
Yeah, that could be.
but
I have
definitely a
not
fun leader.
I actually found myself liking Wedge more than Poe, so I have not played very many games of Poe.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, making the Luke pilot cost 2 is very strong. That's probably, I think, one of Wedge's biggest strengths is uh, Chewie and Luke pilots costing 2 is super strong.
All right, K2SO crashing into that 5/3 Sentinel thing, I think.
Yep, the Shattered Armor tank eats the full hit, trades back, and 3 damage extra to the base thanks to K2SO's when defeated.
Yeah, +1 from Overwhelm.
Yep.
Quinlan on field.
Looks like we're getting an energy conversion lab for Poe Dameron to one-shot this Quinlan. Discarding a wing leader, 8 damage to Quinlan. Only
Buck
3
Wink
back.
asks, "Are there any Chewy decks in the tournament?" I am pretty sure the answer is no, at least not in
Yeah.
this pool.
Yeah, people came to win 6K, so they did not bring Chewbacca from Sparker Rebellion.
That's you know, if you had cooked up something really spicy with Chewy, it might be a good way to take people by surprise. But in general, those like later game, those later game, like most successful control decks have been villainy, and most successful aggro decks have been heroism, and mid-range is kind of split between both. But the way that Chewie's text and ability works and his deploy timing and so on kind of orients him towards being an aggro deck.
Yeah, and at this point, with the 7 cost vigilance, heroism, you would just always rather play Yoda. So
Hey
I
guys,
think
I got a big update here. Apparently the counts about the number of Django's in the Milan event were exaggerated.
okay.
So Django was actually about half of the top 52 here, apparently.
In Milan.
So in the top 52, corrected information, 24 Django's. Still a huge representation, but not the
Yeah.
crazy amounts that were discussed earlier.
All right, we need to relay to Padawan Unlimited how to count, but that's okay. They still made the trip and got to experience the Django Fiesta firsthand.
Yeah.
But now we've got some Poe on Poe action, I think. Or is this Poe going to base? I think that's the question Eli's asking themselves right now. Do I deal 8 to base or trade Poes? And trading Poe, he learned the last time I can't leave this Poe on the board. All right, so we're learning, we're growing, and now Crafty Smuggler surprise strikes for 5 into the base. And now Clueless has taken the lead, 12 damage on the base to 6.
Yeah, his board is stronger here too.
Yep. Yeah, and
I
ECL
mean,
has
not
already
by
been
a huge
used.
amount. They both have like one sort of bad early game unit, but yeah.
Yep. the shield was being pesky, now cleared out. I think there's a timely intervention in Cluis's hand. I can't tell exactly what that is. Might be a heroic sacrifice or for a cause, but definitely some event. Sabine Wren played out here for Cluis. But these sticky 2-drops gonna be annoying. Oh, Sabine Wren hadn't even been deployed yet, so now the Sabine Wren leader deploys, met by the stolen, what is that, speeder thing?
It's the X-34 land speeder. It's a 2-cost 2/3 with ambush.
That's
No other
right.
tech. Actually, a
Yeah.
pretty handy unit for Quinlan in particular because he can ambush in and then use his ping, so it can kill other. It can kill 3 HP units, and against another 2/3, it will kill it with the ambush and the Quinlan ping and survive.
Yeah, and can also provide the 3 damage necessary, or 2 damage even, for killing a 3/5 with Tarkentown. So that's pretty nice. Definitely
Yeah, and one
useful.
other benefit is that it is one of very few ground vehicles, which means that if you are running some pilots, you can potentially bring them out on the ground with the X-34 land speeder, though I'm not sure whether this build does include pilot cards.
Yeah, for sure. It also, adding on to the fantasy world that we're going to live in real quick, it's a speeder, which is really cool with bigs, giving it grit as well. That pilot giving a plus, 2/1 and
Yeah,
grit can really get big with the speeders.
I remember the KTOD guys were discussing potentially doing some silly things with that, with bigs where you have the, what was it, the dilapidated ski speeder that damages itself when you play it, except you play it on turn 1 with Han 2 to damage it even more. And then, or turn 2, you play that card that shields a unit and makes an X-Wing. So now it's shielded so it can't die easily, and then you put bigs on it and start swinging for huge damage.
Yeah, there's some really fun interaction with bigs. Claire said she's going to speak to Padawan Limited about our reputation for collecting accurate data when he gets back. That's right. And, at the end of the day, math is hard. It's not for everyone. So counting, sometimes you got to use your fingers and your toes. It's cool. But
Looks like we have a strange game here. This one is not as fast as you might expect for a Sabine game, but they have been saying that Sabine is getting more mid-rangey these days, and let's see whether or not Eli can use some of the more powerful later game cards that Sabine has been including to get rid of some of these threats and take over.
yeah, and I think Eli having some PTSD from last game, definitely playing the control right off the bat here, as opposed to pushing damage. Because we saw 16 damage basically come out of nowhere from Cluis last game. So I think Eli is a little bit afraid and playing this one quite slow. But now we're going to see a Rebel Assault with Cassian and Sabine leader swinging somewhere. One's inevitably going to the base, but it's a matter of he's leaving the land speeder alive and putting all of that into the base. So that is a 3, 6, 7, 8 damage. 15 damage has now overtaken life total, but a quick Millennium Falcon hits the table for Cluis. Yeah, Cluis here. Eli really would love a Bright Hope, I think, but I don't know if they have it. This Falcon is representing so much potential damage. We saw the surprise strike end it last game on the Falcon, so definitely going to need an answer to the Falcon. But it's blue leader skipping out on the space arena and going as a 5/5 ground vehicle to destroy this land speeder that's been hanging out for a little bit. Surprise strike on the Falcon, putting Eli at 20. Another Rebel Assault with this 5/5 ends the game. So I immediate claim
Yeah.
here from Eli. I wonder if they have the Rebel Assault.
Rebel
seem
Assault.
confident. There
Yep,
is.
there goes the
Flashes
Rebel Assault.
it.
That's going to be the win, and we're going to move to a game 3.
Well played there by Eli, playing the control early on this game, forcing the Tarkin Town out on turn 1 instead of passing a couple of turns. And yeah, playing that very well. They had me nervous, I'm not going to lie, but double Rebel Assault closes the game. Reaching back for their side deck, I think. Might be checking out some other options for game 3 here. Yep, definitely swapping some stuff around. I think that's a Luke they decided they don't need. And maybe, I think I noticed a Daring Raid. So I wonder what they're taking out for that, swapping those 2 cards around. But yeah, heading into a game 3 here. Definitely taking longer than I expected for this to wrap up here. Crossing the halfway mark here about by the time we get this one started.
All right, they're shuffling on up. Let's see how this goes.
Yep, both players going to look for good early games here. Super important in these kind of aggro-y mirrors.
Let's see how this goes. Each player has taken 1 win, so it's coming down to this to determine who will be able to prevail in this match.
Yeah, I think, and also game 1, that big Ahsoka play I'd mentioned, I feel like definitely turned the tides here. So it might be important for Eli to maybe keep some events in hand that maybe they would consider resourcing just in case that Ahsoka comes down as an answer to Sabine. You can still get that 3 damage off, and you can lose a unit that maybe is not the most valuable. But Clueless didn't
Interesting
like
point.
their 6 cards, so they're hunting for something better.
Yeah.
Sabine definitely had a little bit better of a Twilight of the Republic season than Quinlan, putting up about 15% of our top 8s for Sabine, where Quinlan was a flat 10% of top 8s. So these two, if they've been playing this deck for a minute, are definitely no stranger to the matchup. Decks were widely represented last set. And each got a couple of new fun tools that we've already seen. So we'll see if those Jump to Lightspeed cards swing the matchup in the Quinlan favor, because Chad agreed that this was slightly Sabine favored.
Here we go.
All right, Clueless has to stick with this. Sabine liked their 6 cards, so here we go. No turning back now for Quinlan.
Now with the opponent having to mulligan, there is a higher chance that Eli will be able to land an initial unit without it being pinged away by Quinlan's ability plus Tarkin Town. Eli throws down Sabine, but we have seen a unit there for the Quinlan player, and it is going to be actually another Sabine, pinging that one with Quinlan's ability, removing it with Tarkin Town.
Yep.
Classic beginning here for the Quinlan Tarkin Town build. This is really what it wants to do on that first turn.
Yep, and we do see Eli holding a Poe, which we saw come down immediately to wipe Quinlan Voss off the board with ECL. So I assume Eli is not really going to be too worried about this Sabine unit, and is going to try and hold on to that Poe for the same play.
All right.
Cassian Andor hits the board.
3 cost 3/5 turns out to be a very good stat line, and Cassian also has extremely strong card text. Kind of crazy, honestly.
Yeah, yep, definitely a juiced up 3/5 from Shadows of the Galaxy. Crafty Smuggler In response, not doing a whole lot, but now we'll see how much Eli values being the control here. If they're going to start wiping out units or maybe aggro down the opponent here, heading
Yeah,
into
so
the
Eli
Sabine
could
flip turn.
attack with Cassian into Sabine, defeat her, and still be on 3 HP, which would put him out of range of a single attack from the Crafty Smuggler, though we could potentially see the Crafty Smuggler attack paired with a 3-cost play in Quinlan ping.
Yep, exactly. All right, Eli says, "I'm the control. Thanks to your Tarkin Town, I'm a little bit behind." K2SO hits the board and Ahsoka to follow, pinging the K2. So not going to wait for the Sabine deploy this time. And I guess you can get rid of a unit if you feel the need, because there's nothing to exhaust. Is holding, I believe, a Rebel Assault in hand, which is going to be a lot of damage with K2SO and Cassian Andor.
Yeah, so that would be K2 and Cassian with a Rebel Assault. That would be 9 total damage. Not really enough to put the Quinlan player into the danger zone, though.
Yeah, there's a world where maybe you have the K2 trade into Ahsoka and do 4 to base with Cassian, and then you get the 3 anyway from K2. Turns off
Interesting point.
coordinate as well. 'Cause right now you're staring down potentially a Plo Koon coordinate attack. Um, a lot of different lines here for Eli, and that's why this discard is such a tricky choice, because he is holding the Poe that I know he wants to play to kill that Quinlan. He's not. Yeah, you have to discard. He zoned out there and went to flip his leader instead. All right, losing the blue leader here. Sabine flips, goes into base for 3.
All
Quinlan.
right.
All right. Now we're gonna.
Damage starting to be applied to both bases here, really.
Yeah, gonna be interesting to see if we see that Plo Koon kind of come out and immediately kill Sabine, or are we gonna see some trading? The Rebel Assault could be huge otherwise. But then that would turn off Poe Dameron from being energy conversion labbed in this turn. So a
Rebel
lot of
Assault can
choices.
be extremely powerful in aggro mirrors. Can let you really close out that race with a big surprise for the opponent. Quinlan
Yep.
now being deployed here for C. Lewis.
Yep. This is a kind of daring Eli to kind of tap out here and get rid of him with Poe, or
Tap out for Poe, maybe.
yeah.
Now, getting rid of Quinlan would not stop potential forced throw, as that Ahsoka is still on the board, and both would not be able to be removed in one go. Although, if we saw a Wrecker next turn, that would be able to clear both of them in one go.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the Rebel Assault being in hand is kind of a bit of a shield against force throw, but um you do have to lose your whole hand now if you go for this ECL to kill Quinlan if they have that force throw. So tricky situation to be in. I think there's I'm seeing a Fleet Lieutenant. Fleet Lieutenant could also be an ECL target to kill Quinlan as well. But he's going for the Poe. Yep, gonna
Okay.
one-shot the Quinlan.
Yep, there's the Poe Dameron ECL ambush. Discards, looks like a Fleet Lieutenant to deal 2 damage. Plo Koon shows up on the other side of the board.
Yep.
Coordinate is enabled. This could one-shot Sabine. This could kill anything on the board. It's going to be Sabine off the field. No Quinlan ping, though, because Quinlan was just defeated.
Yep. And I wonder now, does he take K2SO to kill this Plo, kind of forcing the Ahsoka to kill the Poe?
Yeah,
Uh,
so K2 could trade with Plo Koon and then also fire off the when defeated effect. And it looks like Eli is going for that play. So that's probably going to be 3 more damage on the Quinlan player's base. Yep, that's right. And then, yeah, Ahsoka might end up having to trade with Poe here, which would be good value for Eli.
Yeah, I don't think you can do anything else. That Poe has to be answered. He wants to get more damage, but I think you just have to say, kind of shake hands here. I'm going to take 3 from Cassian. I'm going to deal 2, and that'll be the end of it. And the game is essentially tied, I believe, at 10-10 if this crafty hits base. But he's going to claim instead, saying the 2 damage isn't worth it here.
Interesting.
I think I agree. It just depends on what's in his hand. If he's got a Falcon and things like that. But
yeah, Eli seems to be in the somewhat more aggressive position right now. More damage on the base and a better unit on the board. Plus those Sabine pings to do more damage to base.
100%. Yeah, it's a little surprising. I think I would have potentially attacked into Cassian to put it at range of a ping. You do take 3 damage to base, but I don't know if he's even got an answer to it without the ping. So, gonna be interesting to see what he's able to do here. That's a 6 on Sabine base. Are you sure? Looks like an 8. Maybe maybe Sabine's really in the driver's seat. Could be 6. Anyway, Poe Dameron said played for 5, giving Quinlan this ability to say, all right, what are you gonna do? We saw how quickly Poe Dameron dealt 10 damage and kind of swung the game 1. Yeah, okay, it was a 6. So now Eli actually goes up to 8. Okay, interesting. So it's 13-8 with a Poe that's likely to stick around on the field.
Luke Skywalker, the pilot. Now, what ship is that?
That's the ambush 4-1 I was mentioning. So no ambush,
Yeah.
but aggressively statted space unit.
Not sure it's going to be amazing here because we do have that Poe able to attack and then potentially discard a card for 2 damage. Could pick that off.
Yeah, I think
Eager
that's
escort fighter, 3 cost
Yep.
4/1 ambush.
I think we're going to see a hotshot blaster into a discard to wipe that 4 and swing 8 damage on the base of Eli. If I was a betting man, I would assume we're going to see a pump into a discard. Reminiscent of that first game.
Yeah, I mean,
You have to
you could be
factor in
right.
how many actions you need to win here. I don't think, Clues can't win this turn. He doesn't have enough. He would need like the same kind of Falcon, Surprise Strike, Hotshot. It's too many resources, so he's gotta wipe some units here, I think. And Eli's got that Rebel Assault raring to go, so if he's smart and kills the Luke and wipes the ship, he could be here. But there's the hotshot. He's going to base. Exactly what I said from game 1. Hotshot for 8. Now, what does he do with this 2 damage? Yep. Oh, he's second guessing it. He knows he's discarding Force Throw, but what is he throwing it at? Double discard. So he's going to pop the ship and force a discard out of Eli.
Yep.
All right, so I think that's
And
only
who's
one
the attack
card.
target? It's the base.
Yeah, the base. That's the only reason you would hotshot. So
yeah, that's fair.
16
okay,
to
well,
13.
If that Poe gets to swing again, it's game over. So Eli might be forced here to swing both of his units to trade with this Poe Dameron.
Yeah, 100%. I think he has the Rebel Assault, which he wanted to go to base with, but now Poe is presenting lethal, and I don't think he has a choice unless he's got another Cassian in the row. That's his only out here, would be Rebel Assault, 1 into Poe, 1 into base, and then replay the Cassian.
That might be it. No, wait.
Oh.
No.
Wait. He just burned it for no reason. He didn't need the extra damage.
He may have been worried that his opponent could interfere with it somehow.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But if he had swung with the Luke first, that Smuggler wouldn't be in a position to clear the Cassian. I guess this way Eli is sure, but he is also now firmly on the back foot in this game with an empty board, and Quinlan's board isn't strong, but it is something, you know? Oh, for a cause.
Yikes.
I don't know. This is not where you want to be playing for a cause. Yeah, he hit for 4. That's tight. But like the opponent is not really in the danger zone at this phase. I think Eli is in desperate trouble here.
Yeah, his best play was, like I said, I think at that point, Rebel Assault, Cassian into the Poe, and then 4 damage to base, and then you have a Cassian in the row to finish off the Poe. But
Yeah.
with this
If he
play,
had that Cassian, that would be a better way to do it, I think.
yeah, this play basically says I think I lose.
So what's the win condition here? Is it like
Yeah, with 8 HP left and no ECL, I don't think there is one. That's what I'm saying. He needed the extra 4.
Next turn you draw, I don't know, it's like some weird scenario with multiple for a cause. It's just the C. Lewis isn't like low enough for that to be decisive.
And I'm pretty sure Cluis has a surprise strike, so this is game.
Oh, rip.
I'm pretty sure, based on the body language, he's basically saying, just make a decision, I have surprise strike.
Yeah, so I think this is interesting because I think we've now seen, if this goes as you predict, we will have seen a kind of the same play line leading to victory for Quinlan in both of the games in which he won. The Hotshot Blaster, yeah, there's that surprise strike. You were right. There, and we have a win for Quinlan. In both
Yep.
cases, Hotshot Blaster on Poe for major damage to base swung things around. Very interesting.
Yeah, yeesh. 10 damage in game 1 with that hot shot, 8 in game 2, but also is able to force a discard and then wipe out
Yeah, and
that
clear that
big
4/1
target.
ship. So
Yeah, saving that
a
4
lot of
damage
value there.
was really important. Because I think, yeah, if that 4 damage gets in, then you have the Rebel Assault, and I think that's the game there. But smart plays by Cluis there to take it out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
All
much
right.
much
Well,
more
we did
nuanced game
end
than
up
I
with
thought.
some leftover time, though not as much as we were expecting.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. A much more nuanced game than I thought we were gonna get there.
But yeah, interesting stuff. I do think we're gonna take a break now. So we still have about a bit more than 12 minutes left in the round. Might be some time after that for pairings and that sort of thing. But we will be breaking now, and we'll be back with the 5th round of the second heat of Swiss for the Bothan Invitational 6K event. That should be coming to you shortly. I will catch you guys later. welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the second heat here of the Bothan Invitational at CardsHQ in Atlanta. We are just wrapping up round 4 of Swiss play. Soon we will have round 5. I am Tower number 9, joined here by Pasquale, and we just saw an interesting match between Sabine and Quinlan. Pasquale, what are your thoughts right now?
Yeah, I was gonna say way more interesting than we thought initially going into it. Seeing some, specifically Ahsoka come and actually really be super clutch. The new Ahsoka unit from Jump to Lightspeed exhausting Sabine with a clutch discard, while Sabine stayed at a hand of just units, so unable to avoid that downside.
Yeah, interesting situation, and it'll be cool to see how things develop here. I don't know what matchup we're going to get, but I am quite curious to see how the meta progresses here.
Yeah, same. I mean, we're in the back half of the event, so only the best of the best are going to be undefeated. Hopefully, we get an undefeated table. I just popped a Galaxy Vibe Celsius, so I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
More caffeine for me. But I know we've got, like I said, there are some spicy decks. I know Ryan Warner, I believe, is back to being undefeated on Sabine Yellow in Pool 2.
Spicy.
Yep, couldn't close it out in top 8 with in Pool 1, but is now 4-0 heading into round 5 on the Sabine Yellow. So I'm assuming he'll be on the Bothan stream of this, but you never know. He could make an appearance here. If not, there's some cool lists, like I mentioned. Obi Green still doing well, and some others. So excited to see how the pairings shake out for this next round.
Yeah, and we heard his very confident interview against Django in particular. So
yeah, convinced the heck out of me.
If he can take down some Django players and get into a strong spot for the top cut tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd vote for Ryan after that impassioned speech on Sabine Yellow. That's for sure.
All right.
But let me check in on the melee real quick, see how other people that we're familiar with are doing. Ophir doing very well with Kira, as far as I can tell. I believe. Now let me see here. Yeah, Ophir is. So Wu is also 4-0 with Kira Green. If you are familiar with their YouTube channel, very talented and smart player, has top forward multiple PQs with Kira.
Nice.
Yeah, we love to see it. I think Titanic also having a strong showing after narrowly missing out on top 8. 3-1 heading into top 4. So McClunky Gaming's Titanic on Django Tarkentown also doing really well. Claire in chat wants to see the OB Green. So do I. Bummer Ryan's a good player. Lost to Sabine Shopper Base last round. So is 3-1, but if should still be in the top table. So maybe we can coerce them onto stream something really spicy, comparatively speaking, to what we've seen so far. Hi, Funko says,
I think there's some
Luthio's.
well-known players in this event, and should be exciting to see who all ends up making that the elimination.
Yep, exactly. For as much of a game of chance, sometimes card games can feel like, it's pretty regular. You see a lot of the same faces at the top tables, and it's not by coincidence.
Now, looking at the overall shape of the event, I think this is one of the more exciting competitive events that we've had in Star Wars Unlimited TCG thus far. We got the team tournament. We got this tournament with the major cash prize. I believe there's a 6K prize pool. And overall, just seems like a pretty exciting day, especially early on in this meta.
Yeah, 100%, and really well run. We've had some overall pretty clean gameplay on stream, outside of a couple of niche interactions that kind of are new to Jump to Lightspeed that were corrected by judges. But everyone's been playing really well, really efficiently, really quickly overall, given the circumstance. And Hi Funko asked, "What's the player count across the two pools?" I believe somewhere around the 240 to 250 mark. We had pretty full pools overall, about 120, I think, today, and 106 at the start of yesterday. So somewhere around that 230, 240 mark.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
What's up?
Sabine Chopper Base appearing on stream might be Ryan Warner making his McClunky repeat appearance.
Let's see.
Yep. I would assume I'd bet some money, but at least he didn't start out with that uh I don't know what that was, that Etsy Sabine that he had the first time.
Oh yeah, I remember that now. All
Yeah,
right. Well, it's gonna be hey, another Quinlan versus Sabine, but this time it is Quinlan versus Yellow Sabine. And I actually have to say, I think the Cunning Sabine deck has a pretty relevant advantage when it comes to the Quinlan matchup in particular, which is that if you are running one cost cards, and there are some good options for that in Sabine Yellow, you can play a one cost card on turn one, and if Quinlan's deck is built around playing a two cost card on turn one, his ping is not lined up with you.
Yep, and I'm sure we'll see some cartel turncoats and R2D2s. Ryan is no stranger to this matchup, so I would assume you're going to see, if there's a mulligan, it might be looking for that double turn one drop play.
Yeah, interesting point there, Pasquale. I think that like you said, double one drops. If you can fire off like two cartel turncoats on that first turn, that is a very good starting position.
Yep, and you had mentioned Leia's a pseudo one drop. There's so many options to get that double one drop into play.
Yeah, I think I think that Leia does not work as well in this scenario though, because she does actually cost two, even if she readies a resource, which can create a scenario where they can still ping Leia. But of course, playing Leia and a cartel turncoat and having Leia get pinged off is still better than playing a single two cost unit and having to get pinged off.
Yeah, I think I'd take Tarkin Town on my 2/2, but we'll see what happens here as they draw their 6 cards and assess the situation. So we have a Rebel Resource, yep, exactly as we predicted, and Michael from Team Secret, who I believe has been featured as a frequent McClunky game watcher. McClunky Gaming Watcher, I'm pretty sure Michael has been on this stream a few times. And Quinlan unhappy with their 6 cards, taking a mulligan here. And Ryan, Rebel Resource, fanning the cards around, but seems like they're going to keep their 6. Maybe pre-secret. I just remember the spelling. Not many people spell Michael that way, and there was a discussion about how to say his name. I don't know. I have a weird memory, and Claire is saying maybe he wasn't on stream, but I definitely feel like he might have been. Also, so hey, no fault. We all have had early days. Y'all have been setting up. You have the extra exhaustion of being around all those people, which kind of drains me. So I'm alone in my room with my air conditioner and my Celsius.
All right. Rebel Resource starting us off with a Sabine ping.
Looks familiar.
I think we saw a pass, but Rebel Resource indeed brings out a one cost unit. there is a rebel resource, or I said rebel resource. There is a cartel turncoat from rebel resource, which means that it cannot be pinged by Quinlan here. It looks like he doesn't have another turn. He doesn't have another one drop, but the fact that he brought out that turncoat and dodged the Tarkin Town does mean that he is able to get more purchase early on than we were seeing in the previous match.
Yep, and the pings are more effective. We saw Eli, I think, ping at least twice with Sabine before they stopped, but that was with 225 HP bases. Ryan already has a bit of a lead, so the pings are going to be a little bit more relevant here.
Ooh, now here's a strong play for Quinlan, though. We have a Millennium Falcon coming out, which can potentially remove that cartel turncoat and draw a card. Let's see what Rebel Resource will do to counter.
Yep. Yeah, the only benefit here is Rebel Resource should get to stick their own 3-drop if they have one and avoid the ping plus Tarkin Town, but that cartel turncoat is probably not long for the world.
Yeah, unless he has a buff for it. Like if he had an R2-D2 in hand, he could throw it on there and survive at least the initial attack, though it might not be worth it because he would likely be cleared by Tarkin Town anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And that's something that Rebel Resource was talking about in their interview yesterday, was how strong R2D2 the pilot is in Sabine Cunning. So we know that they're running it, and that is a secret tech of theirs into these Django and Tarkin Town decks.
Looks like it's going to be L3. The Falcon takes out the cartel turncoat, draws a card from the bounty. Rebel Resource now taking the initiative. The awkward part about L3 is that Sabine Explosives Artist can kill L3 through her shield by using that on attack ability. So even though he dodged that initial ping, I think Rebel Resource is in a bit of an unfavorable spot when it comes to these early unit clashes.
Yep. Michael definitely has the kind of ideal opening for Quinlan with Sabine and Falcon. That's definitely the two units you want to see if you're in that position.
Rebel Resource throws 2 damage onto the base, but that Sabine on attack play to get through the shield goes off just as I was describing.
Yep, and then Rebel fires off the Sabine ping to kind of play around the potential Tarkin Town again.
Now, here's
Being-
something interesting. It appears to me that we've seen the Millennium Falcon go back to hand here for our Quinlan player.
Yeah, I think they obviously they at least had 2 Ahsokas. I think they resourced one, and like I'd mentioned, I think that's a really important interaction for this deck. So them not wanting to play down a resource this turn and wanting to have the ability to play Ahsoka to exhaust a Sabine, but that's not going to be the case. Rebel Resource leads off. I believe that's a Sabine Wren of their own for 2, but a foil version. Oh, force throw from Michael, but Rebel Resource holding on to the heroic sacrifice so that it's only a 1 damage ping. Still able to get Tarkin Town, but
yeah, it does. It doesn't kill on its own, but it does enable Tarkin Town.
Yeah, but still really big that they had the cheap event there to force the Tarkin Town to be used finally.
Yeah. Now, Rebel Resource has managed to do some damage here, but his board is not so strong. Now we see that Sabine's trading. Rebel Resource throws 3 more damage onto the base there with his own Sabine.
Yep, that leader's not long for the world as well, but 13 damage, nothing to sneeze at here for Rebel Resource. He's put the pressure on.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can lane dodge here, get into space.
And my understanding is that Rebel Resource is also on for a cause I believe in, which does give him some additional reach. We could potentially see a scenario where even if he can't really contest the board that well, he might be able to land things like K2SO for a cause I believe in. I don't know if he's playing Daring Raid. I sort of assume not, but various direct damage effects could get him there, even if Quinlan takes the board.
Yeah, looking at the resource row makes me think he's mulling over a potential Cassian. But we'll see.
Yeah, Cassian would not be amazing in terms of board impact, but if not dealt with, could get some direct damage to that base. No, it's going to be for a cause.
Okay, so looking
1,
to put the 4
2,
damage on.
3, 4 for 4. He finds 4 small ships. I'm going to assume that's going to be 4 discards.
Yep. I don't think you want any of those in your next hand because Sabine's going to die, so Fleet Lieutenant's probably not very good either. It's tempting. Okay, he's
Oh,
going
he
to keep
keeps
it.
the Fleet Lieutenant. I wonder if this means that he has a sneak attack. Sneak attack Fleet Lieutenant is actually a combo where you can attack with the Fleet Lieutenant immediately. Oh, he had it, but it's countered by Ahsoka Tano, removing that card from the hand.
Yep. And now the units trade off. Killing
Yeah, so
Sabine.
that sneak attack plus Fleet Lieutenant would have been 5 damage directly to the base. But it ends up getting picked out of the hand, and now that Fleet Lieutenant's not necessarily going to be that good unless he can find another sneak attack or advance a Rebel unit that doesn't get cleared. So I do think that Rebel Resource is on the back foot here. He brings out a Cassian from Smuggle this time. Might have been
Yep.
what he was considering doing last turn. Let's see what the response is.
I think there's a surprise strike, and that's probably going to need to be played here to trade into the Cassian.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, he can't let the 3 damage go in because he's too low with these Sabine pings. It would be almost game at that point. He would have been at 21
HP left on Quinlan's base, and much more than that for Rebel Resource. In fact, he still has 20 left after that Cat attack or after that Ezra attack. But Rebel Resource has no board, and his opponent does have a board. So we'll see how this goes.
Yep, sticking those A-wings actually
Ooh.
really important because Falcon is Rebel Resource's best play right now, and now with the other surprise strike that I believe is in hand, Falcon's not even able to get in for any damage. And he
2
did draw
A-wings is a very spicy thing to see there. The amount of damage that Quinlan can throw out is greatly increasing. I think Rebel Resource and his Sabine deck are in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, and
It's
he
not
did
over
draw the
yet.
Falcon, but
There's the Falcon.
the surprise strike is in hand to trade.
Well, if we see the surprise strike on that Falcon, though, it does at least mean that it's not going into base. So he's buying some time to potentially fire off more Sabine pings and hope to draw for a cause. But
Yeah, unfortunately, I think there's but really close to lethal on board anyway. Especially with Ezra being able to potentially pull something. This Falcon needs to land on base, and I don't think he's gonna. Yep, there it is.
surprise strike trades. There's 12 damage on the board, which is not lethal. Ooh, Rebel Resource playing Heroic Sacrifice just to cycle. It's a good thing to do. It's better than doing nothing, but it's also kind of a sign of desperation.
Yep. Yeah, and he could have Heroic
Funny,
Sacrificed
if he had
the
that Heroic
Falcon.
Sacrifice on the Falcon, he could have taken his opponent down to 1 HP here, which would then
Yep.
likely lead to a victory on that next turn with just a Sabine ping.
Yeah, 100%. It's looking dire.
He has R2, but he's taking too much damage.
Yeah,
If
one
there's
card in
any
hand.
attack buff,
Oh,
if there's any
Cassian.
attack buff, Quinlan can win in 1 action. If Rebel Resource has a surprise strike, he could hit for 4, but I guess he does not have anything that's going to save him. I think he's wrapping it up, and we're going to move to round 2.
Yep. Yeah, like I said, I think Michael had that's the ideal like 1-2 punch into this yellow deck is Sabine on the ground, Falcon in space, and it really allows you to play control really well into kind of any other aggro deck combined with your discards in Tarkin Town. So we'll see if the side deck changes this matchup for Rebel Resource for the better. I wonder if we'll see any Valiant assault ships. We saw that yesterday be pretty clutch for an aggro player, just kind of sitting at 4 resources, forcing Quinlan to go to 5 in order to deploy. So we know Valiant assault ship is quite powerful in this matchup. For Sabine, probably Quinlan, maybe Gamorrean guards if they're playing that for more sentinels. Potentially bamboozles, if they're not already maining them, are really powerful things. Waylays, spare the targets, things of that nature can really put a damper on the Sabine game plan. And I wonder, we know Sabine Cunning is pretty heavy event based, so maybe some jam communications could find their way in. Players are shuffling up.
Bum, ba-ba-da-ba-dum, bum, bum. Here we go.
I know, can't be too cute with the music. We can get copyright stricken. That was a little too good.
I'm not sure my rendition is you flatter me there. I'm not sure I'm pinging the copyright bots anytime soon.
I don't know. Twitch is crazy these days. Watch out.
All right, we're gonna get the shuffle here. Can Rebel Resource make a comeback win against this Quinlan Tarkentown? We will see what happens.
Yeah, we're seeing Ahsoka put in a lot of work, even when they don't exhaust. That's just that big body with the discard feels pretty nice. So, enabling Force Throw, another Force unit. We haven't seen the Force Throw too often in this. Obviously, it happened, but it was just the heroic sacrifice. But seemingly a big unit for a matchup that chat was saying was favoring Sabine, and I also agreed, especially in this one where it's the same colors. But Ahsoka proving to be quite strong.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty mediocre hand for Michael, but we'll see if he keeps it. Nope. Yeah, decided against it. He did have
Mulligan
two
there.
turn one plays. Yeah, he had an A-Wing and an L3. But like I said, you kind of want to find that Falcon and that Sabine unit. That's your golden ticket. So I think that's what he's mulliganing for, despite having an option in space and an option in the ground. They're not your best plays into Sabine yellow. So, but Ryan is happy, kept his hand. And now Michael has no choice but to keep whatever Rebel cuts into. Zuhair Galaxy says, pretty clean play from Quinlan, and I would agree. That was clinical for sure.
All right.
And there he did. He found the Sabine Wren unit, met with double turn one play, double one drop.
There we go.
So
We
I
were
think now,
discussing that line of play earlier.
Yep, each side now I think has their ideal opening. Looks like the Sabine trades into the Spec Force Soldier. And we're going to get a Sabine ping from Ryan. 3 damage on either base. Immediately into the 4 resource turn here. R2 is going to trade into Sabine. Surviving and kind of daring Michael to play Tarkentown. Another Sabine ping.
Yeah.
Crafty Smuggler.
Crafty on the field. Sabine flips.
A Dark Saber.
Very risky to play Darksaber in this meta, but it may be that Rebel Resource has sided it in or similar and hitting very hard as a result.
That is sheesh.
Is there upgrade removal for this?
Yeah, in a world full of bamboozle, I would assume that is saying putting him on the clock.
Now, if there isn't an answer to that Darksaber fast, Rebel Resource could run away with the game. I mean, each swing with that Darksaber enabled to say, oh, and there isn't an immediate answer. We see it Quinlan flipping, and that means Rebel Resource can swing for 7 here.
Yeah, could be 10 if he's got a pump. Really scary place to be in if you're Michael. Yeah, Miles Rod in chat says make him have it, and he's made him have it, and you know what? It's paying dividends.
What would be really spicy is if Rebel Resource then sideboards again and swaps out these Dark Sabers. And
Yeah,
we'll see what happens, but the opponent could be stuck with upgrade removal that isn't relevant.
the
That
mind
was a
games.
huge swing for Rebel Resource, and I think that the Quinlan player here is in desperate trouble now.
Yeah, what is that? 18 on base already. Has to answer the R2 as well. Doesn't. Yeah, it's going to Tarkin
Well,
Town
and
it.
here's the crazy thing: 18 on base. If Sabine swings, the game ends. So Sabine must not have the chance to attack again, but she is also currently a 6/8.
Yeah.
So
Yep. Yeah, need a
this is
plow to even get through the dark saber.
it's like so Plo could show up, die, but do a bunch of damage to Sabine. Then the crafty smuggler gets the kill. Oh, and Rebel Resource also bringing out a Falcon. There's huge pressure on Quinlan here. I
Wow.
don't think he's
Yeah.
going to be able to hold it.
No, he goes to base, and that kind of concedes the game there. There's
Very,
just no way.
very undesirable situation here. 3 damage to base from the Falcon. Rebel Resource swinging on in.
Yep. Yeah, now he's got lethal in 2 arenas, and I don't think there's any way for both to go down.
Falcon. Oh, okay. So we see a Falcon pinging a Falcon.
Yeah, but that says to me that you can't kill Sabine then. You know what I mean?
Heroic
spent
sacrifice played just to cycle. Initiative taken. Does he have? No, he has a surprise strike. He
6.
has it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
He
All
held it
right.
off at least for now. But for a cause I believe in could just win the game immediately.
Yep.
There's
For a
still the threat of
cause.
Sabine's ping damage.
Yep. Sabine ping, Cassian Andor out of the row could come in and threaten lethal.
For a
First for a
cause,
cause.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's game.
Yeesh.
Yeah, very, very brutal game there with Rebel Resource just running over Quinlan's defenses there. In the first game, we saw a scenario where the Quinlan player managed to stabilize and bring out more units and turn things around. This time, he may have cleared the board, but he cleared the board with only 4 HP left, and a single for a cause was all that was needed. Pretty wild.
Yeah, absolutely insane read there from Rebel Resource to just drop that hammer in the form of that dark saber, and you could almost tell by the body language of Michael that he just couldn't believe what he was staring down. Definitely playing that crafty smuggler, I believe, on that turn. You could tell he wasn't expecting the dark saber in this format, and Rebel
Yeah, I
Resource
mean,
had it.
it's not, I think, a very, like, how would I put it? It isn't something that it has a lot of threats that can deal with it very easily and very efficiently. But if you land it, it can still be huge, and Rebel Resource landed it, so here we are.
Yeah, 100%. I could feel the sigh all the way from Atlanta in New York here. It reminds me of when Boba would play Boba's armor, just that, oh, I can't believe you have it and I don't have an answer. It feels really bad. So we'll see if there's a similar fate here for Michael in game 3. Oh, but he has the bamboozle this time. So I would be shocked if he resourced that. But he is mulliganing. Okay, he said that's not enough. Looking for the Sabine Wren unit. Rebel Resource happy with their hand. I wonder if that means they have the double 1-drop again, which proved to be also extremely valuable into this matchup. So interesting stuff here. Michael saying bamboozle isn't what I need. I need something else. Neebles for the win says, imagine he just sides the sabers out and Quinlan sides an upgrade hate. That's what we were talking about. Tower had mentioned that, but neither player reached back for their side deck, so I assume they're just running it back.
Maybe that also means that there already is the upgrade removal in deck here.
Yeah, we saw the
for
Bamboozle,
Quinlan.
which slows it down a little bit. Doesn't fully remove it, but slows it down.
Bamboozle into Darksaber is, if your own deck is fast, that can be a sufficient counter, because not only does it bounce it back, which means they basically spent their whole turn playing a card that didn't do anything, it also exhausts Sabine, which is a further setback.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely, as a Han Cunning player, have done that. Had to do that in set 2 many a time, and it was enough to swing the game in my favor. So
Rebel Resource has his Cartel Turncoat hit the base, but it gets cleared by the Green Squadron A-Wing. Then we see Cassian Andor being played, and a Ezra Bridger comes out from the Quinlan side of the board, pinging Cassian, but because Cassian has that 5th hit point, he is not in range of Tarkentown, and Rebel Resource is probably going to get to make at least one attack with Cassian here.
yep. It's going to be interesting to see if he uses a pump here to really push the damage. Because these units in either arena now kind of puts Rebel Resource in a pretty awkward spot of, you play anything with 3 HP, it's gonna die. Three to base from Cassian. All right, space is now on the menu because the Green Squadron attacked. We'll see if there's
Green
a Falcon,
Squadron did
perhaps.
swing.
Pilot
Now,
R2.
someone is asking if a deck list is available. So I bet somewhere on Patreon or YouTube or something, there is some version of this build from Rebel Resource, but I can't guarantee that it's the most modern one. However, Rebel Resource is an avid content creator and may well have it somewhere.
Yep, we see
Fleet
a
Lieutenant
Sabine
buffing
deploy.
Sabine, another 5 damage to base. 13 now, but the Fleet Lieutenant quickly gets killed by Ezra Bridger. Flips a red 3 into the discard pile, I think? Or is that a red 5?
Red 5, the new red 5,
Yeah.
yep. Yeah, and in terms of sharing lists from Clunky Gaming, that could happen after the event. So we're not sharing any lists until after the event. So tune in tomorrow for the top cut, and then afterwards you'll see probably at least the top 16 deck lists. All right, Sabine goes into base. So 16 damage on the Quinlan base.
Not looking great here for Quinlan in terms of HP on base, but his board state is significantly better.
Yeah, interesting to note that Ryan did not resource. So that leads me to believe he might have that Valiant Assault ship I was mentioning earlier, forcing Quinlan to go to 5 in order to deploy. This is really the big stabilizing turn for Quinlan. So we'll see if they can clear the board quickly, or if this R2 chips in, we see a Valiant Assault ship, and the game kind of runs away. All right, Bamboozle on R2?
Huh.
Does he not have? Oh, that's from Ezra off the top, I think. So deciding on what to do. Does he play?
He's mulling over whether to play this Bamboozle.
Yeah, it would be kind of hilarious. Okay. The 1/4, the fear of the droid, really making that a tough decision.
Might have been
heroic
good for him to play it, because
sacrifice.
R2 gets a heroic sacrifice here. 3 damage to base and a card draw.
Yeah, really huge.
19 damage on base. We are
Really
in the danger zone
huge.
here.
Gotta be terrified of Millennium Falcon here if you're Michael. And as he fans through his hand, it doesn't look like he has a waylay or a surprise strike. So Green Squadron A-Wing cannot trade into the Falcon before it attacks if Rebel Resource has one. But what's even scarier is like something like a for a cause makes killing Sabine really scary because you're 2 pings away from death at that point. All right. He plays a Leia Organa and readies a resource, I believe. So sticking at 2 resources available here. Oh, and people are saying he has... Okay, he does have the Force throw, which could answer the Falcon by throwing Ahsoka at it, potentially, or Quinlan. Or Plo Koon, sorry. And DJ now trades into Leia. Sabine unit on the menu here for Rebel Resource. Really tense moment right now for both players. But there are answers. With the Plo Koon in hand, Plo can kill Sabine, Quinlan can kill the other Sabine, and you deal 3 to base. You're kind of stabilizing here.
Yeah. Could be a lot worse.
Yeah, this is now looking good. But again, 1 for a cause and the 2 Sabine pings ends the game here. So
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Sabine is it just has so much reach. You know, for a cause, K2SO, Rebel Resource absolutely has some options here.
Yep, immediately pace 3? No, okay. Oh, Michael wasn't ready, but Rebel was raring to go.
Yeah, I think he saw that for a cause and is like, this is my path.
There it is.
19 damage on the base. For a cause for 4 would...
reveals 2 more!
Ooh,
So this is it. This is the last turn. Michael has to win here.
It's win this turn or die. With those for a causes revealed, all Rebel Resource has to do now is take the initiative and play for a cause, and he will almost surely win the game. The question is, does this board from Quinlan find lethal?
Does it have 18 points of damage,
6,
and it could
9,
get there.
12 plus Plo Koon. He has exact lethal. He has it.
So Rebel needs
Unless
a
Rebel
Leia.
Resource has a Bamboozle or something, I think Quinlan gets this game. He needs Bamboozle or Leia Defiant Princess to exhaust this Plo Koon.
Yeah, 100%. Needs an exhaust. There's exact lethal on board, plus a pump. Sneak attack, Spec Force Soldier.
Sneak attack. Oh, man. He sneak attacks a Spec Force Soldier. This allows him to try and force Quinlan to attack or this unit. If Quinlan doesn't attack this unit, the Spec Force Soldier can potentially hit the base. Oh, but it's a forced throw from Quinlan's hand, clears the Spec Force Soldier, and now Quinlan should have lethal. What a game.
Wow. Yeah, Brian's doing the math now, but I think the writing's on the wall. It's 30,
that is
30 damage equal.
Lethal. What a scenario. Extremely close final game in that match with the For a Cause I believe in's on top of the deck, but Quinlan manages to just barely get there and close things out first. Excellent match.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. Also really fascinating that even if Rebel drew the other 4 cause and drew 2 in some crazy world, because he skipped that resource, that 1 turn, he wouldn't have been able to play both either way. So really just such a crazy turn of events there at the end, allowing Michael to take the win over Rebel Resource. But that is back-to-back Quinlans now that have taken down Sabine in a matchup that we thought was relatively, especially chopper base, Sabine favored. But did not go either player's way.
Yeah, very interesting.
So good. Michael seems prepared for this, this meta here, and but that is Ryan's first loss. So he's still in the running for a top finish with Sabine Cunning. So he's heading into round 6 as a 4-1 finisher here. Still 20 minutes left in the round. I think we might have Michael coming on for an interview to chat about this match.
Yeah, should be interesting. It was certainly an interesting match.
Yep. Yeah, really cool line to play, and would love to pick his brain about how he feels the matchup has swung, maybe with things like Ahsoka now in the main deck. All right, Michael, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, congratulations on a really tense 3-game set there against Rebel Resource on Sabine Cunning.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Those are super close games, so they got a little fortunate there at the end. So can't complain.
Yeah, that was wild. The finale there was very exciting too.
Yeah, I think honestly, if there's anything he can sneak attack that's not just a 2-2, like I think I'll probably lose that game. So I don't know. I don't think that's a great matchup. I feel fortunate to get through it.
Yeah, that's something we were discussing on kind of your thoughts on specifically that matchup in general, but against maybe even Sabine ECL. You know, we had seen Quinlan last round also take down Sabine, but we had felt that it probably wasn't a good matchup for in either color. But 2 Quinlans in a row taking it down in 3 games.
Yeah, I think Sabine ECL is probably a little bit better for Quinlan because they don't have the 1-drops to, play around your Tarkin town on turn 1. The fact that he kind of gets a free ping, I still have to pass, and then he can lead on 1s that are going to push damage is pretty bad. And he has so much damage out of hand that it's rough. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, we were
interesting.
discussing those 1 costs, and they definitely can be handy.
Yeah, I was mentioning too, like both of you were kind of aggressively looking for things, and I was saying he was looking for maybe a double 1-drop turn. You were maybe looking for like Sabine Wren or Falcon. Was that what you were mulliganing for, or how is your game plan going into that?
For sure, yeah. I think Sabine's my best turn 1 play or A-Wing because I think his best turn 1 is probably double Cartel turncoat, at least based on what he told me. So you have to have either a Falcon or an A-Wing to stop it, and if not, Sabine's probably the next best thing just because it attacks for 3 and kind of trades well into their shielded units.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Now, do you think jump to lightspeed kind of helped the matchup? We saw Ahsoka come down, and that can be kind of relevant if they don't have the event to discard or something. But how do you feel Ahsoka is playing into the meta so far?
So Ahsoka's been very good for me. I mean, just having another Force unit kind of earlier in the curve is huge in the Force throw deck, of course, but I don't know. I don't think it's amazing in this matchup because a lot of times you can't rely on the exhaust. Like they want to sandbag so many events to push damage, like Heroic Sack, For a Cause, Surprise Strike. So you're probably getting a good card, but you're not stopping damage with it, and the body's a little bit slow. So I think in general I'd prefer Kira because it stops the Darksaber blowout that you saw in Game 2. But overall in the field, Ahsoka's very good.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean that Darksaber was I think a nasty surprise there.
Yeah, I might need to watch it back and see if I had any outs to it. I am playing main deck Bamboozle, but without seeing it, I mean, you can't take 14 and beat Sabine Yellow. Like, they're going to burn you out.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not a very positive situation.
Yeah, and you're playing Quinlan Tarkentown today, and obviously Django is the boogeyman, and so I'm curious as we interview people who aren't on Django, what do you think there's a strength there that people aren't realizing, or is it this just comfort? What led you to Quinlan today?
So my bad answer is I was the Quinlan player for the teams tournament, and it's kind of the only deck that I had on me. I think it's a little bit Django favored, and the Quinlan has to play a lot of sideboard cards for it. Like, you probably need to be on main deck Commandeer, and then also have EMP in the sideboard. I don't think it's unwinnable, but my guess is 60-40 them is kind of how I felt so far. I feel fortunate I beat 2 today, so the hot streak continues.
Yeah.
Nice. And so if things don't go your way in these last rounds, we can blame the team for kind of pushing you into this corner of Quinlan.
I think so too. Like, I was a Han player, and my one teammate took Han, the other took Django, and here I am playing really fair Quinlan.
What would
Hey.
your most preferred and least preferred matchups be with this build?
I think most preferred, especially out of the popular stuff, is probably BIATL. I think the level of discard you have, combined with how inconsistent their deck already is, makes it a good matchup. Honestly, least preferred, like Sabine Yellow's up there. I don't know. In our testing, that matchup's been horrendous. So like, I really do feel like I got away with one here. Like, I never want to see that across the table.
Well, hey, congratulations on beating your hardest matchup in a very exciting streamed game there.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we wish you the best luck in the rest of the day, and hopefully, maybe the the fact that this wasn't your choice will play into your favor the rest of the day, and just take it to the end. That'd be exciting.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
Awesome insight there. Love asking about the mulligan, because I think he mulliganed all 3 games pretty aggressively. So good to get some insight onto what he was looking for, and it was indeed the Sabine or the Falcon or both.
Yeah, interesting situation. Ends up being a I think he said he would take the A-wing also as something that can maybe deal with those turncoats, but yeah, was able to do very well in what he said was maybe his hardest matchup. So congratulations to him.
Yeah, exactly. And that one did finish up a little quickly, so we've got about 14 minutes left in the round. So we might be on another little break here. Yeah.
Oh, shout out to Timmy W94 for who subscribed with Prime. I think it was during that crazy finale to that match, so we missed it in the excitement. But thank you for supporting the channel.
Yeah, super blinded by double 4 calls on the top and math that we had to do to see if the game was over. But yeah, exactly. Thanks for this subscription there. All right. So I think we will take another little break here as round 5 wraps up. But don't go away. We'll be back with the final 2 rounds of Swiss for Pool 2 today here at the Bonta Network Invitational at CardsHQ, the battle in BIATL.
Yeah, stay tuned for more, guys. Catch you later. Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the BIATL event here, brought to us by the Bothan Network and CardsHQ. We are about to move on to the 6th round of Swiss. I think the 5th round is just finishing up and pairings and so on going. I am tower number 9, joined here by Pasquale. Pasquale, how's it going with you?
I'm doing well. It's been a long day, but we've seen some really good games, and excited to see these last 2 rounds of Swiss here for Pool 2.
Yeah. Should be interesting to see how these players do. We had a really exciting match last round with Rebel Resource ultimately playing against a Quinlan build where Michael, our Quinlan player, had some very close moments, but ultimately was able to get it.
Yeah, really exciting stuff there. Kind of Rebel Resource put the Quinlan player Michael in check essentially, and said, if you got to win this turn, or I have double for a cause on top, and I only need one of them. And
Yeah,
Michael found the damage.
it was an intense game.
Yep. And we do have some spicy decks out in the event that could prove interesting. I think there's a Gar Saxon that's doing okay.
I think
So
that's
maybe
another thing people have been playing maybe as a potential counter to Django. Gar Saxon with a lot of shields, the idea being that with all those shields that your deck has access to, you can prevent your units from being exhausted.
Yep, our Obi Green sadly has lost back-to-back rounds, probably knocking them out of the top 8, but put up a strong start to the event here in Pool 2. But probably not going to be able to make a top 8 with draws in the mix now. Seems unlikely. We saw mostly, I don't think a single X2 from Pool 1 made it, maybe one, but really tight now that draws give you a point.
Yep. Yeah, if you are X and 1 or better, you can ID into the top cut now.
Yeah, take a well-deserved break and take a round off essentially. So we'll see. I think Wu took unfortunate loss as well. Ophir, if you're familiar, was on Kira Green, had to run into a Django Tarkentown, which is definitely a tough matchup for Kira. So gonna be interesting to see what shakes out in round 6. What ends up on stream. There's a lot of still strong competition that are in that kind of 1-loss range heading into these final 2 rounds.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see who manages to make it through, and I believe the top 8 from today, as well as the top 8 from yesterday's event, will be making their way to the cut tomorrow.
Yep, that'll be really exciting to see kind of these 2 pools face off in a top 16. And we've got some solid McClunky representation again heading into these top tables in round 6. I know Titanic again is 4-1, as is Zach on his signature Cad Green. So Zach Lunky special holding it down here.
Zach Lunky special. I like that.
Shout outs to Claire for typing that in the chat earlier. It's what I'll forever call Cad Green now, the Zach Lunky special.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely some stuff. I'm wondering if we have any more Cad Blues. That deck was fascinating. I know Guy was on that, had worked on that with George the Hulk. He played Anakin Colossus in Pool 1 and didn't make the top cut. I think took Cad Colossus into Pool 2, hoping to fare better with that 35 HP base. So wondering how they did.
Yeah, it could be interesting to see how this goes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there has been some discussion of a very Django heavy meta that showed up in I believe it was the Milan event over in Italy. I think that was the first of the region. Is it sector or regional that is the lower level one? Sector?
Sector, yeah. Sector has a cap of 1,000 participants, and right now there's kind of 2 per region in Europe and North America. The Regionals are 1 per region with a cap of 2,000 players. Both have a
Do we
top
know how
8.
many players there were in do we know how many players there were in Milan?
We do. I think there was 576.
576. That's a pretty big crew, and from what I hear, a lot of them were playing Django.
Yeah, 578 frowning Pandora says. So yeah, about that range, which is actually really nice because I was worried when everything was announced. Again, as someone who's keeping a lot of data for the community, Italy's planetary qualifiers were very small overall. They got a bunch of them, and over a third of them didn't even get 32 players. So a top 4
Wow.
cut only. So when they announced Milan, I was a little worried, but it is a good central location, and I think there were a lot of people who ended up traveling, which was really nice. So
Yeah,
good turnout today.
These sector and regional events are the types of things where you're thinking there might be some people that are going to fly for that sort of thing. So, even if the local scene isn't the biggest ever, a location that a lot of people can travel to might be very desirable.
Yeah, 100%. So good turnout, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. Like with that, there definitely will be a heavy Django representation. It was, I think, about half of the meta almost was Django, about 40 something percent. But we did see that Luke squeak in at the end. Luke Echo Base, I believe, winning in round 9 over a Han 1 aggression. So 2 kind of fringe decks making a run for it. And that player is vying for potentially the first Luke showcase in the world.
Yeah, and I think, it sounds like if you make it that far, I think your odds of being in that top 64 are very good. So congratulations to the Luke player from Milan.
Yeah, 100%. I would be surprised if they didn't make the top 64. It's just a question of, is there another one? That's the
Oh,
question.
good
Am I
point. Yeah, there could be
am I the
somebody else with an even
best?
better standing.
Exactly.
Because you do
Oh,
have to be not just in the top 64, but the best.
Yep, exactly. And I'm noticing that very strange underworld ship I shouted out last time we saw Cad Bane Colossus. So I had a feeling this is what we were seeing, and it is probably that Gi deck I was talking about, Cad Bane Colossus, making a run here against Tim Titanic from a Clunky Gaming, back on stream with Django Tarkentown.
All right. Well, I am biased. Titanic does such great work setting up these streams. Plus, he's a McClunky Gaming teammate. I gotta root for him.
I know.
We will
And he's
see if he can put it together. And now he is playing Django, which I think to some makes him a villain. But I think I'm rooting for the teammate here.
Yeah, I wish he wasn't so nice as well. Then I would make it easier to root against him, but he's just overall a good person. So definitely rooting for him. But I think this Cad Bane deck is literally constructed card by card to take down Django, because there are some very strange choices that seem very good into Django that probably aren't great into other matchups. So Yi probably very happy to be playing
Wait,
against
this is a
this.
CAD blue though, right? With
Yep.
Colossus?
Yep, Cad Blue, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's probably the same build within maybe a card or two, but probably the same that we saw run to success for George the Hulk in Pool 1 to a top 8 finish. But there are some very strange cards that aren't very good against other matchups, but are very good into Django. So we'll see if Titanic is prepared for this. Gonna be a little weird. I don't know if he knows
Yeah,
what to expect.
and I do think this is kind of the danger of playing Django. Now, someone might say, danger? What do you mean, Tower? Django's the top deck. Like, everybody knows that. Well, if you're the top deck and everybody knows that, that also means a lot of people are going to be formulating game plans to deal with your deck in particular. And so it may well be that Guy has come up with some counter Django tactics that are going to put him in good stead here. We'll have to see how it goes.
Yep. And just like that, we are seeing a mulligan from Titanic. He cannot draw a good opening hand on stream so
Oh.
far. It was pretty miserable.
Hopefully, in
So
at least some game, we're going to see Titanic actually have a turn 1 play.
yeah, he was missing a turn 1 play and had a bunch of sneak attacks with nothing to do with them. So hoping for a better shuffle this time and to find a 2-drop, because he has
Yeah.
not had one on stream.
Streamer's curse. That's not the streamer's curse is something different, but
Ty Fabe says,
It's
"Where's
interesting
50% Django? He hasn't even converted yet, and we're already crowning him." I just think the representation shows that he is by far perceived to be the best deck. So that's the
Yeah.
perception
Now
is
I want to
everything.
be very clear. I think I said this earlier in the broadcast, either today or yesterday. I actually think Django will prove to be overrated, but I think that regardless of whether he will or won't prove to be overrated, he is perceived as the best deck.
Yep. And we do see an Allegiant General Pride immediately answered by Cloud Rider, but W's in the chats for Titanic finding a 2-drop. That's step
Nice.
one. Step one. You know, don't feel like you're already starting on the back foot.
Yeah, we saw some unfortunate mulligans for Titanic earlier. Some games where he
Yep.
just didn't have a starting play in against a control-y opponent. That is not where you want to be.
Yeah, and a really
But
strong turn two with Guerrilla Soldiers forcing 3 damage directly to the base.
yeah, and if Guerrilla Soldier gets that damage to base, it also readies up for a potential further attack.
Yep, and now we can have a kind of a Tarkin Town trade here for that Pike Sentinel.
Yeah. Pike Sentinel, nice little obstacle to throw in someone's way early on. Doesn't actually beat that many things, at least in terms of cards that see competitive play, but can often at least waste the opponent's time a bit and buy you time to get to your more powerful later game plays, which is something a lot of more control-oriented decks are very happy to be doing.
Yep, and Titanic here opting not to trade into the Pike, instead probably looking to ping, exhaust, and deal with it that way. We'll see if he ends up... He's shuffling his deck. I don't know what happened, but interesting. Maybe he
Yeah, not
knocked a
sure.
card off. Maybe he knocked a card off or drew too many or something. But either way, he's opting to kind of handle this Pike Sentinel in another way. So we'll see what he's got.
All right.
He accidentally flipped the top card. Yeah, I thought that's what happened. All right, but he's got initiative with 4 resources. CAD, remember, down a card from Colossus. So we'll see if the card advantage matters here.
Yeah, I mean, it will matter at least some, but another thing that matters is having 5 extra HP against a pretty aggressive deck.
Yep.
The
Okay,
thing
didn't
about
draw.
Django, so Django is not really an aggro deck. He's a tempo deck, but in this matchup, I think he definitely is the aggro.
Yeah, I'd agree when you're, inevitably facing down Avengers and these huge capital ships. But it ends up going into the Pike Sentinel anyway to start the turn. So really,
Okay.
maybe he didn't draw into the card he was hoping for, but Bazine Natal smuggled in for 4, taking a peek at the hand. Doesn't see a triple Dark Raid. I'm sure Guy was hoping to rip one of those out, but instead has a bunch of strong units.
So if you're Guy, what do you choose here, if anything?
Yeah, I think he chose the correct choice with the IG, forcing Django to kind of play under curve and not be able to ping both units. So that was probably the best choice. But there's a world where taking one of the War Juggernaut might actually be good too.
Yeah, with IG being a better play now, but War Juggernaut being very scary later in the game, I could see that.
Mm-hmm. But Guy opting for kind of the strong tempo now, and we'll deal with the Juggernaut later, I guess, was the thought. So, all right.
Let's see how it
Initiative
pans
now.
out for him.
Yeah, initiative now over to Cad Bane. And interesting, the saving of the Tarkin Town might prove a little bit important once these larger units come on the board, actually. So maybe Titanic is actually playing this pretty smart by holding on to that to deal with some of these bigger threats that are inevitably coming in this Colossus version. Neebles for the win asks, is this the same Guy that brought Vader Blue Control into the world? It is. Same exact person.
And little fun fact, I think that Vader Blue Control deck had been developed in some significant part by George, who we saw earlier.
Yeah, they seem to work very closely together. Lom Pike smuggled in for 5, and P38 goes into the base here. This is the Django deploy turn. Yeah, and nothing to do now, tapped out, so Titanic playing the aggressor here, 9 damage on base, and a Boba shielded unit, pretty sturdy ground unit to play into CAD here.
Yeah, this is the the new Boba Fett. Has some interesting utility. You can send him in with his pilot ability, or you can play him on the field.
Yeah, Boba Fett Feared Bounty Hunter is the title there. And 5/4 shielded, definitely feared in my book.
Yeah, I think in some ways you can consider him similar to Pilot Iden in terms of either being able to bring out a fairly powerful, like mid-level shielded unit, or play it as a pilot with an extra positive effect. Although, of course, their effects when played as pilots are fairly different.
Yeah, for sure. Keep mulling over what to do here. Do we want to ram Django, go to base, take the shield off? A lot of options here with this long pike attack. I feel like the Boba's a little menacing. You might want to just get that shield out of here, but looks like he's going into Django with the 3 put on the long pike. Maybe deciding if there's a shield to give out?
Okay.
Okay. Oh, right. Maybe he's going to use the Bazine to trade shields with the Boba. No. What the heck?
What happened there?
He attacked into Django, but gave Boba a second shield.
Huh. Okay. I wonder if he has another answer in mind for that Boba then.
Yeah, he has to have something. He's trying to clear. I would assume maybe he's hoping for a Power of the Dark Side soon. But no, he's changing his mind. Putting the shield on P38. All right.
Elite P38 Starfighter, pretty solid card. Very
Yeah.
annoying card for Django in particular, or with Django in particular.
Yeah, super strong ship there that Django got in Twilight of the Republic. Still unsure as to why he feels the Bazine needs a shield, but
yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, maybe he wants it to live for McClunky. So guarantee it can be used later to maybe find that triple dark raid he didn't get to discard earlier. So that's the only thing I can think about. He's going to hotshot Django, says Sage Leader in chat. It could be. But he still valuing the Bazine on the board is really interesting to me. Putting a shield to protect the P38 seems interesting as a choice that I don't know how I would have made.
These are good players, though. There could be some design to this that we're not seeing.
Oh yeah, and I am not a Cad Bane player.
Who have been playing for several hours, so there could be some error that they're making that we notice, but hard to say.
Yeah,
Don't want to second guess people too hard, but I do think, yeah. I mean, I personally just don't think of Bazine as being a very high value unit most of the time.
Yep. But yeah, I'm not a Cad Bane player, nor have I ever played Cad Blue really, so Guy knows better than me. We'll see if there's a hot shot as Sage Leader predicts, or maybe a Bamboozle to keep it alive, or not Bamboozle, McClunky. But 3 resources being teased here by Guy. Yeah, he's teasing the 3.
What could that represent?
It could be the hot shot that chat's suggesting, but it is
Hot shot is a tight card.
Pike Sentinel.
Okay.
And with 2 shields on the board, pretty easy choice here. Yeah, just gonna get rid of that from P38 here. Alpha Charlie, please Titanic, win please. We are also Titanic. Somewhat rooting. Don't tell everyone in chat we are biased, but we're not. All right, 3 to base.
I think it's fair to admit that we're biased against the person who helped produce the person, or biased for the person who helped produce the stream that we're commentating on, and who is my teammate, and
Yeah, it's true. Okay, he's trading shields with Boba, so that was the plan all along, I guess. All right, sure. So Django lives until the Cad Bane flips now. Titanic mulling over his options here after the Boba lost the shield. Platform 327, cheering for Titanic. Awesome, dude. He indeed is awesome.
All right. So just as a quick overview of the board, we are looking at 15 damage on Guy's base. Titanic's base is barely scratched with 1 damage there. Looks like
Yep.
Titanic's Boba is going to swing on in, clear that Pike Sentinel, taking 2 damage in the process. Both players still have substantial resources available for this turn.
Yep, and Titanic does have a Ruthless Raider that is probably waiting for that CAD deploy before it comes in. He did pick that up after the Bazine discard, so we'll see what else Guy can do into the turn to maybe force Titanic to spend some resources.
McClunky on Bazine.
Yep, he's gonna
Going
kill Django.
Yeah, kill Django Fett.
Yeah, so he was saving the Bazine from McClunky like I predicted, trying to find a triple dark raid, which I don't think Titanic has, but I think Bazine's going to snuff it out eventually.
Titanic fires off Tarkintown, clearing off along Pike. Now we're going to see the Ruthless Raider coming out and damaging Cad Bane as predicted. But because Django was defeated by that McClunky, there is no exhaust for Cad. Oh, and there's the Relentless Pursuit. We saw this earlier. He's going to capture the Ruthless Raider and get a shield because he is a bounty hunter.
Yep, huge play. Now that Boba Fett is a sitting duck for the Cad Bane. Really
easily clearing
good
Boba
sequence.
now, thanks to his shield. No damage taken in return, and Guy looks to be not quite stabilized, but stabilizing.
Yep. Heading into 7 resources, Titanic really needs triple dark raid, and he knows that the Bazine's in hand, so he knows he's going to need to fire that pretty fast if he wants to play it. So we'll see if he was able to draw into one. It's a heavy unit hand. I see a Devastator. I don't see a sneak attack. Kind of a rough position if that holds to be true here.
He can throw 3 damage on the base, so now Guy's up to 20 damage on base, but with that Colossus, there's still 15 more damage to go. It's really interesting to think about the different bases and how they're represented here, because on a 25 HP base, this game would almost be over, but as it stands, Guy still has a decent margin here.
Yep, if this was classic Cad Bane Tarkintown, Titanic's basically got the game in the bag, but 15 HP left with all the control tools and the top end coming. It's definitely a tough position. If Titanic hasn't found the triple dark raid, and the kind of mulling over here feels like he hasn't found it.
Lots of resources being spent, though. Let's see what he's bringing out.
Yep, something big. Where are we? We're on 7. Not enough for Devastator yet. It's a Juggernaut. War Jug comes into play. Okay.
War Juggernaut pinging Cad. Only to be captured, I think.
Oof, yep, he's got the Cad Bane unit as well.
Double capture, I believe.
Yep. No, he's gonna.
Why was that defeated?
I think he pinged it with the CAD unit instead.
Oh, I see.
Yep. I don't know if I would have. I think you're right. You could have double captured because of the damage on it, but
maybe he saw the opportunity
the
there to have that ping be very low impact with both units already exhausted and nothing at 1 HP. And so decided that, I may as well get rid of this now. If my opponent can clear my Cad Bane, I might have to take some damage from it in the future. This ping seems like a better route.
Yeah, we're heading into the Devastator turn now, which can clear the Cad Bane and get back that Ruthless Raider, which could be pretty important. But that would fully tap out Titanic here. Kind of scary to do that, but it might be the only play. Yep. Exactly that. All right, so 2 big capital ships back in control for Django Tarkintown.
Yeah, this is, we were talking earlier about the downside of capture, and the big downside of capture is it is only temporary. if the opponent finds a way to clear the unit that is guarding those captives, they're going to come back. So capturing a Ruthless Raider was huge, but it also means that Titanic clearing Cad Bane with that Devastator is, in some ways even more huge, because not only do you get rid of your opponent's leader, you also get a Ruthless Raider onto the field.
Yep, and now George Guy is mulling over this attack because it's a question of, do I want him to get back the War Juggernaut? That's a lot of units on the board if he does that for a couple cards in hand. I don't know if it's worth it here with only 5 damage on Titanic's base.
Yeah, Cad Bane's downside is also real.
Yep.
Guy shuffling through his cards here. Does he have a Super Laser Blast, though? If so, doesn't really matter if Titanic takes the War Juggernaut back. In fact, you would probably like him to take the War Juggernaut back.
Yeah, I think he might have resourced that Bazine, so I think he might want to take a peek into Titanic's hand. There is a sneak attack, I believe, that Titanic has opted not to use with the Devastator this turn. But he is going to go in for 7. Question is, does Titanic rescue? He doesn't rescue.
No rescue from Titanic, and initiative taken. Now Guy's going to make some plays. Power of the Dark Side, going to clear the Ruthless Raider. That's going to be 2 damage to base and 2 damage to Cad. Does he have another one?
Might have a no glory.
Yes,
a
he
second
does.
one. Punished for not rescuing, and the Bazine to snuff out any
punish
plays.
For not rescuing. You are right.
The Raider taken, but this could now draw into the triple Dark Raid.
Yeah, that was a big setback for Titanic, though. Just when it was looking like he was rebuilding, the double power of the Dark Side from Guy clearing out those powerful capital ships.
Yep, and with the Colossus base, they're now equal in life total left on base, 13 apiece, because Colossus is so massive. Yikes.
7th Fleet Defender from Titanic, not the best card ever.
On 9 resources, that is not what you want to be playing, or 8 even, if I think neither resource this turn. Cad Bane choosing
if
to
he gets to
attack.
swing again, that could be game over for Titanic.
Yeah. Yep. And now he's deciding if he wants to rescue this time. He definitely decided not to last time. I feel like he has to get the board presence, but might be too late. Nope, he's not valuing this War Juggernaut with no when played ability coming back onto the field.
Yep.
Lame. Yeah, that's game. I think he's going to scoop with the Snoke, I would assume.
Oh, yeah, this is looking extremely grim for Titanic.
Yeah.
If the opponent were on 23 out of 25, that would be one thing. Or 22 out of 25, but 22 out of 35 is a very different story.
Yeah, Devastator wins the game if this is, again, Tarkintown base. But it's sadly not. It is Colossus taking down Django Tarkintown again. Titanic finally finding that turn one play, but then no events to follow up. No sneak attacks, no triple Dark Raid. And Django without those cards is kind of just slow tempo. Doesn't really get anywhere.
All right. 6 damage left on Titanic's base. But that with that Cad Bane looming and Snoke as well, either of those could have killed the base in one hit. And Guy was far from being defeated himself. Titanic saw the writing on the wall, and we're moving to game 2. Let's see if he can make the comeback here.
Yeah, really interesting, because this is not your classic control deck that finds itself normally with some sort of command aspect, and therefore you get to ramp. And a lot of these Django decks are siding Cham Syndulla to help kind of catch you up. But this Cad Bane's playing kind of this quote-unquote fair game, right? 1 card down, 35 HP, no ramp. So I'm not even sure if there's a great side deck option that these Djangos have prepared for this type of deck. Claire saying in chat, this is such a rough matchup. Yeah, rough matchup. One that I'm sure no one prepared for because it's such a kind of awkward pairing, you would think. But I think Guy and George have both proven this deck is a force into this Django meta.
Yeah, Django definitely is a powerful deck, but it does seem like there are some answers to it. We've seen quite a few matches with Django actually being defeated, and Guy is starting off this match strong, though let's see if Titanic can make that comeback.
Yeah, he had a really hot start. Didn't draw into the kind of mid-game pieces he wanted. So if he can start that way again, but then find some triple dark raids, I think we might have a different outcome. And I think he's hoping to find those powerful events as well. All right, 5 cards for Guy, 6 for Titanic. I think I see a Crafty Smuggler and a Legion Pride General, so there are some options. Yeah, he does. He does
Yeah.
have turn 1 plays finally. Okay, he does need to mulligan for one. Yeah, but is he happy with the rest of it? I think the answer was yes. A Legion General
Legion
Pride.
General Pride is an extremely strong unit when you have the initiative, and a kind of mid unit when you don't.
Yeah, Guy recognized that and just says, I'm going to take initiative here. So skips the turn 1. And now the Legion General Pride only hits for 2 with no on-attack trigger here. Zine again, taking a peek. This time we're seeing the sneak attack. Might be worth to take one out of the hand. But he's going for the turn 2 play instead. Yeah, and I think Titanic didn't draw into something useful for the second turn. I think he drew into the Boba unit. So can't pilot it for 3, nor play it at this point in the game.
Not great.
No, Guy made the right choice there. Says, you can keep the sneak attack. I know it's powerful, but I'm going to hope to blank your turn, and he did.
The Guerrilla Soldier appears there, 3 damage to the base, and that readies it.
Yep, and it's
Does Guy have an immediate answer? It looks like it's going to be a Pike Sentinel.
Yep, the exact
which
same
does
fate as last time.
Yeah, Pike Sentinel is an underworld unit. Initiative taken by Titanic here. Guy brings out...
Sidon Athano is a 2/2.
Yeah, Sidon Athano just played as a 2/2. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm very curious as to why he's not valuing using Tarkentown on this Pike Sentinel. We saw last game the same thing, and then he ended up having to Tarkentown it anyway. So we'll see if that kind of bites him a little bit here as well, and is forced to use his base to deal with this annoying little Sentinel.
Yeah. Now, if he crashes into the Pike Sentinel here, he does. So he can now potentially ping it. Last turn, he could have crashed into it and used Tarkentown to clear it, but maybe he's going to have IG-2000, Elite P-38 Starfighter, various things from a triple Dark Raid or sneak attack to remove that unit and still save the Tarkentown maybe for a Cad Bane or something later.
Yep, could be. But we'll see. Last game, the same instance, and he didn't draw either of those, and then had to do this exact play, ramming it, Tarkentown eventually. And because the Guerrilla Soldier was ready, this could have just kind of happened last turn, and save the Django exhaust even for something else, for the sit-on instead. But we're flipping Django in. But yeah, Ty Fabes calls out before, he needs to remember Power of the Dark Side for Django flip this time. He doesn't respect it. I don't think Guy has it though.
Oh, there's that. Is Guy running the same deck as George?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's got to be because no one's gonna play that common from Shadows of the Galaxy. That is the Smuggler Starfighter coming into play. 2/2 4-cost smuggle. When played, if you control another underworld, give an enemy unit -3 for the phase, meaning Django has no attack.
Yeah.
And it's looking like Tarkin Town's got to be used to clear the Spike Sentinel, I would assume. Yeah, this is giving me flashbacks to when I first saw Han Greens in set 2 playing Disarm to make Boba Fett a 0/7. This Smuggler Starfighter making Django a 0/7 is really a powerful tool out of the Smuggle row.
Hmm.
Oh, and chat is saying that Guy might have not smuggled off the top of the deck. I think that tracks because he has 5 resources. I think he should be on 6.
Ooh, that is big.
Yeah, and he's realizing his error. I think a judge is going to be called. I believe this happened to me once with Han, and Seth is the head judge here, and he just basically made me take the top card, put it into play. It's virtually the same outcome. You don't know what the top card is.
By put it into play, you mean as a resource, right?
Yeah, put it into play as a resource because either way, it's a random resource that you don't know what it is, and it's virtually the same outcome.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so this has already been ruled by this same head judge once before. With me personally, I would assume it's going to be a very similar fix. Yep, exactly what's happening. He just needs to make sure both players are okay with that decision. I'm sure it's fine, doesn't matter. Yep. All right, now we're all caught up. 6 resources each.
Let's see here.
Jello Moose in chat says, Seth, best judge, worst prize pack distributor. That is a local joke because every time Seth has handed me a pack, it has had the absolute worst cards in it imaginable from the set. So yeah, he's no longer allowed to give me prizing. That's a personal vendetta.
Let's see here.
All right, we have Power of the Dark Side.
Power of the Dark Side.
Yep.
Do you
Tough
lose
choice.
Django or do you lose Boba here?
I think you have to lose Boba, unfortunately. It represents so much damage, but that mass exhaust is probably too powerful, staring down 3 units.
Yeah. You don't love to see it as Titanic. And I think that Guy is already in a pretty good spot here, to be honest with you.
Yep. With 5 damage on a 35 HP base, heading into your Cad Bane deploy turn, you're feeling pretty good if you're Guy. Ty Fib says, "What if that Power of the Dark Side should have been in the row?" Oof. Yeah, that is the fear there, I guess. But also, what if the card put in the row is even better? And there comes the War Juggernaut for the mass exhaust I was referencing, and the kill on Pike Sentinel. Yeah, everyone's humming and hawing about the potential what's on top of the deck. But again, what if what was put into the row is actually more important in this matchup? Power of the Dark Side's powerful, but what if there was something he side decked that got put into the row instead? It's random for a reason. So I think it's hard to say that it was equally as important because we don't know what was put down. Yeah, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Both players' responsibility. It's an easy fix. It's still a random card.
Okay, so where are we now?
Yeah, we're kind of in a state where it's just about to be a quick attack into Django from CAD, trading a
War
bit of
Juggernaut
damage
came
here.
out. CAD
Yep.
deploys and hits Django. Gee still has 3 resources. Let's see what he does with them.
Yep. I don't know if the deck plays
Platform
too much
327
resource.
suggests Gee has a relentless pursuit coming.
Oh, that could have been, but not to be. Not to be. They both passed. There was no 3-cost card. I was about to say, I don't think there is a 3-cost play, but you're right. Relentless Pursuit's been extremely powerful for this deck at 3 cost once the leader deploys. But doesn't have it. We're finally seeing in Titanic's hand a triple Dark Raid. Would be his first one in 4 games on stream. Now, if he's able to triple Dark Raid into a War Juggernaut, this could be an extremely powerful turn here, with lots of damage presented to the Cad Bane base.
Yep, there we go. That's
Alright,
what, a
just
7 damage hit?
Yep. A lot of damage on the first one. 15 now on Colossus. He resourced
Titanic throwing
TDR.
some damage onto the base. We got a trade here. Django off the board.
Yeah, Sidon was able to trade into Django. Someone's saying he resourced triple Dark Raid. I don't know if that's true. But we'll see. I think this is a sneak attack Devastator possibility as well. Right, we're on 8 resources, 7. I think that's, yeah, you're on 7 resources, so should be able to do that.
Yeah, that's in range.
And he does have the combo in hand, but with no Django, there's no exhaust available, so.
Or wait. Gonna be Raider, 2 damage on CAD, 2 damage on base. If we do see that Relentless Pursuit, it could capture this Raider, and we could see a replay of the previous game scenario with Devastator then coming out, sending the indirect damage to CAD and defeating him to free the Raider.
Yeah.
However, last time Titanic was able to do that, but it did not lead to a victory. Let's see if that same playline occurs here.
Yeah, 100%. Five resources being teased here by Guy. With the what to come? Maybe no glory, only results. Yep. Yeah, big reason to be in these colors right now is no glory, only results for 5 to steal the Raider, defeat it on CAD side, and get the when defeated trigger for yourself. Bazine taking a look. Another sneak attack. Yeah, that sneak attack or the Devastator's gotta go. Opts for the sneak attack, heading into 8 resources. So now knows the Devastator can come down for 8. Okay, Cad Bane trades into the War Juggernaut to end the turn. He did resource the TDR, yeah, you're right. Kind of surprising. But he felt like maybe he drew too many Ruthless Raiders, so there wasn't targets in the deck he wanted. Oh, Titanic drew into another sneak attack, so Bazine for nothing, really. Yeah, his hand is full of the TDR targets, you're right, but still a powerful tool to choose to resource. But drawing it to a second sneak attack feels good when you have Devastator in your hand. That represents potential 13 damage. The base could put Guy at 30, which would win against other bases. But not Colossus. Okay, instead, we're playing safe with War Juggernaut. Trying to see if he's got the Cad Bane unit, I assume. Maybe trying to bait that out first, because Cad Bane can also capture Devastator. It only has 6 health. And we do see it in Guy's hand. I think it's about to hit the board. Yep, 100%. Baits out the CAD play, and now is free to play that Sneak Attack Devastator Exhaust Cad Bane. And Target Town was not used yet. So actually, that Devastator can go 3 into CAD, 4 into CAD, Exhaust, Target Town clear it. Titanic playing at a very high level here. We can now see why has went 5-2 in pool 1, 1 loss here. He's going for the Raider instead. Really interesting. Okay. He wants to save this Devastator, I think, to finish the game. But Sneak Attack Devastator represents a lot of damage.
Yeah. Yeah. You can do a lot of damage straight to the base if needed.
Yeah, EMP, all right, is going to exhaust the Raider, but it will just blow up at the end of the turn. George McClunky's the Bazine because he wants to take another peek at Django's tools. Yep, replays. Ooh, sees the Sneak Attack double Devastator. All right, kind of punished here for holding on to double Sneak Attack and not doing it early, but there's one more in the deck, I think. Yep. But the Raider dying at the end of the turn here will enable Tarkentown to kill the Cad Bane at the start of the turn. Oh, Covert Strength to heal the Cad Bane and give it an experience from the resource row. Massive play there. Wow, keeping that Cad Bane alive through Tarkentown and the Ruthless Raider trigger. that Covert Strength that these two players love so much coming in clutch.
Covert Strength's a tight card.
Yeah, really good at the Tarkentown as well, obviously. So, wow. Super unexpected there. I'm sure Titanic did not see that coming. Elder
Now,
Butterbeer, random card.
How will Titanic navigate this? He has got 21 damage on Guy's base, but with the 35 HP base, there's still 14 left. Meanwhile, Titanic's own base has, I believe, 18 HP left, and Guy is the only one with units on the board.
Yep. I think you have to go for a Devastator here. Put all the damage into Cad Bane and Tarkentown it away to get your unit back, to get your War Juggernaut back on the board.
Imagine if he does that and there's another Covert Strength, though. How crazy would that be?
Yeah, that would feel pretty bad. He still gets to exhaust the Cad Bane this way, but he's going to go for War Jug instead.
War Juggernaut, exhausting Cad, throwing a damage onto Bazine Natal as well. So that is going to be a +2 right now. And if it isn't quickly answered, could throw a nice chunk of damage onto that base for 5. Now, he didn't damage himself here.
Yep. We've seen that be punished already in the last day and a half. So I think players are getting a little wise to potentially doing that. All right, we have a flood of the board here a little bit with General Pride. So protecting that from Power of the Dark Side. That War Juggernaut from Power of the Dark Side.
And if Titanic can get the initiative, General Pride is really very annoying. Oh, but it's Supreme Leader Snoke.
Yep, Snoke hits the board.
Now that is going to be a big obstacle here for Titanic. All his units get -2/-2, and that does mean that the War Juggernaut is currently only hitting for 3, while Allegiant General Pride would actually be hitting for 0, although he would still inflict his indirect damage on attack.
Yep, he does have a couple waylays in hand, but that doesn't kind of do anything going into a turn when all the resources come back like this. But it is an answer if he can deal with the Cad as well. $21 HP.
Now, so you could crash this War Juggernaut into Supreme Leader Snoke. That would be 3 damage. and it would then allow you to hit him with Tarkin Town to clear him out. The problem with that would be that you then don't have the Tarkin Town available to potentially counter this Cad Bane.
Yeah, and you would take 13 to base.
Yeah, it'd be a nasty
this-
hit there.
Yeah, Snoke would
He has
hit.
something.
We're seeing the Devastator. Okay.
3 damage to Snoke, 1 damage to Cad, and Django's ability used to exhaust Cad, and now the Tarkin Town could be used to clear Snoke.
Yep, and Chad's pointing out if there's another covert strength, that's going to save one of these units, but both are in Tarkin Town range now.
No, Cad's not actually, because he has the 1 experience from Covert Strength.
Oh, you're right. Yep, just the Snoke. Just the Snoke. But
Ooh,
I think that's an
EMP?
Yeah, about to blast that War Juggernaut.
War Juggernaut hit by EMP. 2 damage and exhausted. I think you fire off Tarkin Town here and clear Snoke. Yep, that's exactly right.
Okay. With initiative, though, this Legion General Pride has that indirect turned on, but it's ambushed by the Cloud Rider. And a
Yeah, it's gonna
ping
be a
from
trade
Cad
there with
Bane.
Cloud Rider.
So you probably ping the Devastator, I would assume, so that this War Juggernaut can...
Yeah, War Juggernaut gets an extra stat if you
Yep.
put the damage on the Devastator.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like Guy can answer both units, so there's a big swing coming in from at least one of them.
No, he's gonna put the damage on the Devastator or on the War Juggernaut. No
And,
glory, only results. Hitting the Devastator. Gets it off the field. No when defeated effect for the Steel to be relevant on. And now we're in a weird situation. Each player has 1 powerful unit. If Titanic trades here, though, he does rescue his own captured unit.
Yep, I think, and with only 3 cards in hand, I think getting back a fresh War Juggernaut's probably a really good idea at this point in the game. Yeah, the pushing damage sounds nice, but I think you gotta take out the Cad while you can.
They are low on. If Titanic is able to win this game, I think we're headed for a draw. Looks like he's headed for the base here. Not going to go for that trade. Another 5 damage on the base, but with 35 HP, the 26 damage here still has a little ways to go.
Yeah, he's a Devastator, triple Dark Raid away from losing this game. But you are right, the time is low, so we are headed for a draw. But with both players with
Hotshot Blaster.
1 loss on Titanic, we know that 1 loss, 1 draw is powerful enough of a record to get into the top 8.
You can tell this is a George type deck because there are all kinds of smuggle plays being made.
Yep. 26 damage. We're seeing a big resource here, a Devastator. Gonna knock out the Cad Bane with the 4 indirect damage and rescue the second War Juggernaut. Lethal presented now. In the space range, he's got to handle Devastator, or that 9 damage wins the game.
Oh man, he's got to find something. He captures the Devastator.
Another Cad Bane. And Titanic does have waylays, so he could force a replay of the Cad Bane, and then I do think the Juggernaut
does he have 3 resources up for a waylay?
Not this turn, but he could force him to replay it next turn.
I see.
And then the Juggernaut's actually being 4 each puts him at 1. So we'll see.
This has been a very interesting game.
Yep. Yeah, if he waylays here, and he has to waylay because he can't risk another hot shot because that would end the game. 9 damage onto the base at 17.
Yeah.
4 resources. 4. Okay, our exhaust. Sure, that works too.
Oh, and he pings his own Juggernaut too.
Yep.
And I think he may ping his IG as well, unless it says another.
No, he
he
can ping
does,
that.
and that
Yeah,
means
it's
that
just
these
4 units.
juggernauts are now getting +4, so each of them would be able to swing for 7.
Snoke comes in, so basically a 4-cost heal, but he does have the waylays, as I've been pointing out the last couple turns.
Waylay Snoke.
Waylay
Snoke's
Snoke.
off the board.
Yeah,
He
and he
doesn't
can't
have the
replay it.
resources to replay Snoke. Each of these juggernauts can hit for 7. I think Titanic has lethal.
Wow, he's played this literally to perfection, handling this end game like someone who knew what was coming. And I have to admit, he probably hasn't played
All
against
he
this type of deck.
Throw out Boba Fett Disintegrator. It's not going to be enough. Titanic's juggernauts can push through and close this game.
Wow. With
It's a win for
7 minutes
Titanic.
left, we're gonna go to game 3 and
Can
inevitably
either
end a
player
draw.
win in a very short period of time? If not, it's going to be a draw.
Wow. Well played by Tim there. Titanic from McClunky Gaming closing that out in epic fashion, slow playing every big card, baiting out all of the removal, and ending it with 2 huge war juggernauts.
Great job navigating that end game for Titanic.
Yep. Both players are 4-1 heading into this. So the draw here isn't the end of the line, but it forces both of them to have to win their final round to get that 5-1-1 record. And because of intentional draws, we might have enough 5-1-1s that it's going to come down to tiebreakers for basically everybody.
Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, we'll see. Can Django race down 35 HP in 5 minutes? We'll see. It's unlike that Guy's going to be able to hit 25 in 5 minutes, but can Titanic draw that magic hand and race down the Colossus? Yeah. Zalek says, I got to be honest, those bait plays are nuts from Titanic. Such smart plays. Yeah, Tim's got to save something for the rest of us. He can't be this smart, this handsome, this buff. Like, come on, man. Like, what is happening? It's just unfair. Claire's sweating. We 1 minute added for judge calls, so 6 minutes in the round. Still might not matter.
Crafty Smuggler, met by Sidon Ithano, knocks the shield off because it is an underworld unit. So basically, each player is left with a 2-cost 2/2 with no relevant text right now.
Yep.
Titanic swings on in for 2, and then Guy takes the trade. That's more or less what you would expect in this scenario.
Yeah. Now, if it's 1-1, I guess, yeah, they did change all the rules. I was like, aren't there weird tiebreak rules? No, they got rid of all those, I think.
Zagarian Starhopper takes the field, but then we see the
Contracted Jump Master.
Yeah, contracted Jump Master. Does 1 damage. Why was that damage removed? Okay, it goes back on. Not sure what happened.
I think he was debating on just crashing it off the rip, but is opting to think about it for a second. Oh, Claire saying, sad story. He played George on the deck at the end of pool 1, and that's what pushed him out of the top cut. So
yeah, we saw that yesterday.
Oh, right. So that is funny that now it's a different player, same deck, but this time a lot better of a result. Heading in a draw doesn't necessarily push him out of the top cut, but equally as frustrating to run into like your hard counter deck that was crafted just for this matchup.
Well, he's doing okay here. He got that impressive win last round, and he is by no means dead. So
oh yeah. The draw is almost like the best you could ask for if you're not going to win, because
Triple
this is a
Dark Raid
hard
comes
counter.
out with an IG 2000, pinging and exhausting the Jump Master.
Yep. So we can see
IG
some.
2000 is now poised to swing into the Jump Master and clear it, leaving the Zagarian Starhopper in position to attack the base. But let's see what Guy has to say about that. The Smuggler Starfighter.
Yep, that can make a unit have -3. So yeah, he's pinging, gonna ping a unit, and then make the IG a 1/4 or a 0/4. Excuse me. Jeez.
Okay, so
That's
what do you do
that's
here?
annoying.
So if you're Titanic, are you gonna fire off your Tarkin Town here, clear that Sentinel, and start putting damage on base?
I think that's your best bet. Put 2 more into base. Your IG's bouncing, so your kind of Zagir and Starhopper is not really at risk because that's a 2/2. The other unit, so it's a trade at the very least. Then you get to deal the indirect damage.
No, he doesn't do it. He just takes initiative.
Yeah, he's really he's trying to save the Tarkin Town till late game, but we're not. With 3 minutes left,
That's
we're
the
not going to
thing.
get
So
there.
like in game 2, he made great use of his Tarkin Town in the late game. But in game 3, I don't think there's going to be a late game. There's only 3 minutes left. His only hope is to burst through these defenses.
Yep, and now he's having to trade the Starhopper.
It's not
like
even
that.
a trade.
Yeah, well, the IG will come down, but it's essentially a couple damage on the base. But
Indirect damage goes to the base.
yeah, 2 damage
Smuggler
from
Starfighter
the.
swinging in for 2. So now
Yep.
we're just going to probably see IG 2000 clear off the Jump Master. Oh, wait, he's going to bring out Django first. But Django gets cleared
No.
by power of the dark side. Ouch.
I was just about to say he's not respecting power again. The IG would have been the better play, at least to start the
Yeah.
round, but
Ooh,
didn't
this
respect.
is trouble. This is not looking great for Titanic now.
Yep.
I
Yep, he's
think we're headed for a draw.
Yep. The IG can come in now, kill the Sentinel, exhaust one of the 2 attack units, but he's not. And Tarkin Town, I guess, now clears the Pike Sentinel if he wants. Maybe he hits for 5 more, but it's unlikely he'll get to that 35 health.
No, there's not enough time. They only have 2 minutes left.
Okay, he's not even using the Tarkin Town yet.
Bazine
Bazine.
Natal does see
Yeah.
a triple dark, I think, but
All right.
Yi chooses to remove the Ruthless Raider, which is kind of a known quantity.
Yeah, he's saying you can roll the dice on your top 7 cards, but you're not getting the 2 damage on my base. Yep. What to do here? Triple Dark Raid, he's going to go for it, firing it off. Best play would be a War Juggernaut.
War Juggernaut could be pretty sweet.
Yeah, that can damage Bazine, kill the Sentinel, damage the Star Topper, but it's,
it's a Devastator, though. Yeah. I mean, that's probably better than a Juggernaut.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 1 on the base. Wipes wipes that space arena and throws some damage on the base and threatens a huge swing. Does Guy have any sort of answer? It's an EMP. EMP exhausting and damaging the Devastator there to prevent a huge 9 damage swing.
Yep, and CAD can deploy now and punch some damage into the base.
I'm not sure it matters that much, though. I think this one is headed for a draw.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Ooh, McClunky clearing out Django or Boba and returning that Bazine Natal to hand.
Yep, and we are at time in the round, even with the extra minute, so it's an unfortunate draw,
So
but
they
really
finish
well
what,
played.
this turn and then the next one? I don't think either player is going to find lethal in that time.
Yeah, it's during the regroup phase, so I believe it would be 2 more full turns, but definitely not enough to do all of much.
Yeah,
because
because here's the thing. Guy isn't going to be able to push lethal through Titanic exhausting his stuff. Titanic isn't going to be able to push lethal through into a 35 HP base.
Yep, 100%. So we are going to see a draw, and
it would be interesting to see what would happen in this game if we had unlimited time, but unfortunately we don't. It looks like Guy versus Titanic is going to end in a draw.
Yeah, 2 players who really fought their heart out, played their decks, 2 incredible abilities, including, the capability of Django Tarkentown now. There's so many lines, and, we saw Tim play this really, really well. So he should be really proud of himself after losing to this yesterday with George as the pilot, the way that he played today. He definitely showed he's a student of the game and learned a lot after that one best of 3.
Yep. Well, interesting situation here.
Yep, Raider.
Oh, I mean, just seeing how much damage can be thrown onto the base.
Yeah, Snoke really good there, but overall kind of irrelevant.
Zimzode, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Much appreciated here.
Yeah, I don't know why they're still playing, but would this be the last one? I thought that was the last round. Thanks for the judge. Judges are here. Okay, they are gonna, I guess, play. This is the final round. I think this exhaust means that he doesn't have the lethal he's currently presenting. So he can exhaust Snoke and wipe out Bazine, or what's happening? I think his best bet was to kind of ping, exhaust Snoke, wipe out Bazine to prevent 1 damage. Because Gee's actually getting pretty close to lethal here with a hotshot blaster. Double blaster, does that do it? 7 and 4?
Well,
it does do it. If he's got 2 pumps, Gee wins.
Oh, he might have it.
Yeah, he needed to put the 3 damage on the Bazine. I don't know why he did it. Oh, it didn't matter. He was able to pump.
Yeah.
No, the Bazine 1 damage is why Titanic's about to lose this game. Wow.
Wait, is that enough though?
That is enough. 9 damage from Cad Bane plus 1 is 10. Had he put 3 damage on Lompike for no reason. He needed to wipe out the Sabine, and he lost.
Wait. Why is it 9 damage from Cad?
Cad got a jetpack and then a hotshot blaster. So plus 4 or 8, right? Is that enough? Am I crazy? 4, 2, and 2, 8.
That's not lethal, right? That's
man.
I think he's off by 1. I think it is a draw.
Off by 1. Sure. Wow. Okay, but geez, there was no reason to leave that Sabine open. Still, that's really scary.
Unless Titanic scooped at the end, I'm not entirely sure what happened. We might have to have Claire to get confirmation. I do not think Guy had lethal that turn, so I think it was probably a draw with time. But I also do think Guy was about to win.
Off by 1. Okay, so is it a draw? Okay, it's a draw.
Draw. Claire confirms.
Wow. Okay, that was crazy.
Crazy situation.
Should have been off by 2, but yeah, that's crazy. That Bazine being left alive almost mattered.
Matchstick. Guy was off by 1. He could get Titanic to 24, but not to 25, I believe. Zarg X, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Much appreciated your support of the channel. That was an interesting match. So we saw Titanic with a great game 2. In game 3, they were playing pretty fast. He ended up getting Django picked off by Power of the Dark Side, which really hurt. Guy had the advantage, but he did not quite have enough damage to close it out. I think the overlay incorrectly says 2-1, but apparently it is 1-1. The last game does not finish, and it is a draw.
Yep, confirmed in Melee that they are marked as a draw. So, yeah, that was really scary for Titanic there. Almost miscalculating, just kind of throwing away the Devastator 4 damage, leaving Bazine able to attack. If that 1 damage would have mattered, he would have been kicking himself.
Might have been nasty, but
Yeah, fortune favors the bold, as they say, and that was a crazy end to that game. Almost, we thought there was no chance it would come even close through the exhaust. Yet Guy showed us the power of those smuggle upgrades, proving us wrong, taking Titanic to 24 damage on Tarkin Town.
Yeah, interesting situation.
Yeah, for sure. And there were a handful of other draws that round. So heading into this final round of Swiss, there's a lot of people that are going to be fighting for that one loss, one draw, coveted spots in the top 8 heading into tomorrow.
Yeah,
Gonna
we
be
will see how it goes.
yeah,
I do
pairings are
think
now
there
up for
is
round 7.
I do think there is another round here, round 7. Let's see how this goes. Final round of Swiss for this second heat.
Yep. Yep, for sure.
All right. We will have a new round up shortly after another intense and crazy round there in
Yep.
round 6. Moving on now to round 7, and we will have to see how this goes.
I think we're seeing some repairings, some players dropped. So just a moment as that gets sorted. But some heavy hitters ended up losing that last round. Unfortunately, Ophir, also known as Wu, dropped his second match, so therefore he's knocked out of top 8 contention. A couple other players also lost, but Ryan Warner still holding on strong at 5-1 with Sabine Cunning. So there's a world where he can draw into the top 8, but it is risky considering the amount of draws we had last round.
Let's see here.
Yep. And he'll be up against Eli, who we saw on stream on Sabine ECL. So Sabine on Sabine violence for top 8 contention.
Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see what ends up on stream. Alex Blandon, aka Alexander the Greatest, still in with Han Cunning as well. He won 3 planetary qualifiers with Han Cunning. He's 4-1-1. Another person who had a draw. So there's a draws all over this pool 2. I don't think it's safe to, if I'm being honest, to have an intentional draw in this final round. I think everyone needs to play it out.
If you're undefeated, you don't.
Yeah, I don't know if there is anyone. That's what I mean. There's a lot of draws.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, people drew quite a lot. It's looking like our table 1 is drawing. They're going 5-0-2, both of them.
Oh, we might have Code Dameron here on the stream.
Yeah, it's looking like it.
And this is an interesting matchup. It looks like it's going to be a Django mirror, but it's going to be a Django Red 30 versus a Django Tarkentown.
Yep, Code Dameron.
Dameron from the Bothan Network versus Tyler from McClunky Gaming.
Yep, saying I don't need Tarkentown. Really interesting choice here. We'll see if that pans out.
Django mirror, the dice getting rolled.
This is a
7
really spicy Django list.
7 for Tyler. We're going to do some re-rolling. 6, and I don't know what he got, but I guess it was higher than 6. Incidentally, this is why you should do odds or evens instead of rolling off, because if you roll the same number multiple times, it wastes time.
Yeah.
It wasted a small amount of time, but I've had it be the same number like 3 or 4 times in a row, which is a little awkward.
Yeah, Code Dameron's list here has a couple of really fascinating choices, probably to accommodate for the extra 5 HP he has. So we'll see if how much some of these choices matter here. Into the Tarkentown, not being able to clear that turn 1 play for free, but having some extra wiggle room with decisions in the deck space. But Tyler, probably no stranger to the Django Mirror. He's been playing Django Tarkentown for a bit here. All right. We're seeing a lot of people draw actually to start this round, so we'll see if that works in their favor.
Let's see here.
Mm-hmm. All right, Crafty Smuggler meets Zagirian Starhopper to start off this final round of Swiss here. At this stage, too many Jangos on top, a lot of draws, and no time to pull tables, says Claire. Yeah, people are really rolling the dice on drawing here. There's a lot of people with draws, so I think they might regret that. But maybe they're just exhausted anyway and want kind of to just take an hour off. 2 damage traded. Oh, okay. They both whipped out their counters and now are just using dice for the stream. We appreciate you because I couldn't see a thing on that Death Star. Gorilla Soldiers come in. Puts 2 damage on base, 1 on Crafty, which readies the Gorilla Soldiers.
Yeah, now it's worth noting that indirect damage ignores prevention effects, which means it goes through shields. But in this case, that's actually something Code Dameron is using to his advantage. The damage from that Gorilla Soldier, with 1 going on the shield, it will still probably take 2 hits to clear that Crafty Smuggler. Daring Raid from hand, Code Dameron hitting the base here.
Yeah, he had 1 spare resource and said, this isn't going to be useful for me, so let's put you at
Now,
21.
The 1 damage on that gorilla, on that Crafty Smuggler, does mean that Tyler could activate Tarkentown to knock the shield off of the Crafty Smuggler.
Yeah, yep, for sure. Yeah, once that shield's gone, that Crafty can easily die as well. So if he has like a IG 2000 or something heading into this turn, it is a damaged unit. So. Elite P38 hits the board, exhausting the Zagirian Starhopper. And with no fear of Tarkentown in response, Tyler has traded, or taken a favorable trade, his Zagirian Starhopper for Code Dameron's. Now, a couple indirect damage has to be assigned here. But that, again, that is the downside of playing the 30 HP, is your opponent can kind of play control a little bit and not have to worry about any rebuttals.
Yeah, I think in this sort of matchup, the player with the 30 HP base defaults to being the aggro more, while the player with the 25 HP base is more the control. Simply because if both players race and don't fight each other's units, 30 is more than 25.
Yep,
And,
but a huge triple dark raid here, considering that Tyler only has 1 open resource. We will see the War Juggernaut off the top 7.
That can kill the Zagirian Starhopper there, and that means that there's going to be some indirect damage heading Code Dameron's way.
Yep, and 1 damage on the Gorilla Soldiers means Django gets to exhaust as well.
Now, Tyler's Django is already exhausted.
Yeah, Code Dameron's though can exhaust.
Right.
Yeah, the P38 exhausted the Zagirian Starhopper.
I'm just thinking you throw the indirect damage on the War Juggernaut since the opposing Django is exhausted. Yeah,
and
that's what he does.
Yep, you are 100% correct there. So
or
that's
at least
plus
1 point.
4.
Isn't it 2 points of damage? I think I would maybe just put both on the War Juggernaut unless I'm missing something. I don't really see the advantage of putting
the EMP in hand.
Main deck EMP for this mirror. Ouch.
Yep. Wow, big play there. That was about to be, 7 damage to the base?
Just saved him 7 damage.
Yeah, that would have been rough, putting him at 15 this quickly against a 30 HP base, but No dice for Code Amron.
Okay, so now the crafty smuggler is in position to trade with that guerrilla soldier if Ko wants, but he might also just keep being the aggro and push damage towards base.
Yep. And you know the Juggernaut can hit the board again, kind of wiping the P-38, so you probably swing in with that first. And say, you know what, if you want to trade your shield, I can just Tarkin Town that little puny guy away, or ping it, because it's only got 1 HP left. So I think Tyler probably has to hit with this P-38, if I'm being honest. We'll see. How much damage does he want to push?
Let's see how this goes.
Mm-hmm. Both players on 5 resources able to deploy their leader. So a lot of thought has to go into this turn.
Okay.
So we see the shield traded for the guerrilla soldiers, leaving Crafty Smuggler vulnerable to a ping.
Tarkin Town could clear it. There's a surprise strike from Tyler swinging in for 6 total damage on Ko Dameron's base.
Yep, big play here. Both players now flipping Jangos.
Django.
All right, Daddy's on the field.
3 to base from Ko Dameron. Let's see if Tyler does the same thing. Oh, no, he's going to swing for 5 to base thanks to a hotshot blaster.
Yeah, he's
now
pushing the tempo.
The aggressive role.
19, so 11 left on Ko Dameron, and was that 14 left on Tyler's? Really tight, but Ko Dameron hasn't used any resources, and Tyler is tapped out.
Tyler does still have Tarkin Town. He could use it to clear that. He could use it to clear that crafty smuggler. But that's kind of a small use of it.
Yep. Yeah, at this point, it's probably worth it, given the state of the board. But we'll see what
you might
Ko
just wait
can do.
until Ko pings off your elite P-38, and then you get to ping off the crafty.
Yeah, this could be a huge swing if he finds another War Juggernaut, though. We'll see.
It can't actually ping the P-38, or else it can ping the War Juggernaut in return and exhaust it.
Yep, but still, there's a lot of residual damage already.
Yeah,
I
true.
think,
did he miss?
No, he's got a fire spray. There's options.
At minimum, he's got the fire spray. Fire spray is not like the best thing to find, but it's not terrible either.
Yeah, still pushing some damage, but the War Juggernaut was the juicy find. But with 1 in hand, the odds were a little bit lower. At least he's not at risk of another EMP because Tyler has no resources open. But if he's teching maybe Bamboozle, that could come in and surprise anybody.
Yeah, he'd have to discard a Cunning card to pay the alternate cost, but it is possible. Looks like it is going to be a Ruthless Raider. That's a pretty strong one. 2 damage thrown onto Jango Fett. Initiative taken, no Tarkin Town use. Now, do you swing P-38 or base? Looks like it's going to be base. They are racing a bit here.
Yeah, 10 HP, or no, even less.
17 damage on Tyler's base, 8 HP remaining, and we're looking at 19 damage on Ko Dameron's base, 11 HP remaining.
Yeah, and we know that Ko has that War Juggernaut that was returned via the first Triple Dark Raid, so there could be a mass exhaust. So Tyler's got to act fast with his attacks here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another surprise strike would be huge. Oh, choosing not to resource and stay at 6. Or no, they are at 6, so he did resource. My mistake. Jango swings in for 5. 6 HP left on Ko Dameron's base. Ruthless Raider comes in. Wipes the P-38. So no more surprise strike victory there. Pings back.
P-38 damage being assigned to the Raider.
It should be only one, though.
I wonder if that indicates that there is some kind of some kind of mass ping that's in the wrong arena for some reason.
Yeah, the War Juggernaut's flying. But yeah, mass exhaust coming through, and the Crafty being defeated. Again, that Ruthless Raider should only have 2 damage on it. It is not in Tarkenton range. The P-30 only does 1 damage.
Yeah, why does it have 3 damage?
I'm not sure, but it's
2 pings.
okay.
they're
They've
fixing it now.
all right. So it was a 19 on Tyler's base, 6 on Code
Initiative
Dameron's.
taken by Code Dameron. If he has a surprise strike, that's game over, I think.
Yep. I see an event. I don't know what it is. If it's surprise strike, he's just gonna rip it.
But I think he would need to have specifically surprise strike because a hotshot blaster would not quite get him there.
Yep. Yeah, always got to have a math. He should have the War Juggernaut to save himself if he doesn't have the end game here. Sneak attack, Devastator.
Sneak attack, Devastator. Sneak attack, Devastator. He can exhaust both of Tyler's units and do 2 damage to base and now be threatening lethal. But there is a risk that Tyler will have his own exhaust play here.
Yeah. If we see a sneak attack Devastator on the other side.
Triple Dark Raid.
He needs a mass ping.
Yeah.
He didn't find it. He only has a Raider.
Best he can do is a Raider, and it's not good enough. The Raider can only exhaust one of these units. Both the Raider and Devastator threaten lethal. I think that's the game.
Wow.
Code Dameron gets the win. And I believe Tyler never used his Tarkentown.
No. He never did. There was not really a good place. I don't even think that Crafty, once the shield was popped, did any damage. But I wonder if the Crafty did end up getting in some damage with that ping on it. That could have been the difference.
Yeah, interesting situation.
Yep, sometimes those little puny guys, you don't really want to Tarkentown, but that 2 damage could have made all the difference there. Captain's Beard is asking if he had an IG-2000 in hand, and I think he did. So he could have bought another turn, but then Tyler or Code Dameron just kind of claims and has all sorts of ways to victory, so it doesn't actually do a whole lot. But yeah, he went for the win instead of playing for another turn. So sometimes you got to risk it for the biscuit. And unfortunately for Tyler, his biscuit came out burnt.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens here in the rematch here between Code Dameron and Tyler. The main deck EMP from Tyler was spicy, but it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, and the 30 HP was the difference. That was the difference maker, honestly. Tyler still has to play the 3v3 right after this. Yeah, so maybe he was just like, you know what, I can't sit here any longer in this first game. Let's go for the win, because I got another intense best of 3 ahead of me. That could definitely be clear.
All right.
As the players get shuffled, that is just a reminder that this is the final round of Swiss for the 6K in Pool 2, but we do have the epic grand final of the 3v3 coming up. Yeah, and that cool. So all of that will be on the Blonde Sabine channel. So we'll be wrapping up here after Swiss. Z Deadpool asking, what are the standings currently? We don't really know in terms of exact standing because there were a bunch of draws. This is table 3, though. Yeah, this is table win and in, says Claire. Someone asked how Titanic is doing. He's at table 8 up against a Quinlan Tarkentown. I think pretty favorable for him. So if he takes down that Quinlan, he will also probably make top 8 here.
All right.
All right, both players kept their opening hands.
Let's see how this develops. That Allegiant General Pride is really good if you have the initiative. Not really good if you don't have the initiative. But
Yep, and we're
Tyler does
seeing-
have the initiative.
Yeah, we're seeing that land speeder come in. No ambush, so it can't be Tarkentown.
Swings. Now, did he swing it into the? He swung it into the land speeder. Yeah, and he exhausts the land speeder, but he should take 2 damage in return. Yeah, there we go. Guerrilla soldier appears, 3 damage to base. I think Tyler still has a play of his own though. He hasn't spent any resources yet. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, but he used that Django, so that gorilla probably might get into base here, despite the ping.
Yeah, he mulls over which way to send that ping. He could have hit the guerrilla soldier to prevent it or to make it trade with Pride here, but he instead pings the land speeder. The guerrilla soldier defeats Pride only to be taken out by Tarkentown. We are seeing a Tarkentown use this time from Tyler, and he's the only one left with the unit on the field after that exchange.
Yep. Ty Fabes asking, why did the arena switch? Because a new player got initiative and decided they wanted the ground to be on the right side of, of the playmats.
Okay, so so just to be very clear, the rule is that the player who first puts a unit down gets to decide which arena is which, and it can change from game to game. All right.
Yeah, and I believe even the new game-genic playmats no longer specify ground and space. They just say units. All right, we're seeing another the guerrilla soldier from Tyler get fired out here. I didn't even say anything, and they switched the arena tokens. Yep. All right, we're trading a bunch of damage here on base with these small units. 5 on the Tarkentown, 9 on the 30 HP. So therefore, Kodamarin still leading by 1 technically. With Tarkentown used, there's no more benefit to the 25 HP base. A second Guerrilla Soldiers hits the board for Kodamarin, and Tyler's got to decide if he just wants to wipe out his unit, because I don't know if he can afford to take 5 damage to the base right now. Yeah, the Spark Rebellion 2-player mats did specify ground and space, but starting in Shadows of the Galaxy, all of the official Game Jack mats just say units, so there's no more specification, at least on the official playmats. Tyler mulling this decision over on this 3 indirect damage. Yeah, you can tell this is this is really important, and he's going to choose to just put it all on the unit. Both now deploy their Django with Tyler having initiative, so can get the jump on the opponent's Django if he's got something to exhaust. Triple Dark Raid fired off by Tyler, hunting for probably a Ruthless Raider, but I don't think he found one. Did get a War Juggernaut if he wants it.
Yeah, it could be. Well, So Tyler has. Oh, it's the IG 2000.
Yep, he is.
So he does
opting
get the mass.
for
He does get the mass exhaust here. Not as big in terms of stats as the War Juggernaut, but there's the EMP from Code Dameron.
Wow, Ko now potentially sided those in after Tyler flexed that he had them in the main deck the whole time.
Now Tyler throws out a surprise strike, but it's not to send damage to the base. It's to have his Django defeat his opponent's Django.
Yeah, really big play there from Tyler, I think, recognizing now he has the ability to kind of mass exhaust while Code Amaran can no longer exhaust multiple units. Tyler also is on Radiant 7 between the main in somewhere in the 60. I don't know if it's main or side deck, but we haven't seen that card at all, even in the yellow deck.
Could be nasty here. The
Yeah,
debuff
really.
alone is pretty strong, and it throws out a good amount of indirect damage as well. In fact, I think I see Radiant 7 there in hand.
Yep, that's what clued me in that it could hit the board next turn and really cause a headache here for Code Amaran, who can no longer exhaust multiple units.
This is very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Now,
he's got the
there are
sneak
some
attack too.
mirrors that are boring. I think this is a cool mirror. There's a lot
Yeah.
of gameplay in this mirror.
Yeah, it's become a heavy chess match, I think. Like, when do you sacrifice your
Tyler-
pawn and things like that, you know?
Tyler thinking over his play.
Yeah, there's a
What will
sneak
he bring
attack
out here?
available, so if he's debating on this Radiant 7 this turn, sneak attack's a powerful tool.
No, it's going to be War Juggernaut, double ping, double exhaust. And it does ping itself, so he is going for that bit of damage in order to pump up the stats on that War Juggernaut. Now going to be able to swing for 7.
Yep, a play we've seen a lot of players avoid because I guess it's easily punished is what they've all seemed to assume. But Tyler going for the big damage again, kind of risking it here, just like he did in game 1. We'll see if this time it pays off. Sneak attack on Code Amaran's War Juggernaut, threatening now 8 damage to the base and exhausting Django. Big decision here. Do we hit the base for 8, putting Tyler at 15, or do we take out one of these huge threats on the board between War Juggernaut or Django? What would you do?
Yeah. It's interesting. I'm not altogether sure what the best route here is for Ko. If he takes out, it is a sneak attack, so he's going to lose his War Juggernauts. This is only temporary. Now, it could do a lot of damage to base, and he tries to push through. Does he know that his opponent has Radiant?
No, I don't think he's seen it.
He's
I
going
doubt
for
he
the base.
knows.
I think this might be rough because Radiant 7 would reduce both these units from Code Dameron to 0 power.
Yep. There is a world where he just does takes them off the board to reduce the War Juggernaut, but Tyler does have initiative, so he can swing in for 7 of his own really quickly here. Would love to know how that Radiant 7's been performing all day, because it's something we literally haven't seen a single player run in these colors. They've all avoided it, but Tyler flexing it here if he decides to play it.
Let's see here.
Yeah, he's moving it to the front. He's debating.
Okay. Yeah, Radiant on the field, causing some major problems here for Dameron.
Yep, that's 5 indirect now he's got to assign.
Yeah, and there is actually one other factor that is quite relevant, which is in addition to inflicting that indirect damage, when this unit's on the field, each enemy non-leader unit gets -1 power for each damage on it. And as a result of that, with the damage already on these units, they are both actually reduced to 0 power. Maybe realizing this weakness, Dameron decides to send 2 of the indirect damage to those units since they are essentially blank as attackers.
Yep. Forcing 3 to go to the base, and then Zagirian triggers, and 2 indirect ends up on the Radiant 7 here.
Yeah. Now, Dameron still has all his resources, and he uses them to throw a Ruthless Raider onto the field. He is going to be able to do 2 damage, and his Django is still up. So if he hits either Django or that War Juggernaut, he does get to exhaust them, which is going to be his target.
Yeah, the War Juggernaut's presenting more damage, so I think that's the safest option, unless he wants to put that Django in easy lethal range, putting it at 1 HP remaining. But given the state of Tyler's health, I think you exhaust the War Juggernaut. But no, he's going to go for the Django. Play a little bit of control here. I think it
Now,
says
Tyler
I can
swings
eat it.
in.
Yep.
It may have been a bait, though, if Dameron has... No, a surprise strike is not quite lethal, though.
Yeah, and he had no more cards in hand, so that's all he can
Yeah.
do. So, interesting choice here. How much is that? That's what, 18
Both
on
players'
Dameron's
base is
base.
severely damaged. 18 damage on Dameron's base. So 12 would end the game, and 17 damage on Tyler's base, so only 8 left.
Yep, and we
Either
see
player
here-
could, in principle, win this turn.
Yeah, Tyler has an EMP to kind of exhaust this Ruthless Raider and force Ko to have something with a meaningful when played, or a Triple Dark Raid or something. But that's a really powerful way to start the turn, honestly.
Does
We'll
Tyler
see.
have the initiative? He has the token, but I thought it was Dameron's initiative after Tyler decided to swing with that War Juggernaut.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he does have. I think you're right. Dameron probably mulling over what to do here, so he doesn't have the initiative. You're right. I think they did forget to move the token.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, clearly didn't draw into something game-ending. Otherwise, you would assume you'd just play it. But it seems like he has a tough decision to make here.
Yeah.
Attacking for 4. What to wear? To base. 21.
Hmm.
21. A Devastator wins if he can get it off a Triple Dark Raid. Or a Sneak Attack. Surprise Strike. Pushing a boatload of damage onto Dameron's base.
Yeah.
Eight, right? 8 to base. Yep. So 26. 4 HP left for Dameron. Can he stop the War Juggernaut this turn? That is presenting lethal at the current state of the game.
Let's see here.
Yeah, it seems like he doesn't have a Devastator. Otherwise, I assume he would just go for it with a sneak attack. So we'll see. What is he mulling over? Yeah, big pause here for Ko.
A lot of contemplation.
Raider, a daring raid kills the Django, so that means the War Juggernaut wins.
Okay.
So, all right.
Gonna be a win here for Tyler. And now we're
Yep.
going to be moving on to round 3. I can't help but notice in round 1, Tyler did not activate his Tarkin Town. In round 2, Tyler did activate his Tarkin Town, and that may have been a big difference.
Yeah, and the Radiant 7 taking out 2 units and then putting up a lot of damage with a surprise strike. Looking pretty strong in that match there.
Now, earlier, Claire said that this table is a win and in, and that means that this game will decide whether Tyler or Ko Dameron makes the top cut that will be held tomorrow.
Yep. And it looks like Tyler's running 2 Radiant 7. So going against the grain here and playing a capital ship that everyone's kind of writing off as mediocre. Showing everyone that, it's a worthwhile investment potentially, making it to the finals of the 3v3 that he's going to play in after this, and now on the cusp of making top 8 in Pool 2.
Yeah, let's see here.
An update here for the chat who checked in earlier. Unfortunately, Titanic lost to Quinlan Voss in the final round, bubbling out both pools here in the final round. But he put up one hell of a performance on stream, so should be extremely proud of the way he played today. All right, crafty smugglers meet in the arena. We'll see if who decides to get rid of them first. A second crafty for Ko Dameron and Boba Fett. First time we've seen that original Boba Fett unit hit the field here. It's been a while since he's appeared on stream. Boba Fett Disintegrator, powerful 3/5 from Spark of Rebellion. Ko Dameron begins with an IG-2000, taking the shield off of Crafty and exhausting that Boba Fett Disintegrator with Django. Exhausting units the opposite direction by the same player is making my head hurt, says Sage Leader. Yeah, they're doing what they feel comfortable doing here for sure. Tyler rips his own IG-2000, taking away both shields, exhausting IG-2000 on the other board. Now can be Tarkin Towned. And Tyler is playing control here, trading the ready Crafty for his own.
Yep, and there's that Tarkin Town getting used, clearing out that IG-2000, and Tyler now has a substantially stronger board. Not only is his IG-2000 still up, while Ko's is not, but Tyler has a Boba Fett Disintegrator, while Ko Dameron only has a Crafty Smuggler in the ground arena. However, Tyler has taken a bit more damage on his base, and his base does have fewer hit points. We'll have to see how things continue, but right now, I think this is a pretty decent position for Tyler.
Yep, looking good for Tyler if things hold up. Reader S91, any Captain Piet's doing well? I do not think so. They were here in the event, but there are none currently at the top tables in the final round of Pool 2.
Yeah, I think we did see a match where Admiral Piet defeated Django earlier, the Piet Blue build, but I'm not sure that that has continued throughout the rest of the event. I don't know if any have made the cut.
Oh, there was actually one at table 6, but it did lose in this final round. So
I see.
unlikely that any Piets, at least, and I don't think anyone made yesterday. So pushed out of the event, it seems. Yep. Deck list will be available after this concludes. There are some, I believe, from Pool 1 on the Melee. All right, so Boba Fett trades into the Crafty Smuggler, or takes a favorable trade, and Django is deployed on Kodamaran's side. IG 2000 into the base, Django into the base. So 9 for Tyler, 5 for Ko. Django deployed. Triple Dark Raid for Kodamaran. Let's see what these top 7 cards have in store for us.
Yeah.
Yep. Z Deadpool asking about Anakin. I actually don't think anyone took Anakin today. At least I didn't see any. Yesterday, Guy, who we saw draw
War
with
Juggernaut.
Cad Bane, took one. War Jug in the arena now, able to mass exhaust the board.
The only exhaust here is going to be Tyler's Django, but
Yep.
Triple Dark Raid on a War Juggernaut does leave a powerful threat on the board. That Juggernaut can potentially swing for, I believe, 7, but it's not going to. Whoa, interesting.
Overriding his IG.
Yeah, Tyler plays an IG 2000 while he already has one on the board. So the one that he already had on the board is defeated. But this one is fresh and undamaged, and it pings his opponent's Django and War Juggernaut, allowing him to exhaust the War Juggernaut and preventing that incoming damage.
Yeah. I think he's playing very smart here because he has an EMP in hand, and I think he's saving it for a juicier target, considering he had the IG open. So we'll have to see when that EMP is fired off by Tyler, but he held it, and we'll see what that targets later.
Yeah, interesting point. I thought I saw that too. I was sort of expecting him to play that, but he goes for this IG 2000 play instead, and we'll see what comes next. I think it's just going to be a straight War Juggernaut play here from Ko, allowing him to exhaust this whole board for Tyler.
Yep.
But Tyler still has all his resources, and Ko is now tapped out. So if Ko has a sneak attack or something of his own, this could be a window. No? Lux Bonteri on the field.
Yeah, gonna take 3 damage from Django then.
Bit of a might be a weak hand here from Tyler. I'm not sure.
He's got a sneak attack and a Devastator, so he can start with that next turn.
Yeah, he could start with Sneak Devastator and exhaust both these units.
Yep, and then
I
Lux.
also did just see a Radiant 7.
Yep, Lux actually prevents any shenanigans from Ko now.
Well, he limits their impact. He doesn't prevent them completely.
Well, yeah, it can exhaust them, but yeah, it's definitely can put a hamper on these triple dark raids and sneak attacks on the other side. So we'll have to see what Tyler's planning on doing here. $13 HP on Tyler's base remaining, and 25 on Ko. So definitely favoring Kodamaran, but a lot of threats still up on the board for Tyler. All right, he's decided to trade the Boba Fett Disintegrator to just exhaust that War Juggernaut and put 3 damage into it. So again, playing really slow here with his tools in hand. Didn't fire off that EMP earlier, holding on to the sneak attack. There's a surprise strike. So we'll see when he chooses to use his tools. But right now, just using the units on the board. Okay. We are seeing a second War Juggernaut exhaust Django, Lux, and IG. So another mass exhaust here for Dameron.
Yeah, these are both players are swinging big here with these exhausts.
Yep, and now choosing to ping the War Juggernaut as well. Radiant 7.
Radiant.
Oh, lovely answer here.
A lot of indirect damage. Now, Ko could just take it on the base. It looks like he's going to put some of the indirect damage on Django. And it is worth noting that the damage reduction there does not apply to a leader unit. However, Django does get exhausted.
Yep. Yeah, that initial War Juggernaut
Now,
with 3 damage on it has a
with Ko
-3
having the
attack.
initiative, he could hit very hard here with one of those War Juggernauts.
Yeah, the one with only 1 damage obviously is the juicier target, but yeah, it's definitely scary if you're Tyler.
Yeah, he could hit for what, 8 damage here?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus 3 is 9 minus 1. Yeah, full 8 damage to the base.
It's a lot of damage. It would get Tyler down to only 5 HP remaining.
Yep, very scary here for Tyler.
Now, it's not
Oh,
he swings with the 3 damage one. Now the problem with this is it actually is going to do less damage thanks to Radiant 7. So
yeah, he's daring Tyler to have his own War Juggernaut here essentially.
Wait, Dameron maybe taking that back, seeing this situation, not sure what's happening. Yeah, so
Yeah, he didn't realize the Radiant 7, I think. Now he's regretting his choice, but
attack
following
goes in
through.
anyway.
Yep.
So that's gonna do. So it's base at the 3, but it gets +6, but then it gets -3. So it's gonna be 6 damage.
Yep. Sitting at 18 now, which is a much less scary range, honestly.
Now Tyler needs some kind of exhaust.
Sneak attack, devastated. Huge.
He can throw 1 damage onto Django, kill Django, and then he could exhaust the War Juggernaut and put extra damage on the base, or he could just put more damage on the Juggernauts.
Yep. Without Django, though, I'm not sure if Ko can survive
That War Juggernaut should
much
have
longer.
1 more damage on it. They exhausted it, but did not put the damage on.
Yeah, you're right. We'll see if they correct that quickly.
And that's
but
very important with this complicated game state.
yeah, especially with the Radiant 7, every damage matters. But Tyler's representing 3, 12, 17. Tyler's got 23 damage. He's lethal on board. Unless there's an EMP.
And hey, here's the crazy thing. Dameron just lost his Django Fett. His exhaust tech is disabled. Does he have some other option to slow this down? If not, this could be the game.
Yeah, he needs an EMP or a waylay, or 23 is coming right at his base. Yeah, he can kill the Lux, I guess, save himself 3 with a Ruthless Raider. That would be his only other play, some way to ping the 1 damage.
He has his own Devastator. The 4 damage there can be used to remove both Lux and the IG-2000. Now he's only looking at 17 damage, which is not lethal.
Yep. Yep, big plays here. Now, do you trade Devastators here?
Now, I'm well, it's
because yours is dying. You know what I mean? His is sticking around. So you have to deal with it.
Trading Devastators. Yeah. So his is already going to die because of the sneak attack. He doesn't have lethal. So let's think about how much damage he could do. So he could do what is that? 17 damage, which would put Dameron on 6 HP. but it would leave. No, if Ko's Devastator gets a chance to swing, Ko just wins the game. Like the Devastator is just lethal from direct damage. So I think Tyler has to clear the Devastator
Yep.
or
I
have the initiative.
agree.
But if he does like anything this turn, he won't have the initiative. So
Yeah,
I
and
think
he
he
only
has
has
to trade Devastators.
yeah, he only has the one resource open as well, so he has enough for an EMP, but not doing anything here.
Well, the EMP, no, I think he has to trade Devastators.
Yeah, the debuff is kind of saving him right now with those War Juggernauts.
Yeah.
So Radiant 7's proving to be a little bit of a thorn in Kodamaran's side here.
Yeah, so Radiant 7 here. Also, a bunch of the damaged units were actually killed. So these War Juggernauts only have +3. So one of them is actually on its base damage, and the other one is one above. Okay, Radiant to base, Django to base, Devastator trade. So now these War Juggernauts are debuffed by 2 or 3 and buffed by 3. So the less damaged one would be able to swing for 4 here.
Yep. Which isn't enough.
It's lethal if there's a surprise strike.
Yep. Yeah, not on its own, but yeah, a buff.
I kind of wonder
would
if
do it.
Django was supposed to go into that War Juggernaut there to debuff it further.
Yep. Could have. I assumed he was not going to value the 3 damage, to be honest, but he did. So
If there is a surprise strike, it could win the game here for Kodamaran.
Yep. He didn't rip anything, so I think he's safe, but we'll see. He does have some events in hand. I don't know what they are. Daring Raid looks like one, which might also be enough.
No, Daring Raid's not enough. He needs exact 3. So like this is swinging for 6 - 2, so it's 4. So a Daring Raid would leave Tyler's base on 1 HP.
I see.
Tyler has to have something to stop the other Juggernaut, which he does. It's IG 2000.
IG, yep. And he has that EMP for any other shenanigans. But now we're Triple Dark Raid into Devastator away here. I see a Ruthless
Even
Raider.
A Triple Dark Raid into a Ruthless Raider followed up by the Daring Raid would end the game. Ruthless Raider, I think this is game over. I think Kodamaran's got it.
Yeah, the Daring Raid is going to put it away.
Unless Tyler hits him with Bazine, that Daring Raid will win the game. There's no way Tyler can get lethal in one swing here. He shows the Daring Raid, and there's the handshake. Kodamaran wins.
Yikes. What a disappointing end there for McClunky Gaming and Tyler, but really well fought best of 3 here in this Django Mirror Tarkin Town. The 30 HP proving to be a little too much to overcome here for the mirror match.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, there were a lot of interesting exchanges. So I think in round 1, Kodamaran, Tyler never used Tarkin Town, and Kodamaran won. In round 2, he did use Tarkin Town. In round 3, he used Tarkin Town, but Kodamaran was still able to get in. Interesting scenario.
Yeah, really fascinating. Unfortunately, just like Titanic, Ryan Warner, Rebel Resource, falls out of the top 8 contention, losing to Sabine ECL in round 7. So both of them so close 2 days in a row, unable to close the deal on some interesting builds. But it's been a really, they both should be so proud of the way that they played over the course of these 2 pools.
Interesting situation.
Yep. We have a couple matches left because not everyone decided to draw. So we'll see how the final standings shake out here at the final round of Pool 2. We have another... No, not Django Mirror match. We have Alex Blandon still playing on Han Cunning. He's taking on Django Fett Spice Mines. So another 30 HP Django.
All right. Well, that I think is going to be the end of this this part of our stream. I believe we are going to be back here tomorrow streaming some of the top cut. But the last few rounds of Swiss are finishing up, and we will have a breakdown of who ended up making the cut for you tomorrow. Pasquale, anything you want to add before we close things down?
Yeah, Claire put it in the chat, but I was going to say it is an 8 a.m. start. They are early in Atlanta. So
Once again,
yeah, once again, 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. Pacific for Tower number 9. But it's been a blast to be here all day with you, Tower. So thanks for the great cast today.
yeah. I think, I think it should be fun to cast tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll have some great games. Thanks to you, Pasquale, for joining me here, and we'll be back later with some more Flesh and Blood content, or not Flesh and Blood content, Star Wars Unlimited content.
Star Wars Unlimited. That's right.
Slip of the tongue. Thanks for watching, guys.
Yeah, have a good night.